Chapter 1331. Don't. Little Bai Yi struggled. However, no one in the court listened to Little Bai Yi. All of them were laughing maniacally. Gigu Zi pulled out another piece of paper from Yan Chuan's head. Playing hide-and-seek in the forest and catching a little rabbit. Ha 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 ha. Catching a little rabbit. Ha ha ha. Gigu Zi laughed. All the civil and military officials laughed again. Little Bai Yi yelled angrily, "No." But Gue Guzi seemed to want to crush Little Bai Yi's confidence. It was as if he wanted to crush Little Bai Yi into an autistic person. After this dream, reality would be completely affected. Little Bai Yi, did you know? If Bai Huang hadn't told me to teach you well and not hate you, you wouldn't be where you are today. I respect Bai Huang, and he told me to treat you well. That's why I've been restraining myself. Ever since your father, I've hated you. Back then, Bai Yi, Ruoyun, and I were all taught by Bai Huang. But why? Why can Bai Yi marry Ruoyun? Gigu Zi snarled. I hate him. Ruoyun should have been my wife. I love her more than Bai Yi. I can do anything for her. I can go to the 9 heavens and the yellow springs for her. If she's thirsty, I can steal peaches from the Queen Mother of the West. If she's hungry, I can kill dragons for her in the East Sea. She was punished by Bai Huang, and I can take the punishment with her. I've done everything she asked of me. Why? Bai Yi? He's a despicable person. What can he give Ruoyun? He can't do anything. He went to the sky beyond heaven to deal with the demons, and made Ruoyun pay with her life. Bai Yi is a bastard. I hate him. Ruoyun is so good, but he doesn't cherish her. I hate him, and I hate you too, little bastard. Little Bai Yi looked at Gigu Zi in fear. I've hated you since you were young. Every time Bai Huang goes into seclusion, I have to teach you. Little bastard, little bastard. Gigu Zi spat. I've taught you so much, but you're an ungrateful wretch. You used to call me Marshal Uncle, then Mister, then you scolded me and called me by my name. Little bastard. You ungrateful wretch. Am I supposed to be your subject? Most of what you have today was because of me. Half of your achievements were given to you by me. Do I owe you anything? You little bastard. Gigu Zi said savagely. As he spoke, Gue Guzi took out another piece of paper from Yan Chuan's mind. I saw a girl today. She was so beautiful that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Gue Guzi continued to read. Ha 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 ha, little bastard, what else do you have in your mind? His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Ha 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 ha. Gue Guzi laughed wantonly. At this moment, Gue Guzi felt extremely refreshed. Ha 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 ha. All the civil and military officials laughed along. No. Little Bai Yi cried. No, I want to see them one by one. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gigu Zi grabbed another piece of black paper from Yan Chuan's mind amidst the laughter. Ha 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 ha. All the officials laughed as they looked at Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi's originally laughing expression suddenly disappeared. Celestial Emperor, what did you write? Yeah, Celestial Emperor, what's so funny about that? The officials jeered, but Gue Guzi's expression only grew more serious. He frowned and looked at Little Bai Yi with an odd expression. However, the guards who were holding Little Bai Yi seemed to have suddenly relaxed. Little Bai Yi struggled with all his might and finally broke free. He turned around and rushed out of the great hall. Whoosh! Within the great hall, Gue Guzi watched with an ugly expression as Little Bai Yi fled. He crumpled the black paper in his hand into a ball. Clearly, the contents of the paper had shocked him. Celestial Emperor. Do you still want to see it? Some officials called out. Gue Guzi ignored them and chased out of the great hall. Little Bai Yi ran out of Skyward Hall in a panic. The moment he ran out, the scene suddenly switched to the bedroom he'd been in earlier. Next to the bedroom he'd been startled awake in was the morning hall. Little Bai Yi saw a child clinging to the doorway. It was none other than Little Bai Yi himself. It was as if he'd recalled a very, very long memory. Little Bai Yi strode toward the morning hall. Outside, he looked like a statue, peeking inside. Inside the morning hall, Bai Yi drank wine and burned joss paper. Tears streamed down his face. Little Bai Yi walked up to Bai Yi, but Bai Yi couldn't see him at all. All he did was drink and wallow in sorrow. Gue Guzi suddenly found himself in a strange environment outside the morning hall. What's this? Bai Yi's childhood memories. What did he see? Is this a place he couldn't forget? Gue Guzi looked into the morning hall curiously. In the morning hall, Gue Guzi saw Bai Yi and the coffin. Ruoyun. Gue Guzi's eyes reddened. He turned to see Bai Yi sitting in front of the coffin. Bai Yi was drinking wine, his entire person dispirited. I don't know where you ran off to after Ruoyun died. So you still have some conscience. You're still keeping watch over Ruoyun's coffin. Gue Guzi said with a complicated look in his eyes. Gue Guzi didn't step in. Instead, he closed his eyes and sank into deep longing for Ruoyun. Inside the morning hall, Little Bai Yi watched Bai Yi drown his sorrows in wine. Ruoyun, I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their death have to do with me? Why should I help them? You wouldn't have died if I hadn't. Bai Yi took a sip of wine and said sorrowfully. I shouldn't have. I should have been colder. I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their death have to do with me? I only want my lover and family to be safe. That's enough. I hate it, I hate it. Bai Yi cried out sorrowfully. I don't need friendship. I don't need friends. I only want what I want. Everything I want, everything I work for. That's the only way I won't regret it. Ruoyun, I hate it so much. Bai Yi cried. Ruoyun. Bai Yi cried. Little Bai Yi watched from the side in fear. His eyes were filled with worry. Ruoyun. Bai Yi cried. Outside the morning hall, Gue Guzi sank into grief. He seemed to have sunk into his own world. Ruoyun. Gue Guzi also cried out sorrowfully. As he cried out, the memories appeared once more. Boom! In the memories, Ruoyun was killed by a demon and thrown out. Ruoyun. This time, in the memories, Gue Guzi erased Bai Yi. He was the only one holding Ruoyun's body in grief and indignation. Ruoyun. It was unknown whether it was Gue Guzi or Bai Yi who shouted this. Boom! A loud sound came from the morning hall. Father! Little Bai Yi cried out in horror. Gue Guzi was immersed in grief. Suddenly, he was awakened by the sound in the morning hall. He turned his head to look. He saw that Bai Ye's sword had pierced his purple mansion. Blood splattered everywhere. It was the same wound as Ruoyun's. Bai Yi had committed suicide. Blood flowed all over the ground and slowly spread to Little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi looked at the pool of blood on the ground in horror. Ah! Little Bai Yi cried out in pain. Gue Guzi's memories of Ruoyun disappeared. There was only the scene of Bai Yi committing suicide not far away. Suicide? Gue Guzi looked at this scene in shock. He walked into the morning hall step by step. Suicide? Bai Yi died for Ruoyun. Bai Yi disappeared. Bai Huang said that Bai Yi died. He didn't know how he died. Did he die for Ruoyun? Died together? He looked at Bai Ye's body. Gue Guzi's eyes suddenly turned red. You committed suicide for Ruoyun. You died for Ruoyun. No, why? How could you love Ruoyun more than me? How could you? Gue Guzi rushed to Bai Ye's body and screamed. But this was only little Bai Yi's memories. Gue Guzi couldn't touch Bai Ye's body at all. No, I didn't have the courage to commit suicide. I loved Ruoyan. Why did you commit suicide? You loved her more than me. Why? Why? Was I wrong? Was Ruoyan right to choose you? Was Ruoyan right? No. Gue Guzi cried. In an instant it was as if the whole world had changed. In his heart, Bai Yi wasn't worthy of Ruoyan. Ruoyan chose the wrong Bai Yi, which caused Ruoyan's death. Bai Yi didn't love Ruoyan, which caused Ruoyan's death. Bai Yi didn't love Ruoyan as much as he did. But why? All of this told Gue Guzi that Bai Yi loved Ruoyan more than he did. He loved her so much that he was willing to give up his life. No, why? Gue Guzi suddenly realized that his previous resentment was all wrong. He was wrong. His previous resentment was all absurd. No. Gue Guzi rushed out of the morning hall heartbroken. He rushed into the darkness and ran non-stop. Was he wrong? No, Bai Yi did love Ruoyan more than he did, but he loved her too. Gue Guzi's heart changed a little because of this resentment. He reached out and took out a black ball of paper. This ball of paper was taken from Yan Chuan's mind. Gue Guzi unfolded it again and read it. Uncle Master, Bai Yi is grateful to Uncle Master. I respect Uncle Master. I will never forget Uncle Master's kindness. But my heart is dark. There is a powerful evil force in my heart. This force is constantly erasing my kindness to Uncle Master and erasing all my respect. This is the flaw in my heart. It is an evil force. I am so worried. I am worried that one day, I will not recognize my own family. I am worried that one day, I will no longer respect Uncle Master. This evil force is making me forget Uncle Master's kindness to me. The stronger I am, the stronger this evil force in my heart will be. I do not want to forget. I have sealed all my respect for Uncle Master in a hidden place in my heart. I will not let that evil force find it. I will not forget every little thing that Uncle Master taught me back then. I will not forget it. Evil force, I am not afraid of you. When Grandpa was in seclusion, Uncle Master taught me knowledge on Grandpa's behalf. I remember that Uncle Master liked the color black. The first time he taught me, he gave me a set of black clothes. I have decided that all my clothes will be black in the future. Even if others wear golden dragon robes, I will wear black. I do not want to forget the past. I do not want all my emotions to be erased by the evil force. I will not give in. I will wear black. Black can always remind me that there is still a stubbornness. It will not let me lose myself. I do not want to forget. Do not forget. Evil force, I will not give in to you. Gue Guzi looked at the letter. Suddenly, his heart trembled. A wave of memories surged into his mind. In a square, Bai Huang looked extremely tired. Gue Guzi, you are the most talented among my disciples. Unfortunately, you are not a member of my Bai clan. Some things in the Bai clan require the soul of the Bai clan. Unfortunately, I have to go into seclusion to calculate the number of days. Teach little Bai Yi on my behalf for a while. He is the hope of my Bai clan. You must teach him well. Bai Huang said tiredly. Yes. Bai Huang went into seclusion. Gue Guzi looked at little Bai Yi with a trace of disgust. Uncle Master, 16th uncle brought me 2 immortal fruits today. They are delicious. I saved one for you. Uncle Master, this is the little tiger plushie that 12th aunt gave me. It is very fun. I will let you play with it. Gue Guzi looked at little Bai Yi with disgust. Alright, little Bai Yi, you will start learning from today. As my disciple, you must wear the same clothes as me. Wear this black robe. I will take you to see the other sects. Guiguzi said coldly with disgust. Black clothes? That's ugly. Uncle Master, can I not wear black? The last time I wore it, many of my friends said that I was ugly and did not play with me anymore. My father also said that I do not look good in black. Little Bai said. No. You must wear it. Gue said with disgust. Chapter 1332. Yang Realm, Outer North Continent. Heavenspan Domain, Heavenspan Sea. Countless experts stared at the sea outside Heavenspan Sea, looking at the two people lying on the waterbed. Yan Chuan and Guiguzi. The two had been here for 3 days. News quickly spread everywhere, and more experts came to watch. In roaming Jade Palace, sect leader Tong Tian looked gravely at the two in the distance. Bai Guiguzi, what will you become after the 10,000 demons tempering heart? Fighting heart? Back then, in the Great Thousand Realms, Bai Huang requested Guiguzi to do his best to help Bai. Guiguzi did not forget Bai Huang's teachings, but he always felt a grudge. Has it finally erupted? Sect leader Tong Tian sighed. In the distance, the two were lying peacefully on 2 water beds. Suddenly, Guiguzi's body changed. 2 drops of tears flowed out of his eyes. Tears. Sect leader Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Outside Heavenspan Sea, countless cultivators stared at Guiguzi in shock. The 10,000 demons tempering heart is already affecting their minds. Wu Jiong said with a heavy expression. Guiguzi's mind is extremely tenacious. What exactly did they encounter? How did it trigger such emotions? Yuan Tiangang exclaimed. The 10,000 demons tempering heart is a clash of their memories, their hearts. The heart is the weakest part of a person. When their hearts collided, Guiguzi was injured first. Wu Jiong said with a deep breath. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Aside from Wu Jiong and Yuan Tiangang, there were also some peerless experts who revealed shocked expressions. Of course, there were also some who revealed cold expressions. Gong Yangzi. After suffering heavy injuries in the northeast continent, Gong Yangzi went to the outer north continent. Before he recovered, he heard about the Heavenspan Sea and immediately rushed over. Standing in a small forest and looking at the distant Heavenspan Sea, Gong Yangzi's eyes were filled with resentment. Yan Chuan. Gong Yangzi said through gritted teeth. It was because of Yan Chuan that Gong Yangzi was so unlucky. Before returning, Gong Yangzi asked Wu Tian about it. He also understood that he was unlucky that day, attacking that cat for no reason. Yan Chuan's cat. Gong Yangzi raised his head and looked at Miao Miao, who was in Zi's arms. Mysterious? So you are Xuan Miao. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gong Yangzi looked into the distance with grief and indignation. The mysteries of the heavens? No wonder the heavens sent down heavenly punishment. Gong Yangzi lamented. Next, Gong Yangzi looked at the 2 figures above the sky-piercing sea. Guiguzi and Yan Chuan. If Yan Chuan doesn't die, my Gong Yang clan will never have a day of peace. In the past, when I targeted Yan Chuan didn't know the situation. Now that he knows, he will definitely take precautions. It will be even more difficult to kill Yan Chuan in the future. Gong Yangzi stared into the distance with a deep voice. Now that he is defenseless, this is the best time to kill Yan Chuan. Kill him in 1 strike. I must succeed. Gong Yangzi's body emitted a murderous aura. Xing. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a sword. As he drew his sword, a ferocious murderous aura was concealed. At the same time, in Green Touring Palace, Tong Tian paid close attention to Yan Chuan and Guiguzi. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword hum rang out in the hall. 4 swords stabbed into the ground in 4 directions of the hall. Tongtian's swords. Immortal vanquishing 4 swords. Among them, the immortal vanquishing sword seemed to sense Gong Yangzi's murderous aura. The sword hum sounded a warning. Are you ignoring this venerate's words? Tongtian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Outside, while everyone was paying attention to the sky-piercing sea, suddenly, a ferocious aura burst out from the seaside. Boom! The vast aura overturned countless cultivators in the surroundings. A white figure suddenly charged out, kicking up huge waves in the sky-piercing sea. Yan Chuan, die! The white figure shouted. The white figure suddenly swung his hand, and a white manifested sword shot towards the center of the sky-piercing sea. The manifested sword's might was vast, shattering space. The expressions of countless cultivators changed. Gong Yangzi! Yuan Tiangang exclaimed in shock. A bona fide sage actually sneak attacked. Humph! Wu Jiong showed some disdain. On the island, the expressions of Bai Qi and the others changed drastically. Stop! Boom! 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 Nearly at the same time, Miao, Bai Qi, Mo Yushi, Zhao Fang, Zi, Wang Jian, and the others attacked Gong Yangzi together. Countless manifested swords, sabers, and claws charged at Gong Yangzi. However, Gong Yangzi's sneak attack was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he would kill Yan Chuan. Just as Gong Yangzi felt pleased with himself, suddenly, a cold snort rang out over the sky-piercing sea. Humph! The cold snort shook the hearts and souls of countless cultivators. Xing! A purple sword appeared before Gong Yangzi. It seemed to have traveled through time and space. Then, it instantly shot out at a speed 10 times faster than Gong Yangzi's. Xing! A purple light blinded countless shouja. The purple sword instantly vanished. Gong Yangzi's manifested sword also vanished. That was because an arm holding a sword was falling from the sky. The immortal vanquishing sword severed Gong Yangzi's arm. Arg! Gong Yangzi roared in pain. Boom! Immediately, Bai Qi and the others landed heavy blows. Rumble! The void trembled once again. Gong Yangzi's injuries worsened as he quickly fled while grabbing his arm. Sect Master Tongtian. In the distance, Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. What a powerful sword strike! It tore through time and space without any warning. Worry flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. After all, he would have to face Sect Master Tongtian soon. Boom! Great Zhen's officials quickly flew to the sky-piercing sea. Lu Bu looked around coldly. He gently flung his sleeve and looked around coldly. If anyone dares to disturb us again, Great Zhen will fight to the death. Xing! Great Zhen's generals drew their swords and looked around coldly. On the other side, Gong Yangzi grabbed his severed arm and fled. Why? I was so close. Why? Roar! Gong Yangzi wanted to cry but had no tears. Would he be unlucky forever after encountering Yan Chuan? Wasn't this too unlucky? Last time, the unexpected disaster was pardonable. He had offended Xuanmian, but this time, he was so unlucky. Yan Chuan was lying in front of him, lying under his sword, but he couldn't kill him. Roar! Gong Yangzi roared in grief. 10,000 blades tempering heart. In Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi's dream. Gue Guzi looked at the black paper in his hand. It was a memory he had grabbed from Yan Chuan's mind. It was this memory that once again destroyed a lot of Gue Guzi's knowledge. Thinking of his harshness back then and thinking of little Bai Yi's innocence, Gue Guzi suddenly felt that his previous actions were laughable. Because of Bai Yi, he blamed Bai Yi. But Bai Yi wasn't as heartless as he thought. Bai Yi loved Ruoyun more than he did. Everything about Bai Yi was right. He was inferior to him. As for Bai Yi, lowering his head, Goe Guzi looked at the black paper again. This is the flaw in my heart. It's an evil force. I'm so worried. I'm worried that one day, I won't recognize anyone. I'm worried that one day, I won't respect senior uncle. This evil force will make me forget how good senior uncle was to me. The stronger I get, the stronger the evil force in my heart gets. I don't want to forget. I sealed all my respect for senior uncle in a hidden place in my heart. I won't let that evil force find it. I won't forget every little thing that senior uncle taught me back then. Evil force? Goe Guzi's expression darkened. No, I'm Goe Guzi. Even though I've wronged Bai Yi and Bai Yi, I have my own ambitions. I can create my own heavenly court, and I can rule the world. Why would I want to be his subject? And to be his subject for all eternity? No. Goe Guzi bit his lip and said with great ambition. Bai Yi, what is that evil force? I want to see. I want to see what that evil force is. What memories does it want to erase? Where exactly did you seal those things? I want to find them. I want to understand. Goe Guzi took a deep breath. With that, he carefully folded the black paper, turned around, and went back to find little Bai Yi. Originally, in the morning hall, little Bai Yi was curled up in a ball, watching his father commit suicide in front of him. His young heart suffered a huge blow. His father's words before his death were like thunder in his ears. Ruoyun, I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their life have to do with me? Why should I help them? If I didn't help them, you wouldn't have died. Bai Yi took a sip of wine and said bitterly. I shouldn't have. I should have been colder. I shouldn't have cared about their lives. What does their life have to do with me? I only want my lover and family to be safe. That's enough. I hate it, I hate it. Bai Yi cried bitterly. I don't need friendship, I don't need friends. I only want what I want. All the service I need, all the hard work I need. That's the only way I won't regret it. Ruoyun, I hate it. Bai Yi cried. His father's death cast a shadow over little Bai Yi's heart. It was a shadow that couldn't be removed. Little Bai Yi trembled all over. Little Bai Yi was extremely sad. At the same time, he was afraid that he would end up like his father. Fresh blood flowed on the ground, getting closer and closer to little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi retreated in fear. His entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Ha 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 ha, little Bai Yi, so you're here. I finally found you again. An abrupt voice sounded. It was the black-robed man who had brought little Bai Yi to find his father. Wisps of black energy spread out. The black-robed man looked extremely evil. It's you again. Little Bai Yi looked at the black-robed man in fear. The black-robed man reached out a pitch-black hand and said proudly, Tell me, where did you hide them? Let me take them away. No, no. Little Bai Yi crawled to his feet in fear and rushed out of the morning hall. Run. You have nowhere to run. What use do you have for them? Aren't you doing well now? Give them to me. Let me take them away. The black-robed man chased after little Bai Yi. No, no. Little Bai Yi ran in the darkness in panic. Little Bai Yi and the black-robed man left. Not long after, Goe Guzi stepped into the morning hall again. However, the morning hall was empty except for a coffin and a corpse. Little Bai Yi was nowhere to be found. Chapter 1333. In the morning hall, Goe Guzi looked at the empty morning hall. There was only Bai Ye's body and a coffin. Little Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen. Bai Yi? Goe Guzi looked at Bai Ye's body with a gloomy expression. Looking at the coffin beside him, Goe Guzi fell silent for a long time. He closed his eyes as if he was struggling with his heart. Gue Guzi's face showed a pained expression. After suffering for a while, Gue Guzi's face became peaceful again. He gently opened the coffin lid. Inside the coffin lay Ruoyan's body. Gue Guzi picked up Bai Ye's body and gently placed it into the coffin with Ruoyan's body. The two of them joined the coffin. Although this was just a dream, joining the coffin for the two of them was like a huge ritual. It was a ritual in Gue Guzi's heart. He had completely let go of this resentment. The moment the coffin was joined, endless gentle white light shone. The entire mourning hall gradually dissipated. Gue Guzi closed the coffin lid for the two of them. Phew! He let out a long breath and watched the coffin slowly disappear. It was as if the knot in Gue Guzi's heart was slowly unraveling. Gue Guzi showed a trace of relief. At this moment, Gue Guzi's body emitted waves of black qi. It was as if the resentment was dissipating. How can this be? My body? Gue Guzi exclaimed. You are the manifestation of all my resentment. When the resentment dissipates, your power will also weaken. It will become weaker and weaker until it disappears. A sudden voice sounded. It came from Gue Guzi's body. It's you. It's you. You're awake. Gue Guzi exclaimed. It should be said that it was the dark Gue Guzi who exclaimed. As he spoke, another image appeared behind Gue Guzi. In a pavilion in the forest. Bai Huang sat in front of a stone table. Gue Guzi knelt in front of Bai Huang. Gue Guzi, how long have you been my disciple? Bai Huang asked in a deep voice. During the last calamity, my family suffered a disaster. The heavenly fire burned the tribe. It was you who turned the tide and saved my family. My parents and siblings survived because of you. I admire you, so I begged you to take me in. It has been 30,000 years. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Bai Huang looked at Gue Guzi. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Bai Yi has grown up, Bai Huang said. He wants to be independent and establish a dynasty. He told me that he needs your help. What? Gue Guzi asked in shock. Teacher, I, Bai Yi, have extraordinary talent and wisdom. I've already taught him everything I know. Moreover, the Bai clan has all kinds of talents. They don't need me, right? Gue Guzi said awkwardly. I agree. Bai Huang said in a deep voice. Gue Guzi frowned. After a moment of silence, he finally said, yes, everything this disciple knows is taught by master. This disciple agrees. I want you to swear that you will assist Bai Yi for the sake of the common people. You will not betray him or hold any grudges against him. Bai Huang said solemnly. A look of difficulty flashed across Gue Guzi's eyes. In the end, he bit his lips and said, yes. Gue Guzi endured his resentment and entered Great Qin. They endured their hatred towards Great Qin and worked hard to support Bai Yi's incarnation, continuously nurturing and finding talents for Great Qin. Everything about Ing was the most glorious side, while everything about Gue Guzi was the dark side. The more he held it in, the more uncomfortable Gue Guzi felt. Until one day, Gue Guzi came to a valley alone. Roar! Arg! Gue Guzi's pained roars came from the valley. Why? Why? Why should I help that little bastard? I hate him. This is Master's decision. Without Master, there would be no me. Master has treated me so well. I can't go against Master. But I hate him so much. Bai Yi bullied me back then. Now that Bai Yi is dead, his son still wants to bully me. Why? This is Master's decision. Gue Guzi said in two voices. It was as if his thoughts were split. If this goes on, my personality will split. I'll go berserk. Gue Guzi cried out in pain. Heart-severing technique. Sever all my dark thoughts, hatred, and resentment. Now that I've entered Great Qin, I'll do my best. Sever. Boom. A huge explosion sounded out in the valley. The black aura coming out of Gue Guzi's body was suddenly severed by a white light. The black aura gathered and gradually formed another Gue Guzi, a dark Gue Guzi. One Gue Guzi had a gentle expression, while the other Gue Guzi had a savage expression. Keek, this is much better. I don't have to carry your burden anymore. Ha 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 ha. Dark Gue Guzi laughed savagely. However, Gue Guzi waved his hand. Boom. Countless dragon veins rushed over from all directions. Leaving you alive will only be a disaster. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. You dare to kill me? I am you. If I die, you die too. Dark Gue Guzi said disdainfully. I won't kill you. I'll seal you. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. What? Your strength is inferior to mine now. I don't want to wait until you're strong enough to defeat me. So, I'll seal you now. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. No, I'm you, and you're me. I'm the true reflection of your heart. You can't avoid it. If you avoid it today, you'll continue to complain and resent me in the future. You can't avoid it. Sooner or later, you'll resent me again. It's a resentment that can never be severed. Ask your heart. Dark Ghost Guzi said coldly. Seal. Boom. Dark Gue Guzi's face twisted as he recalled the past. Gue Guzi's voice came from inside his body again. Why can I wake up? Because you're getting weaker. You're getting weaker and weaker. Die. You and I are one. I'm enough. Teacher's kindness is as great as the heavens. No, I am indebted to teacher, but why must he control my fate? Why must I be the subject of my enemy and be humiliated by him? Dark Gue Guzi said angrily. Bai Yi is not an enemy. He's an enemy. The two Gue Guzi's voices argued. After a while, the two Gue Guzi's voices fell silent. I'm going to find what Bai Yi is hiding in the depths of his heart, Gue Guzi said in a low voice. As he spoke, he charged into the darkness in search of little Bai Yi. Little Bai Yi fled in the darkness. The black-robed man chased after him. Little Bai Yi was terrified. He ran in all directions. Finally, not long after, little Bai Yi shook off the black-robed man. He hid in a small corner and panted. Find what's mine. What's mine? Little Bai Yi panted as he tried to recall. Little Bai Yi seemed to have an impression of something, but he couldn't remember where it was. He walked and walked for who knows how long. As he recalled, little Bai Yi's body seemed to slowly grow bigger and bigger, until he gradually became an adult. After walking for who knows how long, little Bai Yi suddenly stopped and looked in surprise at a painting in the distance. It was the painting of his family that little Bai Yi had been staring at in his dream. Was he back to where he started? And there was another figure in the same spot. Gue Guzi. They seem to have walked there at the same time. Yes, it seems to be here. I remember now, it's here. I hid the thing I sealed away here. Little Bai Yi quickly walked forward. Gue Guzi also stared at the painting. After experiencing a mental journey, Gue Guzi was no longer as irritable as before when he looked at the painting again. There was no more resentment for Bai Yi in the painting. Little Bai Yi was standing in front of this painting when I was dreaming and staring at it. This painting must be very important to him. Is he missing his parents? But this is a dream. If he missed his parents, he could have just thought of their image. Why would he dream of another painting? Unless this isn't just a painting. Gue Guzi said grimly. Gue Guzi reached out to pluck the painting. It's here, it's here. Bai Yi also looked at the painting. Bai Yi didn't seem to be afraid of Guiguzi. Guiguzi reached out to pluck the painting, and Bai Yi did the same. Whoosh! The painting suddenly expanded to a size of 100 zhang. Guiguzi paused, but Bai Yi tore it apart. The painting had 2 layers. The outer layer depicted Bai Ye's family, while the inner layer was densely packed with words. Rip! The outer layer was torn away, revealing the countless words inside. Bai Yi and Guiguzi stared at the painting together. Some kind of image seemed to be projected on it. A scene appeared in front of Bai Yi. It was something sealed in the depths of Bai Yi's heart. In a pavilion on a mountaintop. Bai Huang stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Bai Yi stood behind him. Little Bai Yi, if Guiguzi betrays you in the future, kill him. I taught him everything, and I've taught him to you. With this, you can easily kill him. Bai Huang closed his eyes and sighed softly. What? Why? Martial uncle taught me so much. Why would I hurt him? Bai Yi shook his head. Guiguzi is my disciple. I taught him for so long. I naturally don't want him to die, but this is fate. Bai Huang sighed softly. What fate? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Bai Yi shook his head. Guiguzi's fate is the same as yours. I never expected that both of you would have the same fate. Fate really knows how to play tricks on people. It has already arranged for both of you to be mortal enemies sooner or later. Only one of you can survive with the same fate. Perhaps now is not the time for it to erupt, but once it does, one of you will die. Bai Huang said with a long sigh. Impossible, impossible. Bai Yi cried out in shock. This is the so-called scapegoat. Either you die for him, or he dies for you. There's no other choice. Fate can't be resisted. This is fate, this is fate. Bai Huang said bitterly. No. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Guiguzi's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Bai Yi's sealed memories. How can this be? Master? Guiguzi's eyes suddenly turned red. He and Bai Yi were fated to be enemies. Bai Huang asked Bai Yi to kill him, but Bai Yi didn't. Bai Yi indulged him again and again. Bai Yi had something to restrain him, but he never used it. Never. He hated Bai Yi. How preposterous, how preposterous. How can this be? Guiguzi roared. On the other side, Bai Yi's sealed memories appeared once more. Ing stood alone at the peak of a mountain, his hands trembling. Today, 16th uncle rebelled and was suppressed by me. 16th uncle's family was exterminated. How could I do such a thing? How could I kill 16th uncle and follow Great Qin's laws to exterminate his entire family? No, no, 16th uncle treated me so well since I was young. Why? Bai Yi said as he trembled. I've forgotten my feelings. That evil power is constantly erasing my feelings, my family, and everything about me. No, I don't want it to be like this. I'll forget everything. I'll forget everything. 17th uncle, my cousins. And martial uncle. Ying's body trembled as if he was recalling countless memories. In his memories. Little Bai Yi, you're so annoying. Take this. Fairy child's horsetail whisk. I knew you were naughty. Guiguzi handed over a toy horsetail whisk to Bai Yi. Oh, thank you, martial uncle. Martial uncle is the best. Bai Yi cheered as he hugged the horsetail whisk. Little Bai Yi, you're causing trouble again. You even burned down the Bai Tang family's house. Your grandfather is angry right now. Alright, don't pretend to cry. Just say that I burned down the Bai Tang family's house. Guiguzi said bitterly. Oh, martial uncle, you're the best. Thank you, martial uncle. Bai Yi cried out happily. The beautiful scenes in his memories. In clenched his fists tightly. I can't forget. I can't forget all of this. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to hide it in a place where no one knows. I can't let that evil power find it. It can never find it, martial uncle. In clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice. Looking at the image. Looking at the happy little Bai Yi, the truth was revealed. Heavenly Emperor, this old servant was wrong. This old servant has let the Heavenly Emperor down. This old servant was all wrong, all wrong. Gue Guzi suddenly knelt down in front of the image in grief. This old servant was all wrong. This old servant has let the Heavenly Emperor down. This old servant cannot absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. This old servant has sinned, this old servant has sinned. Gue Guzi lay on the ground and cried loudly. The black chi around him was constantly dissipating. All of the resentment was quickly dispersing. Everything in the image was telling Gue Guzi that he was too narrow-minded and too sinister. The Heavenly Emperor had been so kind to him, but he had repaid kindness with enmity time and time again. This old servant was wrong. Gue Guzi howled. On the other side, Bai Yi was deeply shocked as he looked at the countless words. So I've always hidden this purity in my heart. Bai Yi stroked these words with his hand, cherishing them very much. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. I've finally found it. It's been hiding here all along. It's been hiding in your heart all along. A sinister voice came from behind Bai Yi. He turned his head abruptly and saw the black-robed man who had been chasing after him. The black-robed man stretched out his black palm and gently twisted his fingers, full of the joy of victory. I've finally found it. Let me take it away, take away your last bit of purity. I've finally found it. The black-robed man said excitedly, his body overflowing with black chi. Chapter 1334. I've finally found it. Let me take it away, take away your last bit of purity. I've finally found it. The black-robed man said excitedly. The black-robed man walked towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi's face suddenly showed panic. This is my last bit of purity. This is my last thing. Bai Yi shouted in horror. Very quickly, Bai Yi rolled up the picture scroll filled with densely packed words. However, the scroll was too big. The black-robed man was in front of it in the blink of an eye. You've already exposed it in front of me and you still want to take it away. Bai Yi, do you still remember the promise? Do you still remember me? The black-robed man said eerily. As he spoke, he grabbed the huge picture scroll with one hand. Rip. With a sudden rip, 1/10 of the scroll was torn off. The torn part seemed to have been taken away by the black-robed man. The words on it all disappeared. I forgot something again. No, I don't want to forget, don't forget. Bai Yi shouted. Ha ha ha, forget, forget, these useless emotions are useless to you. You know it, useless. The black-robed man laughed. No, this is my most important thing, the most important thing. Bai Yi shouted and quickly rolled up the scroll. Rip. Another part of the scroll was torn away by the black-robed man. The words on it quickly disappeared. It's useless. Do you still remember? Since you made that choice, these are useless. Useless emotions, what's the use of these people's emotions? What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Why do you want to help them? Keeping them will only make you suffer. Keeping them will only make you lose the most important thing to you. The black-robed man shouted. Rip. While Bai Yi was collecting, he quickly destroyed a large part of the memories. Bai Yi, you should be colder. Don't care about their life and death. Don't care about these emotions. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? You only need your lover, your family, that's enough. The black-robed man shouted. No. Bai Yi cried and rushed to collect these precious memories. Rip. Another large part of the memories were torn. Bai Yi, you don't need friendship, you don't need friends. You only need what you want. All the services you need, all the hard work you need. Only then will you not regret it. The black-robed man shouted. Rip. Nearly half of the painting had been completely torn apart by the black-robed man. Bai Yi hugged the remaining half and turned to run. However, just as he took 2 steps, he turned his head and saw another painting. It was the portrait of the family of 3 that he had previously concealed. Bai Yi, Ruoyun, and baby Bai Yi. Bai Yi bit her lip. With one hand holding the emotional memories and the portrait of the family of 3 in the other, she quickly ran into the darkness. Run. You can't escape, ha 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 ha. The black-robed man laughed loudly. The black-robed man's body flickered, and he flew into the darkness to chase after Bai Yi. Gue Guzi chased after him but failed to catch up. In the darkness, Bai Yi was running fast. The black-robed man flew behind him. I see you, Bai Yi, little Bai Yi, give me those memories, let me destroy them completely, let me drag you to hell. The black-robed man shouted savagely. No, no, I will never give you these memories. I will never. Bai Yi screamed in horror as he ran. You can't escape. You can't escape. Haven't I erased all these years? Haven't I destroyed them all? Just a little bit, give it to me, give it to me. The black-robed man quickly chased. Bai Yi fled in panic. However, the black-robed man seemed to be getting closer and closer. He didn't know how long he had been running. Ha! The black-robed man laughed loudly. He suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi and grabbed the memory scroll in Bai Yi's hand. You can't escape. You can't escape. The black-robed man shouted proudly. No, I can't give it to you. This is my most precious thing. You demon, you demon. Bai Yi cried. Crying is useless. I am indeed a demon for your entire life. However, you are unwilling to give up. Originally, you could have chosen these beautiful memories to weaken my power. However, you didn't. You sat and watched me grow stronger day by day. You still can't bear to give up on me. Then, let me completely destroy your beautiful memories, completely destroy them. The black-robed man shouted. No, I can't do it. Bai Yi cried. If you can't do it, then give up these memories, give up these emotions. Give them to me. Let me destroy them and drag you down to hell with me. The black-robed man shouted. The place where the 2 of them were standing suddenly became a bottomless abyss. Countless evil spirits roared below. The 2 of them were standing on a floating rock. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall into the abyss. No, no, I can't forget you. Bai Yi cried. Give it to me. If you can't forget me, then give me your memories. Give me these emotions. Let me erase these memories. Let me destroy your life and fall into hell with me. The black-robed man yelled as he pulled the scroll. Bai Yi's cries grew louder. Father, don't. Bai Yi cried. A gust of wind blew, lifting the black-robed man's hood. It was Bai Yi. The evil force in Bai Yi's heart. This black-robed man was Bai Yi. Bai Yi had left a shadow in Bai Yi's heart before his death. Those are useless emotions. Those are useless friendships. Those are useless friends. What's the point of having them? Give them to me. Let me drag you down to hell with me. Let me drag you down to hell with me. Bai Ye's face was ferocious as he dragged the memory scroll. Father, stop. Bai Yi roared as he wept. The father and son dragged the memory scroll. Bai Yi's tears flowed uncontrollably. A strong reluctance caused Bai Yi's body to tremble. In his other hand, he unfolded the picture of a family of 3. Bai Yi hugged the happy Ruoyan and carried the baby Bai Yi on his shoulder. It was a picture of a happy family. Bai Yi's tears didn't stop. He couldn't hide his reluctance. His body trembled, filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. He looked at the picture with reluctance. He looked at his father with reluctance. Bai Yi's sorrow was indescribable. "I'm sorry. I can only leave you," Bai Yi cried. As he spoke, he gently let go of the picture in his other hand. The picture of the family of 3 slowly fell into the abyss below. They fell into hell where 10,000 evil spirits roared. "Father, mother!" Bai Yi cried as he watched the picture leave. Boom! 10,000 evil spirits roared and tore the picture to pieces. The black-robed Bai Ye's hand also let go of Bai Yi's memory. He watched as Bai Yi fell into hell below. As he fell, he stared at Bai Yi on the floating rock. Bai Yi hugged the last of his emotional memories and watched as Bai Yi fell into the abyss and into the sea of evil spirits. At this moment, Bai Yi made a decision. He gave up on that evil power, gave up on the shadow in his heart, and gave up on the seed of darkness that his father had left in his heart before he died. However, choosing to give up on this shadow was extremely painful. "Father, mother, father, mother." Bai Yi lay on the floating rock and wailed. Boom! Bai Yi fell into the abyss and was instantly torn to pieces by the evil spirits. The darkness in Bai Yi's heart had finally been removed. However, this removal was accompanied by endless pain. Due to the disappearance of the darkness in his heart, the entire dreamland world was illuminated by a brilliant white light. Everything seemed endlessly beautiful, like a heavenly dream. The abyss also disappeared. The place where Bai Yi had been turned into a grassland full of flowers. Only Bai Yi still hugged that memory and cried in grief. In the distance, Gue Guzi slowly walked over. When the two met again, the dream realm was suddenly filled with endless light. It was so bright that nothing could be seen. The dream realm disappeared, and the two woke up. Heavenly Sea. Countless people stared at Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi, who were tempering their hearts. Zhao Fang, Mo Yushi, ZZ, and Miao all watched anxiously. 3 days ago, Gue Guzi had cried for the first time. 3 days later, tears fell from his eyes again. 2 days later, Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with tears. His face twitched, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. No one knew what they had experienced. Everyone watched this scene in shock. The two's willpower was unwavering. Crying. What had they encountered in the dream realm? Miao, why is Yan Chuan crying like this? Miao's nose also began to ache. Boom! In the distance, millions of nightmare demons exploded and were instantly annihilated. They're about to wake up. Zhao Fang immediately said anxiously. Not only Zhao Fang, but all of Great Jin's officials also looked worried. All the previous examples of tempering their hearts had greatly changed after they woke up from the dream realm. Would the Sage King and Gue Guzi's temperament change? Would it? All the officials clenched their fists. Outside the Heavenly Sea, Wu Jiong, Yuan Tiangang, and other peerless experts waited with rapt attention. In the roaming Jade Palace, Sect Master Tong Tian also stood up. On the Heavenly Sea's water bed, Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi slowly opened their eyes at almost the same time. Husband. Sage King. Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi slowly sat up amidst the jiaohu. Both of them had tears streaming down their faces, but neither of them wiped them away. Yan Chuan looked up at the clear sky. For a moment, he took a deep breath, as if he missed this world very much. On the other side, Gue Guzi also looked up at the sky. His originally gloomy face was gone, replaced by incomparable sunshine. The crowd surrounded them, not daring to come forward. Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi were left alone to enjoy a moment of peace. Exhaling deeply, Yan Chuan turned to look at Gue Guzi. When he looked at Gue Guzi again, Yan Chuan's gaze was much gentler. Gue Guzi also looked at Yan Chuan. His previous provocation was gone, and his gaze was extremely gentle, but also filled with guilt. This old official, Gue Guzi, has committed countless wrongs in the past. Please forgive me, Sage King, and allow me to enter Great Jin again to assist you. Gue Guzi looked very solemnly at Yan Chuan and slowly knelt down. Martial uncle, you can't. Yan Chuan went up to support him. But Gue Guzi refused to be supported. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. We cannot cross the line. Sage King, you can no longer call me martial uncle. Please allow me to enter Great Jin again. Gue Guzi insisted on kneeling. Yan Chuan supported Gue Guzi, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Neither of them was backing down. This scene confused the countless cultivators in the surroundings. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Gue Guzi. Why did his temperament change like this? At this moment, the happiest people were the Great Jin officials. Many of them were Gue Guzi's disciples. In the past, when Gue Guzi broke off relations with Great Jin, countless people were heartbroken. Now that Gue Guzi was about to enter Great Jin again, they were all excited and clenched their fists. Sage King, etiquette cannot be broken. Gue Guzi said again. Yan Chuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pondered for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, in that case, I will still call you Mr. from now on. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Gue Guzi said emotionally with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 1335. Welcome back, Mr. Many of Great Jin's officials bowed excitedly. Gigu Zi's defection had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. After all, Gigu Zi's status in Great Jin was unparalleled. Now that he had returned, the shadow in everyone's hearts was wiped away. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In the distance, countless peerless experts frowned at this scene. 10,000 nightmares tempering is indeed a forbidden art. How can a person's personality change so much? Yeah. A few days ago, he met Yan Chuan as his enemy, but now he's harmonious. 10,000 nightmares tempering. Everyone's fear of the 10,000 nightmares tempering deepened. In Jade Turing Palace, Tongtian's eyes flashed with deep doubt. Gigu Zi had changed too much. No, even Yan Chuan had changed too much. It was just that Yan Chuan was better at hiding it. Yan Chuan helped Gigu Zi to his feet. Rumble. Next to Yan Chuan and Gigu Zi, the waters of the heaven-span sea churned and churned as three enormous vortexes appeared. The whirlpools spun rapidly around Yan Chuan and Gigu Zi, spinning faster and faster. Who's there? Tongtian's eyes narrowed. Countless experts in the surroundings were also astonished. What's going on? Isn't the 10,000 nightmares tempering over? Why is there such a huge commotion? Hiss. Wang Jian, Bai Qi, and the others unsheathed their swords and looked at the three huge whirlpools with grave expressions. This was because there was a huge aura coming from the three whirlpools. Meow. Meow's figure flashed and instantly appeared on Yan Chuan's shoulder, staring at the three whirlpools. This is the power of reincarnation. 3 reincarnations. Mo Yushi's eyes narrowed. Reincarnation. 3 paths of reincarnation. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Gigu Zi also swung his sleeves and looked gravely at the 3 reincarnation whirlpools surrounding him. Whoosh! At one of the whirlpools, the water current surged, and gradually, the figure of a man appeared. It was a middle-aged man whose face was somewhat familiar to Yan Chuan. Ha 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 ha, Yen Chuan, Feng Yin Yang. No, I should call you Gui Guzi. Long time no see. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Long time no see. Bai Qi and the others were slightly taken aback. Miao, Yen Chuan, you know him? Who is he? Miao asked curiously. Miao wasn't the only one who was confused. Almost everyone present was at a loss. No one knew this middle-aged man. Even Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi only felt that he looked familiar. What? You don't recognize me? Think about it again. That's right, I looked older back then. The middle-aged man laughed. All of a sudden, Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed as an idea flashed through his mind. Gigu Zi also suddenly remembered this. You are Grave Willow, the Wisp. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Grave Willow, the Wisp was originally from the Sealed World. The Ghost Valley bloodline was divided into the South Sect and the Northern Sect. Feng Yin Yang was in the South Sect, and the Northern Sect leader was Grave Willow, the Wisp. In the end, the South Sect and the Northern Sect had a decisive battle at the entrance of reincarnation. Grave Willow, the Wisp fought against Feng Yin Yang at that time. Grave Willow, the Wisp was sneak attacked by Grave Willow, the Wisp, so he passed the inheritance of the Northern Sect to Feng Yin Yang. Together with the Ghost Valley bloodline. Grave Willow, the Wisp and Grave Willow, the Wisp jumped into reincarnation. At that time, Grave Willow, the Wisp had said that the Grave clan grew in reincarnation. They could gain strength in reincarnation. A strange clan. Why are you here? Gui Guzi asked in surprise. Around them, countless cultivators looked at this person blankly. Grave Willow, the Wisp. What an awkward name. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled, why can't I be here? The Northern Outer Continent. My Mu clan originally lived in the Northern Outer Continent but we left later on. 10,000 blades tempering heart. You too have guts, you dare to play with this? You have to know, everyone who used 10,000 flesh tempering heart failed. Their temperament has not changed. Yen Chuan shook his head, no, a great change in temperament might not mean failure, it might have succeeded. Oh. Grave Willow, the Wisp's eyes lit up. Grave Willow, the Wisp, why are you here to find us? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. Grave Willow, the Wisp's face became serious, nodding, in reincarnation, I know of your past, your fate, that is what surprised me the most. Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi frowned. Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi's fate was the same, they did not expect Grave Willow, the Wisp to know. This time, I am here to settle a grudge with Grave Willow, the Wisp, he found a helper, I also want to find someone to help, I wonder if you two can help. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled. Oh. Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi were puzzled. Don't worry, my Grave Willow, the Wisp has never been stingy, after this matter is settled, there will be benefits beyond your imagination. I promise. Grave Willow, the Wisp said solemnly. Why us? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. Because of your fate. Please hurry, my battle with him is about to begin. Grave Willow, the Wisp immediately said. Yen Chuan and Gui Guzi looked at each other, then nodded, okay. Thank you. Grave Willow, the Wisp smiled. Meow, I want to go too. Meow immediately shouted. You can't go, that place only has the two of them. Grave Willow, the Wisp turned his head and smiled. Meow. Meow immediately said in a bad mood. Bai Qi. Yen Chuan called. Your subject is here. Bai Qi replied. Yen Chuan threw out a heaven-burying copper coffin. Send everyone back. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Bai Qi received the heaven-burying copper coffin and replied. Grave Willow, the Wisp turned to Gui Guzi and said, Gui Guzi, I learn from you and know that you can open the reincarnation passage. Please open the reincarnation passage to the Great Thousand Realms. The Great Thousand Realms? Guzi asked in confusion. My 3 reincarnation passages are the First World, the Great Evil World, and the Great Kindness World. I still lack the reincarnation passage to the Great Thousand Realms. Only then can I open my battlefield. Grave Will-O-The-Wisp said. Reincarnation of the 4 realms? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. That's impossible, right? How can the reincarnation passages of the other 3 realms be opened here? That's right, didn't the reincarnation passages split up? Countless peerless experts in the surroundings were doubtful. Although not many people understood, there were still people who knew that the 72 paths of reincarnation, the Great Evil World, the Great Kindness World, and the Great Thousand Realms each had 6 paths. Therefore, it was impossible to open the 18 paths in the First World. However, Guzi nodded. Feng Shui, reincarnation. Guzi stomped his foot. Whoosh! Another whirlpool was born. Guzi's lineage is indeed powerful. I spent a lot of effort to open the reincarnation passages of the Great Evil and Great Kindness. Grave Will-O-The-Wisp praised. Shall we begin? Guzi said in a deep voice. Grave Will-O-The-Wisp nodded. Grave Will-O-The-Wisp waved his hand. The 4 huge whirlpools suddenly approached each other. Boom! The 4 huge whirlpools collided with a loud bang. The collision caused the entire sky above the sea to distort. Follow me. Grave Will-O-The-Wisp pulled Yan Chuan and Guzi into a crack in the center. Boom! A loud bang resounded in the heavenly sea. The water exploded everywhere, and the original whirlpools suddenly disappeared. Meow! It's gone! Meow exclaimed. The sea quickly calmed down. Yan Chuan, Guzi, and Grave Will-O-The-Wisp suddenly disappeared. Return to the netherworld. Zhao Afang immediately said. Yes. Bai Qi flipped his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Everyone quickly stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Qi also flew to the island. Sect leader Tong Tian, farewell. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Tong Tian nodded. Bai Qi stepped forward and left. In the netherworld when Yan Chuan was in the dreamland, zombie Yan Chuan had also fallen asleep. After all, Yan Chuan only had one consciousness. Now that he woke up and stepped out of the central palace, a large number of officials surrounded him. Meow, Yan Chuan, what happened to you earlier? Also, where did you and Guzi go? Can I go? Everyone looked at zombie Yan Chuan curiously. In a pitch-black environment, 4 huge blue pillars formed a matrix that connected the sky and the earth. The blue pillars spun rapidly, and the power of reincarnation surged out. Countless ghosts danced inside and entered the cycle of reincarnation. At the same time, each of the 4 pillars released a surge of power that rushed toward a sphere in the center. It was as if there was a huge blue transparent egg floating in the center of the 4 pillars. Yan Chuan, Guzi, and Grave Ghostflame stood in the middle of the huge egg. Where is this? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Don't ask where it is. Help me defeat Grave Ghostflame later, and I will obtain the lifeless soul that Senior left behind. Grave Ghostflame took a deep breath and said. Lifeless soul? What's that? Also, which Senior? Yan Chuan asked curiously. The Senior who transformed into 72 reincarnations. Grave Ghostflame said with a smile. What? Him. Yan Chuan and Guzi exclaimed in surprise. How powerful was that person who transformed into 72 reincarnations? At the very least, Yan Chuan could not do that when he was at his strongest in his first life. Do you know about fate? Grave Ghostflame asked in a deep voice. Fate? Everyone's identity is sealed. Guiguzi asked. Haha, it seems like you still don't know. Fate is actually a mark left in your body by fate. It seals your true spirit, memories, and strength. Everything is condensed into this mark. This is the fate. The ghost flame graveyard said in a deep voice. Oh. This is the mark left in the bodies of all living beings by fate. Because of this mark, fate can control all living beings. All living beings in the four worlds are under its control. Only transcendence can sever the connection between their fate and their fate. The other living beings can never escape the control of fate. Everything is fate. Grave Ghost Flame explained. Then lifeless soul is a mark left by lifeless soul. Isn't that the same as transcending? Guiguzi asked curiously. No, a lifeless soul doesn't have a fate, but it can be refined into a clone and live under your fate. It isn't bound by fate, but you are bound by fate. Once you die, it will die as well, said the ghostly flame graveyard. Lifeless soul. It can only be refined into a clone. That's all. Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. Of course, it's different. Without fate, its comprehension ability will be 100 times greater than your main body's. Grave Ghost Flame explained. 100 times greater comprehension ability? Yen Chuan and Guiguzi narrowed their eyes. Are the two of you interested now? Grave Ghost Flame smiled. Chapter 1336. What should we do then? Guiguzi asked after taking a deep breath. The lifeless soul was indeed tempting to Yen Chuan and Guiguzi. More importantly, it would increase their comprehension by more than 200 times. More than 200 times. This would depend on one's fate. However, 200 times was enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. For example, when Yen Chuan deduced the heavenly Tao in the past, if his comprehension was 200 times higher, his speed would be 200 times faster. No, it might even be more than that. After all, the stacking of comprehension was extremely terrifying. The Ghostfire smiled faintly and said, in the battle between me and the skeleton, at most, 2 birth charts will overlap and clash with each other. The skeleton's helper should be someone with an extremely powerful birth chart. However, there are 2 of you with the same birth charts. With the stacking of your birth charts, your strength will be more than twice that of a single person. What should we do? Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. These 4 reincarnation cycles are used to unleash the power of your birth charts. At that time, I'll stand in front while Guiguzi stands behind me. You can place your finger on my back, and I'll naturally absorb your birth chart power. Yen Chuan, don't move for the time being. When the time is right, you can place your finger on my back, and I'll absorb your birth chart power. The Ghostfire said confidently. Yen Chuan and Guiguzi looked at each other in confusion. Absorbing birth chart power? This was the first time they heard of such a thing. All right. The duo nodded without hesitation. Just as the duo nodded, boom. A loud noise suddenly rang in the dark distance. Just like Yen Chuan and the others, 4 huge reincarnation cycles that connected heaven and earth appeared in the distance. The reincarnation cycles converged toward the center of the reincarnation cycle. A blue egg-shaped transparent space floated in the center of the 4 reincarnation cycles. The 2 sides looked exactly the same. Ha ha ha, Ghostfire, you actually arrived first. Alright, but what kind of person did you find? Ha. It's you. Ghostfire, you really know how to find people. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you at the entrance of the reincarnation cycle were so weak. How can you rely on one of them? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A maniacal laughter rang from the giant egg in the distance. It was a blue humanoid skeleton standing in the giant egg, laughing loudly. Behind the skeleton, there was a black-robed man. What are you so proud of when the outcome of the battle has not been decided yet? Who are you looking for? The grave will-o'-the-wisp shouted. The skeleton, which was the skeleton of the tomb, said confidently, I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Come, let's begin. This time, the treasures of the seniors are much more important than the previous ones. No, it's one of the 3 most important treasures of senior. Come, it's mine. Humph, that's fine too. The grave will-o'-the-wisp said coldly. The 2 of them had no desire to continue bickering. Suddenly, their bodies were enveloped in golden light, and the 2 of them stretched out a finger. Swish! A diamond-shaped golden light pillar emerged from each of his fingers and collided with each other. Boom! The 2 pillars of golden light collided with a loud bang. In the darkness, endless golden light suddenly burst forth. But the darkness was too thick, and most of the light disappeared instantly. The 2 golden lights collided, creating a huge rhombus-shaped collision node. Will-o'-the-wisp, our strength is about the same. It's meaningless for us to be in a stalemate. Let's begin. The grave will-o'-the-wisp said. All right. The grave will-o'-the-wisp nodded. Gueguzi. The grave will-o'-the-wisp called out. Amicham. Gueguzi stepped forward and pointed at the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. In just a blink of an eye, the grave will-o'-the-wisp's golden light shrouded Gueguzi. Heavenly Dipper, we're in trouble. The grave will-o'-the-wisp said to the black-robed man. No problem. The black-robed man smiled. Then, he pointed at the grave will-o'-the-wisp's back. Heavenly Dipper. Yen Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Even Gueguzi was shocked. Perhaps it's someone with the same name. Yen Chuan said after taking a deep breath. After adding the power of their respective birth charts, the grave will-o'-the-wisp and the grave will-o'-the-wisp's golden light shone several times brighter. Boom! Another huge collision occurred in the darkness. What a coincidence, the person you're looking for is also a geomancer. The skeleton said confidently. The feng shui master is not important. What's important is that I can defeat you. Ghostfire said coldly. Roar! Grave Ghostfire said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his birth chart power seemed to burn as a ring of golden flames surrounded the golden light on his finger. Rumble! The node at the center of the collision slowly moved toward the tomb. It was as if the will-o'-the-wisp had gained the upper hand. Rumble! The skeleton didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, it sneered and said, Is that all? The grave will-o'-the-wisp looked coldly at the other side and ignored it. Big Dipper, let go of me. Don't be so wary of me. Who can hurt you? Grave Phosphor Skeleton laughed. The black-robed man smiled and said, All right, I'm a little traumatized from last time. You can use my birth chart power. Boom! The power of the grave phosphorus bone suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The golden light pillar at its fingertip also became thicker. Endless golden flames rushed towards the node like a waterfall. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the node stopped moving toward the grave phosphorus bone. Instead, it trembled as it slowly moved back. So much power. This birth chart power. Wait. The grave will-o'-the-wisp's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's too late? The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. Big Dipper. Big Dipper. It's you, a transcender. A transcender who's at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Yen Chuan and Gueguzi's expressions darkened as well. There are a total of 3 transcenders in the 4 realms. Big Dipper. Is it really Big Dipper? Is he the first transcender? The one who transcended from the great vile world? Gueguzi asked in a deep voice. Let's see how you're going to break the birth chart of a transcender, grave will-o'-the-wisp. Unless you find one of the other 2 transcenders. Unfortunately, it's too late. The outcome will be decided soon. The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. Yen Chuan. The grave willow, the wisp cried out. Oh. You want to switch people midway? It's useless even if you switch people. As soon as Gue Guzi disconnects from you, I'll be able to defeat you instantly. The grave phosphorus bone said smugly. The grave willow, the wisp ignored the grave phosphorus bone. Then, Yen Chuan placed his finger on the grave willow, the wisp's back. Boom! A golden light shrouded Yen Chuan's body. The grave willow, the wisp's attack skyrocketed. In just an instant, it was comparable to the grave phosphorus bone's attack. What? Impossible. The 72 paths of reincarnation are monitoring our battle. How can you cheat? 3 birth charts. That's impossible. The grave phosphorus bone exclaimed. A ferocious expression appeared on the grave willow, the wisp's face. Boom! The point of impact slowly moved toward the grave phosphorus bone. How can this be? Grave willow, the wisp, you're cheating. You're cheating. The grave phosphorus bone exclaimed. Cheating? Let me destroy them. Big Dipper said coldly. Ha ha ha. Big Dipper, can't you see it? The grave willow, the wisp said smugly. The grave phosphorus bone said gloomily, it's useless. You might think we're close to each other, but this is just an illusion. We're in the great evil world, and they're in the first world. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to touch them. Rumble. The point of impact shot toward the grave phosphorus bone. More and more golden light appeared. The grave willow, the wisp and the grave phosphorus bone struggled as they clashed with each other with all their might. Similarly, Yen Chuan and Gue Guzi felt weak as well. After all, the consumption of their birth charts was the greatest. Both of them instinctively wanted to give up. However, even though victory was in sight, both of them still tried their best to persevere. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded from the point of impact. It did not take long for the grave phosphorus bone to reach the grave phosphorus bone. I understand now. Grave willow, the wisp, you're so insidious. You found 2 people with the same birth chart. You found 2 people with the same birth chart. The grave phosphorus bone shouted gloomily. Break! The grave phosphorus bone shouted. Boom! The egg in the distance suddenly exploded. I'll be back. Grave willow, the wisp, you insidious scoundrel. I'm not done with you. Roar! The grave phosphorus bone skeleton body exploded. Following that, the grave phosphorus bone's soul entered the samsara wheel. When the egg exploded, Big Dipper and the 4 samsara wheels slowly disappeared. The grave phosphorus bone had won. Yen Chuan, Gue Guzi, and the grave phosphorus bone fell to the ground. They were panting heavily. This kind of consumption is too tiring. Gue Guzi said with a sigh. Ha! Thank you, both of you. We won in the end. The grave phosphorus bone said with a smile. The grave phosphorus bone's battle is really simple. Yen Chuan said, somewhat speechless. Initially, they thought they would have to fight until the end. They did not expect that in the end, they would just stand there and shoot at each other. The outcome was decided in a blink of an eye. This was too simple. It's simple, but it's extremely dangerous. I'm sorry, I didn't explain it to you clearly. Once you fail, you'll fall into the cycle of reincarnation. To my grave clan, falling into the cycle of reincarnation is an enjoyable experience, but to others, it'll be a great loss. Of course, the transcendents are an exception. Heavenly Dipper will definitely be fine. Naturally, Big Dipper will be fine. Yen Chuan. Gue Guzi. I knew it wouldn't be a good thing to meet you. Yen Chuan said with a smile. I was also worried. I was afraid that if I explained things too clearly, both of you wouldn't agree. If that happened, wouldn't I lose? It's all in the past now. The most important thing is that we won. Both of you, please forgive us. Naturally, the harvest is also huge. Both of you, take a look at our spoils of war. The grave phosphorus bone said with an apologetic smile. Then, the Ghostfire solemnly bowed to the four paths of reincarnation. Grave Ghost Flame of the Grave clan pays his respects to Senior. Senior, Grave Ghost Flame has passed all 16 stages. Just now, in the 16th stage, I even defeated the competitors according to Senior's will. I humbly request Senior to bestow upon me. Grave Ghost Flame respectfully bowed. Boom! A void crack suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Within the crack was a small space. There was a black box. Thank you, Senior. Senior is righteous. Us juniors will definitely fulfill Senior's final wish. We will fight for the survival of the world, and do our best to ensure the survival of the world. The Grave Ghost Flame took a deep breath and said. Then, he took out the box. Boom! The spatial crack disappeared. Chapter 1337. Yen Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Grave Willow the Wisp sat on the ground in exhaustion, but all three of them stared at the black box. The inheritance of the Senior is inside. Grave Willow the Wisp said with a smile. Grave Willow the Wisp slowly opened the box. Clang! The box opened, and 3 transparent bottles were placed inside. There seemed to be a viscous liquid in the bottles. The bottle in the middle was golden, and the 2 on the sides were silver-white. There was a label on each bottle. The label on the silver-white bottle read, "Lifeless soul, the purest soul, can be refined into a doppelganger. The doppelganger will listen to the orders of the main body, but its consciousness is different from the main body. All the emotions and emotions of the doppelganger will be converted into rationality and comprehension." Yen Chuan and Gue Guzi looked at each other, and then looked at Grave Willow the Wisp speechlessly. "Mr. Grave, what's going on? Didn't you say that it was 200 times more comprehension? More than that? More than 200 times? Gue Guzi was speechless. This was completely different from what Grave Willow the Wisp said. Wasn't this too unreliable? Grave Willow the Wisp suddenly felt awkward. Ah. Ha ha ha, I also heard about it, that's all. This is also my first time coming into contact with lifeless souls. Yen Chuan. Gue Guzi, 200 times comprehension, looks like it's all for naught. Grave Willow the Wisp was exaggerating. Forget it, this doppelganger is still a little strange. It has no emotions, only rationality and comprehension. This is also my first time coming into contact with it. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes, if the 2 of you have more emotions, you'll be able to transform more. Grave Willow the Wisp immediately tried to salvage the situation. Yen Chuan and Gue Guzi looked at each other helplessly. The label on the golden bottle read, "In the golden bottle, there's also a lifeless soul, but there's also some of my inheritance. I hope you can use it well. The inheritance of the Senior who transformed into reincarnation." Gue Guzi and Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. However, they only sighed for a moment, and did not have any ideas about the golden bottle. "Gentlemen, I'll take a golden bottle, and each of you will take a silver bottle." The Grave Willow Wisp said apologetically. "All right." Yen Chuan and Gue Guzi smiled bitterly. "The 2 of you, it's true that I didn't inform you beforehand. I'm very sorry. I'll apologize again in the future. Here, take this jade talisman. The 2 of you can return after crushing it." "I'll take my leave first," the Grave said, embarrassed. "All right." The 2 of them nodded. Grabbing the golden bottle, the Ghostfire stepped forward and jumped into one of the reincarnations, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Reincarnation. Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi frowned as they looked at the reincarnation. Gigu Zi looked at the four paths reincarnation around him and his brows locked tightly. After a while, he said, Saint King, I have an idea. Oh. This subject wishes to save Dark Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi said solemnly. Save? Yes, Dark Gue Guzi. In the past, this subject misunderstood and formed a dark side. After the heart refinement of 10,000 tendrils, Dark Gue Guzi no longer resents Saint King. This resentment is fading away until it completely disappears. However, there is still a trace of him left, and this subject wishes to save him. What do you want to do? Yan Chuan asked curiously. He has all my thoughts, and he's even more unscrupulous than I am. He's the incarnation of the Dark Devil. However, after the heart refinement of 10,000 tendrils, he will no longer be a threat to me or great perfection. I wish to send him into one of the reincarnations. Send him to the great evil world or the great good world? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, use the life-usurping derivation art to turn him into one of the two worlds. I only know the first world and the great thousand worlds reincarnations. This subject does not know the other two worlds. It's either great evil or great good. This subject wishes to bury a chess piece for great perfection's future. Yan Chuan took a deep breath as he looked at Gue Guzi. In the end, he nodded and said, all right. This subject wishes to ask the Saint King for something for Dark Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi said solemnly. You mean the metal beast? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, the metal beast. The metal beast's divine power is boundless. I know that the Saint King has great use for it, but... Gue Guzi frowned. Bang! Yan Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. A silver humanoid metal figure poured out from the coffin. This subject trusts Sir. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. Restore yourself to your best condition first. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Gue Guzi nodded. The two sat cross-legged for a month. A month later, they both recovered to their peak condition. A month later, Yan Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. It was Gigu Zi's body that was slowly emitting black smoke. I'm not dead yet. Keek keek, Gue Guzi, you didn't let me die. Evil Gue Guzi's voice came from the black energy. The black energy slowly flew out and entered the metal beast's body. The metal beast's consciousness had been destroyed by Yan Chuan, so Dark Gue Guzi happened to take over its body. His originally silver body gradually turned black. Dark Gue Guzi's evil devouring power was too strong. Boom! Gue Guzi's body trembled. He was completely separated from Dark Gue Guzi. Crack 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 crack. The metal beast slowly twisted its body. Its original metal body suddenly melted into a mercury-like liquid metal. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into Gue Guzi's appearance. Dark Gue Guzi, the metal beast's body. Ha ha ha, such a strong physical body, so strong. Dark Gue Guzi shouted excitedly. Then, Dark Gue Guzi looked at the two. When he saw Yan Chuan, Dark Gue Guzi raised his eyebrows. His former resentment was gone, and he no longer looked at Yan Chuan with hostility. Yan Chuan, you are Master's successor. Don't let him down. Bai Yi, I misunderstood him back then. He is a man. Dark Gue Guzi said solemnly. Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I won't let Grandpa down. And one day, I will avenge Grandpa. Yan Chuan nodded. Avenge Master. No matter who it is, no one will live. Dark Gue Guzi's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. The three nodded. Looking at the two, Dark Gue Guzi took a deep breath and said, everything depends on luck. We will meet again when the four realms become one. Take care. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Take care. Guzi also said solemnly. Nodding, Dark Guzi looked at the 4 reincarnation tunnels and stepped into one. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dark Guzi was sucked into the reincarnation tunnel. Yan Chuan and Guzi were silent for a while. Let's begin. Refine. Yan Chuan said. Guzi nodded. The two took out a silver bottle each. Opening the bottle cap, they opened their mouths and sucked inside. Whoosh! The lifeless souls inside were sucked into their bodies. The two sat down cross-legged again. They closed their eyes and began to refine. This refinement took another 3 months. 3 months later, Yan Chuan and Guzi opened their eyes one after the other. A white halo was emitting from their bodies. They stood up and remained motionless. Half an incense stick's time later, the halo on their bodies separated from the surface. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 white-robed men suddenly appeared beside the two. They still looked like Yan Chuan and Guzi. Their faces were expressionless and cold. However, his pupils were completely silver. A pair of silver pupils. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Silver-eyed Guzi bowed slightly to Guzi. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan also bowed slightly to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan and Guzi looked at the two in confusion. Looking at the pair of silver pupils, they felt like they were being seen through. What can you see? Guzi asked in a low voice. Particles. Silver-eyed Guzi said in a low voice. Particles. Do you see me as countless particles too? Guzi asked in surprise. Yes, everything is particles. In my eyes, they are all particles. It's just that their arrangement is different. Silver-eyed Guzi said solemnly. Yan Chuan looked at silver-eyed Guzi. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan also nodded. Countless small particles, surrounded by countless smaller particles. What about the others? What about the 4 reincarnations? Guzi asked. It's also a special kind of particle. A special arrangement. If I have enough time, I can understand the arrangement of all the particles. I can arrange the reincarnations again, but it'll take a lot of time. Silver-eyed Guzi said in a low voice. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan also nodded. Yan Chuan and Guzi looked at each other. At this moment, they were no longer disappointed. These two bodies were too crazy. Everything in the world could be seen as the arrangement of different particles. I want to go into seclusion to understand these particles. Silver-eyed Guzi said in a low voice. I want to go into seclusion to understand all the arrangements of all the particles. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yan Chuan and Guzi looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Clang! Yan Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin. Let's go back to Dezhen first. I'll arrange everything. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Both of them answered. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan and silver-eyed Guzi stepped into the coffin. They quickly teleported back to the great Qin city in the netherworld. In the upper study, zombie Yan Chuan looked at the two of them. Look at me. Am I also countless particles? Zombie Yan Chuan asked. Yes, everything in the world is formed by the arrangement of particles. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan nodded. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded and said, I've already arranged for Lu Buwei and Li Si. We'll set up the heaven and earth pavilions. The heaven pavilion will be in Xianyang city in the Yang realm, while the earth pavilion will be in the great Qin city in the netherworld. My doppelganger will be in the heaven pavilion, while Guzi's doppelganger will be in the earth pavilion. There will be no fate to watch over us. We'll each comprehend the heaven and earth, sentient beings, heavenly Tao, fate, or fate. Okay. Both of them nodded. At this point, Dezhen suddenly had two more special places. Yan Chuan didn't tell anyone. Even Lu Buwei and Li Si didn't know what was in the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion. In any case, there was only one rule. No one was allowed to go near them. Those who did would be punished for treason. From this moment on, the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion were the #1 forbidden areas in Dezhen. Yan Chuan personally set up formations outside. Meow, Yan Chuan, what's in the Heaven Pavilion and Earth Pavilion? Why can't I go there? Meow ran over to Yan Chuan and asked coquettishly. Chapter 1338. Netherworld, Great Qin City. In the study room. A sky-burying coffin was placed at the entrance of the study room. Wang Jian stepped out from inside. Sage King, Tong Tian is fighting against the 9 sages of the Yang realm. The 9 sages are fighting. Wang Jian said solemnly. 9 sages? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Other than Palace Master Ju, Wu Tian, Shimen, Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi, Dongfang Bubi, Yuan Tian Gang, and 100 Evil Demon, the 9th sage of the Yang realm has also appeared. His aura is soaring, and he is exuding boundless nobility. Wang Jian said solemnly. Oh. This person is wearing a purple robe. Even the light of the sages can't hide his nobility. The sages usually have a layer of mist covering their faces, but he doesn't. It's as if he doesn't care about such a noble identity. His purple aura soared into the sky. A group of sages stood together. This person's aura overshadowed everyone else. Wang Jian said solemnly. Everyone? Including Dongfang Bubi? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Perhaps the two of them have different styles. Dongfang Bubi doesn't fight because he's reserved. When he fights, he shines brightly. Right now, the 9 sages are besieging Tong Tian. Dongfang Bubi rarely fights, and the 9th sage is the same. Because the two of them didn't use any weapons or treasures. It's as if they're just watching Tong Tian and cooperating with the other sages with their special abilities. Wang Jian said solemnly. Purple aura soaring into the sky. Indescribably noble. Have you heard his name? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, he's called Purple Star. Wang Jian said. Purple Star. Yan Chuan's face darkened. This name was too special, especially for the emperors of the world. There was a star in the sky called the North Star, also known as the Lord of Numbers, the Purple Star. It was the name of the emperors of the world. This person was named Purple Star. Does anyone know his origin? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. No. Lu Gang has sent guards to investigate outside the Tongtian Sea, but none of the experts in the world know Purple Star. It's as if he came out of nowhere. Wang Jian said. Where's Tongtian? Yan Chuan looked at Wang Jian and asked. The sect leader of Tongtian is very strange this time. Against the 9 saints, he only used one sword, the Immortal slaying sword. As for the other 3 swords, they were abandoned. Wang Jian said solemnly. Only one strike. He didn't even use the Immortal slaying sword formation. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, the Tongtian sect leader's swordsmanship is indeed surging. No one dared to get close to him. Wherever the sword chi passed, countless sword-shaped trenches were formed on the ground. Anyone who got close to it was killed by the sword chi of the Immortal slaying sword. The 9 sages joined forces, but they still could not do anything to him. Of course, Dongfang Bubi and Zi Wei did not use their full strength. Wang Jian described. Go. Yan Chuan nodded. Wang Jian stepped into the sky-burying coffin, and at the same time, a person stepped out of the coffin. Meng Tian. Holy King, the battle is about to end. Meng Tian said immediately. Oh. The 9 sages each mobilized the power of heaven and earth. The sky darkened, and lightning flashed. 27,000 heavenly path phantoms merged into one, forming a giant heavenly path formation that pressed down on the Tongtian sect leader. The entire Tongtian territory is shaking. Meng Tian said. The Tongtian sect leader alone withstood 27,000 heavenly path phantoms. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Although these are the heavenly path phantoms used by the sages, their power was enough to destroy countless onlookers. For huge cracks spread out from the Azure Palace in all directions. The Tongtian sect leader is trapped in them, and he can't move. Meng Tian said. He can't move. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. However, the Tongtian sect leader did not use the other 3 swords. He used the Immortal slaying sword to withstand 27,000 heavenly path phantoms with a ferocious expression. The combined power of the sages is about to destroy the Tongtian sect leader. Meng Tian said in a low voice. He can't move. No, the Tongtian sect leader is pushing his limits. He wants to use the combined power of the sages to suppress his breakthrough. Go, I understand. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Meng Tian nodded and stepped into the sky-burying coffin again. At the same time, Yan Chuan and Gigu Zi sat cross-legged at the center of the 4 reincarnation formations and slowly opened their eyes. The Tongtian sect war is about to end. It's time to go back and watch it. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Gigu Zi nodded. Yan Chuan reached out and crushed the jade talisman left by Ghostfire in the tomb. Rumble. The 4 reincarnation formations suddenly collapsed, and the space where the 2 of them were suddenly distorted as they were teleported out. Above the Tongtian Sea, dark clouds covered the entire heavenspan territory. It was as dark as night. The earth was constantly churning, and the sea around the territory was churning with monstrous tsunamis. In the darkness, more than 20,000 heavenly Tao shone brightly. More than 20,000 heavenly Tao fell from all directions. At this moment, they seemed to be falling at an angle, their roots pressing down on the center of the green Turing Palace. The void around the Tongtian Sea was shattered. However, the Tongtian Sea and green Turing Palace remained the same. The Tongtian sect leader stepped on the ground and used the Immortal slaying sword to resist the 27,000 heavenly Tao. Rumble. Standing at the bottom, the Tongtian sect leader's black robe fluttered rapidly in the wind. He had a ferocious look on his face as he resisted the 27,000 heavenly Tao with some difficulty. Surrounding the group of heavenly Tao were 9 dazzling men and women. The 9 sages reached out and controlled the power of heaven and earth to suppress the Tongtian sect leader. The Tongtian sect leader resisted the 9 sages with his own strength. Tongtian, you have a day like this, ha 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 ha. One of the sages laughed wildly. Gong Yangzi. The Tongtian sect leader's eyes turned cold. That day, you severed one of my arms in front of everyone. Today, I will crush you to dust in front of everyone. Gong Yangzi said arrogantly. You clown, how dare you be so presumptuous? The Tongtian sect leader's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, a wisp of black gas seemed to seep out of the black robe around him. The black gas had the ability to devour and was constantly devouring the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Crack. 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 A series of crisp sounds came from within the Tongtian sect leader. Humph, what did I do? That day, I only met Yan Chuan again. What right do you have to interfere in the grudge between me and Yan Chuan? Gong Yangzi said angrily. Humph. The black gas around the Tongtian sect leader became more vigorous. You are at the end of your road. Let me send you on your last journey. Gong Yangzi said fiercely. As he said that, he mobilized the power of heaven and earth with one hand and suddenly stabbed the sword at the Tongtian sect leader with the other. The Tongtian sect leader could not move, as if he would be killed by the sword. At this moment, the void beside Gong Yangzi suddenly trembled, and two figures appeared. Yan Chuan and Gigu Zi had returned. What? Gong Yangzi suddenly cried out in surprise. Yan Chuan suddenly appeared, and he was only 10 inches away from Gong Yangzi. He was too close. Yan Chuan's expression also changed. He did not care which sage it was and instinctively slapped Gong Yangzi's back. Boom! Gong Yangzi was immediately sent flying toward the Tongtian sect leader. No! Gong Yangzi shouted in horror. Yan Chuan had disrupted the rhythm of the battle, and the 3,000 heavenly Tao shadows that he controlled also wavered. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. The moment the opportunity appeared, endless sword chi appeared around the Tongtian sect leader, and a huge sword energy shot from the top of his head into the 9 heavens. Roar! The Tongtian sect leader let out an explosive roar, and the strength around him suddenly increased by several times. Boom! More than 20,000 heavenly Tao shadows exploded with a loud bang. Under the huge explosion, the group of sages was immediately sent flying backward by the recoil. Gong Yangzi was the only one who was hit by Yan Chuan's sneak attack toward the Tongtian sect leader. Slash! The Tongtian sect leader roared. Xing! The immortal slaying sword drew a purple sword light and slashed toward Gong Yangzi. No! Gong Yangzi used his sword to block in horror. However, under the immortal slaying sword's purple light, Gong Yangzi's sword energy and divine sword were cut in half. The power of the Tongtian sect leader's sword instantly broke through all of Gong Yangzi's defenses. Boom! Gong Yangzi was cut in half, and the heaven and earth altar under his feet was also cut in half. The purple sword light did not dissipate and continued to slash into the distance. Boom! A pitch-black belt of void rushed to the edge of the Tongtian sect. The purple light slashed into the ground. Boom! A huge trench stretched endlessly into the sea at the edge of the Tongtian sect. Rumble! The sea outside the trench also churned. Then, from the distant sea, water quickly flowed in from the opposite direction. More than 20,000 heavenly Daos collapsed. The sages were no longer in the mood to fight. At this moment, Tongtian's sect leader was surrounded by countless black flames that shot toward the black clouds in the sky. Walala! The endless black clouds were suddenly burned away by the flames. At the same time, an unstoppable aura surged out from the prime of Tongtian. The sages stopped fighting and looked at the Tongtian sect leader solemnly. Gong Yangzi's body was cut in half, and the heaven and earth altar under his feet also exploded. The Tongtian sect leader killed him with a single strike. Gong Yangzi was dead. The mist on his face slowly dissipated. As he was dying, he turned with great difficulty to look at the two people who had appeared behind him. Yan Chuan and Gigu Zi. It's you again, Yan Chuan. I died because of you. I actually died because of bad luck. I hate you. Gong Yangzi sobbed as he breathed his last. Boom! Gong Yangzi's body suddenly exploded. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. An endless rain of blood suddenly fell from the sky. Mournful music filled the air, and a bloody mist rose into the sky. The fall of a sage was a great sorrow for the world. However, at this moment, no one cared about the fall of a sage. Almost everyone was staring at the Tongtian sect leader in the center of the black flames. Sword energy surrounded him, and sword light soared into the sky. An unstoppable aura of endless sharpness. 13 levels of ancestral immortal. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Tongtian sect leader broke through. Gigu Zi sighed. Roar. The Tongtian sect leader roared again. Fate, I want to fight again. 1 year from now, in this place, I want to fight 15 sages. I want them to give it their all. Tongtian sect leader roared again. Chapter 1339. Tian, I want to fight again. 1 year later, here, I want to fight the 15 sages. I want them to go all out. Tongtian roared at the sky again. Rumble. The dark clouds that were burned by Tongtian's black flames appeared again, and a powerful aura rushed down. The remaining 8 sages looked up at the sky. Yan Chuan and Gigu Zi also looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Even further away, there were countless experts watching from afar. Miao. Miao suddenly appeared on Yan Chuan's shoulder. Yan Chuan, you're finally back. Miao said with joy. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. Tian, 1 year later, I will set up the Immortal Slaying Sword formation and fight the 15 sages. I hope they will go all out. Tongtian roared at the sky again. Approved. There was a sudden explosion in the void, and it went straight to everyone's heart. Especially the group of sages, Wu Tian, Tian Jizi, Palace Master Ju, Evil Old Demon, Shiman, and Yuan Tian Gang. They all responded, yes. Only 2 people, Dongfang Bubi and a man in a purple robe, did not respond. All the sages in the world, listen up. From today onwards, the sages are allowed to travel between the Yin and Yang realms. 1 year later, all the sages will surround and kill Tongtian. No mistakes. The roar sounded again. Under the loud explosion, the voice penetrated both the Yin and Yang realms. The sages of the underworld also suddenly became serious. Yes. The sages of the underworld responded. Within a year, there will be a vacancy for a sage position, and the North Outer Continent will be born. The capable will be the sage. The loud explosion instantly spread across the world. For a moment, countless experts in the world clenched their fists, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Rumble. The dark clouds slowly dispersed. Tian came for a while, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Around the Azure Palace, Tongtian retracted his aura and turned to look at the sages. Thank you for this battle. 1 year later, we will fight again here. Tongtian said in a deep voice. The sages stared at Tongtian for a while. 1 year. Tongtian. Don't disappoint me. The purple-robed sage said in the distance. Yan Chuan looked over. This was Saint Ziwei. He was dressed in a luxurious robe that was overflowing with purple light. His face was extremely handsome, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. His eyes flashed with admiration as he looked at Tongtian. Ziwei Saint. Tongtian looked over with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, the Tongtian sect leader could naturally see which of these saints had done their best, and which of them had done it with ease. Ziwei Saint was the one who had done it with ease. 1 year later, I'll see you again. Saint Ziwei smiled. As he spoke, he took a step forward and soared into the sky. He transformed into a beam of purple light and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Dongfang Bubi frowned as he watched Saint Ziwei leave. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and vanished from where he stood. After the 2 saints left, the remaining 6 saints looked at each other. Farewell. The 6 of them said. Then, the 6 of them turned into streaks of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the saint left, a large number of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was Sun Wukong in human form. Congratulations, sect leader. Sun Wukong congratulated. Wukong, get someone to clean up. Tongtian sect leader said in a deep voice. Okay. Sun Wukong replied. Tongtian sect leader then looked at Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi. Looking at the two of them, Tongtian sect leader's eyes flashed slightly. Although he did not know where the two of them had gone in the past few months, it was because he did not know that they seemed even more mysterious. Why did they suddenly appear just now? Where did they appear from? One had to know that on the Tongtian Sea, everything was under his control. It was impossible to disappear and appear out of thin air. However, Yan Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Grave Ghostfire had really done it. Congratulations. Yan Chuan said with a smile. I should say the same. The two of you must have gained a lot. Tongtian sect leader said with a smile. Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi smiled slightly. Please. Tongtian sect leader extended his hand and said with a smile. Yan Chuan and Gue Guzi nodded and stepped into Bio Palace with Tongtian sect leader. At the same time. Luoyang City, west outer continent of the Yang realm. In a forbidden hall. Quang. The door of the hall slowly opened, and an old man in a green robe walked out slowly from the forbidden hall. When the old man walked out of the hall, the countless guards around him were surprised. The old man was Hongjun ancestor. Previously, he had pierced the eye of heaven with a sword and was extremely stunning. However, everyone's memory was erased in the end, so many people did not recognize Hongjun ancestor. Hongjun looked up at the sky and turned to the northwest. The 13th heaven of ancestor immortal. Tongtian, you did not disappoint me in the end. Hongjun ancestor said lightly. 1 year. That's good. 1 year is enough. Hongjun ancestor said lightly. As he said that, the void in front of Hongjun ancestor trembled slightly. Hongjun ancestor stepped into the trembling void. Boom! It was like a space-time ripple that instantly moved towards the north outer continent. Hongjun ancestor had gone to the north outer continent. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Gongyang Benlei stood in front of zombie Yan Chuan with a heavy expression. Sage King, did the family head die? Gongyang Benlei asked bitterly. Gongyang Zi is dead. Yan Chuan nodded. Gongyang Benlei smiled bitterly, I guessed it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hurry up and subdue the Gongyang family. Now that Gongyang Zi is dead, there will be a purge around the southeast continent. Go back early and save more people. Yan Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Gongyang Benlei replied. Yang realm, far away from Tongtian Sea. Yuan Tiangang returned to Wujiong's side. Sky Emperor. Yuan Tiangang shouted. How was the battle just now? Wujiong asked. Tongtian sect leader did not do his best. No, maybe he did, but he did not use many methods. At least, he did not use the number 1 killing formation of the Great Thousand World, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. It was just to improve his cultivation. Yuan Tiangang said. Tongtian. Wujiong narrowed his eyes. Sky Emperor, that Ziwei Saint surprised me. I have never heard of him. Why is he so elegant? Yuan Tiangang said solemnly. Ziwei Saint. I have been watching him. During this time, I saw him mobilize the will of the stars. Wujiong said in a deep voice. The will of the stars? The will of the Ziwei star that the Emperor of the mortal world borrows power from the stars? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. Wujiong stretched out his hand and beckoned. In the starry sky, a ray of starlight rushed toward Wujiong. Wujiong frowned as he caught the ray of starlight in his palm. Yes, it is the will of the Ziwei star. The power of the stars is weak, and it can only be mobilized to increase one's strength when one is immortal. After becoming an immortal, this power is almost negligible. However, this Ziwei Saint is different. The power he can mobilize is not inferior to the power of the world. Wu Jiong said solemnly. What? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. Investigate this Ziwei saint carefully. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1340. By the time Yan Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Miao left Green Touring Palace, everything outside had already been dealt with. Most of the cultivators had left, but a small number were still unwilling to leave. Everyone knew that an even greater battle would be held here in a year. Countless cultivators were looking forward to it. When Yan Chuan came out, Bai Qi and the others were waiting respectfully. Sage King, the sky-burying coffin. Bai Qi handed over the sky-burying coffin. Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Seated in the dragon carriage, the group quickly arrived at a manor. Miao. Yan Chuan, are we going to wait here forever? Miao asked curiously. A year will pass very quickly. Moreover, many things will definitely happen in this year. Yan Chuan nodded his head. Half a month later. Zhao Fang, Mou Shi, and ZZ returned to Great Zhen. Yan Chuan was fishing by a small lake. Miao was playing with the fish with her claws. Behind him, Meng Wenrua hurried over. Sage King, something has indeed happened. Meng Wenrua said gravely. Oh. Yan Chuan's fishing rod moved slightly. Meng Wenrua said in a low voice, news has come from the western part of the heaven-span domain, which borders the sea. No, it seems that within a single night, almost everyone within a 1 billion kilometer radius to the west suddenly gained a new memory. Miao. Memories can appear out of nowhere. Miao said in shock. Is it everyone? Yan Chuan put down his fishing rod and asked gravely. Yes, even ancestral immortals. A year later, Skyspan Domain will be even more sensitive to the battle between Skyspan Domain and the 15 sages. Countless cultivators have remained in Skyspan Domain. However, this news suddenly appeared in the west, and countless cultivators rushed there. Meng Wenrua said gravely. Even ancestral immortals can gain a new memory. It seems that this is indeed something major. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, there's an additional space-time arena on the west side of the sea. The memories of countless practitioners invite the experts of the world to improve themselves, Meng Wenrua said. Space-time Colosseum. Yes, all those who entered the space-time Colosseum had their cultivation and strength greatly improved after coming out, Meng Wenrua said solemnly. There's such a place. Yan Chuan revealed a trace of doubt. Yes. According to the people who entered the space-time Colosseum, they only entered for a day, but it felt like they had spent several years inside. Inside, there would be people who would fight with them to break through their limits. If they won, it would be fine. But if they lost, they would be saved by the power of the space-time Colosseum the instant they were killed. In other words, there would be no danger to their lives. A day outside is equivalent to several years inside? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. That's right. When you want to spar, a figure will automatically appear to spar with you. When you gain enlightenment, they will specially clear the area so that you can go into seclusion. In just a few days, the news swept everywhere like a storm. Meng Wenrua said solemnly. Miao. A day outside is equivalent to several years inside. Why is there such a place? Miao asked, puzzled. Yes. As long as one grasps the time ability, they can do it, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Time ability? Miao asked curiously. Hongjun. Yan Chuan suddenly stood up with his eyebrows raised. Holy King said that Hongjun created the space-time Colosseum. Meng Wenrua said in surprise. From what I know, only he knows the time ability. However. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. However what? Miao asked curiously. Hongjun was once the strongest person in the Great Thousand Realms in a certain era. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. At that time, he challenged all the strong people in the world. 15 sages were not a match for one of his clones. Being the strongest person in the world was not just about strength. His scheming was also unparalleled. He grasped the time ability and could see the past and present. Bai Huan even guessed that this ability could see a trace of the future. He was an unparalleled schemer. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Miao. Miao asked in surprise. In the past, he hid in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. If it's really him now, why did he suddenly appear in such a high-profile manner? He must be planning something. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, can't we just go and take a look? Miao immediately called out. Yan Chuan nodded. Space-time Colosseum. Let's go and take a look. Yes. Meng Wenrua nodded curiously. Stepping into the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan and the others quickly headed west. Because they were in the Heavenspan territory, they soon arrived at the Space-Time Colosseum. It was on a huge island in the west of the Heavenspan territory. On the island, there was a huge door that was 100 feet tall. Inside the huge door was a black vortex. Countless experts were rushing towards the interior of the palace one after another. Yan Chuan and the others stopped at the shore. Bang! At that moment, the huge door spat out a large number of cultivators. Ah! What? Immediately, a large number of cultivators flew out with gloomy expressions. What's going on? Why? No. The cultivators who flew out were instantly annoyed. Among those who flew out, one of them saw Yan Chuan's dragon carriage and immediately flew over. The Eastern Depot's 1,000 households of the Heavenspan territory greets the Sage King. That person immediately said respectfully. What happened? Yan Chuan asked. Just now, this subordinate was in seclusion when a voice suddenly sounded. It said that the Space-Time Colosseum will only accept ancestral immortals. The 1,000 households said respectfully. Only ancestral immortals. Yan Chuan was slightly puzzled. This subordinate has already been in there for 3 years. The 1,000 households said again. Miao. 3 years? Miao said in surprise. The time inside is very different from the time outside. This subordinate fought many people of the same level and gained many insights. Unfortunately, there is no Yuan Qi inside. Every time I enter seclusion, I have to absorb energy from immortal stones. The 1,000 households explained. As the 1,000 households spoke, those below ancestral immortal level cursed in the distance, but those above ancestral immortal level entered one after another. In the beginning, it didn't discriminate by cultivation base. It seems like it was to prove the wonders of the place to the outside world. Now that the effect has been achieved, these people are being pushed out for publicity. Meng Wenrua said gravely. Whoosh! A ray of white light descended. Wu Tian. Meng Wenrua's eyes flashed with surprise. Whoosh! In the distance, Wu Tian stepped in without hesitation. Sage King, in addition to Sage Wu Tian, many other sages have entered. Palace Lord Zhu, Shiman, Yuan Tiangang, Wu Jiong, 100 Evil Fiend, and many others. Many experts have entered, the 1,000 households said. Sage King, let this subordinate go scout. Gigu Zi took a deep breath. No need. This emperor will go alone. You stand guard outside. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yes, everyone answered. Bai Qi, follow me. Yan Chuan called out. Miao. I want to go too. Miao immediately called out. Looking at Miao, Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan, Miao, and Bai Qi flew towards the giant door in the distance. Look, that's Yan Chuan of great accomplishment. He went in too. Even the great Zhou celestial emperor went in. What's so strange about Yan Chuan going in? Countless cultivators watched from all directions. Yan Chuan and the others stepped in. Whoosh! The surroundings changed, turning into a huge valley. The moment Yan Chuan and the others entered, they separated. Meow. Meow's figure flashed, and she appeared on Yan Chuan's shoulder. As for Bai Qi, he was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! On the other side of the valley, a red-robed man suddenly appeared. You are my new opponent? The red-robed man asked in a deep voice. However, Yan Chuan ignored him. Instead, he raised his head and looked around. As he looked, Yan Chuan's eyes gradually turned 14 colors. In an instant, he seemed to see through countless illusions. Gradually, his gaze seemed to transcend time and space, and he saw a floating platform above his head. On the floating platform, an azure-robed old man sat quietly. When Yan Chuan looked over, the old man seemed to sense something as well. He turned his head to look at Yan Chuan. Old ancestor Hongjun, how have you been? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The red-robed ancestral immortal opposite Yan Chuan looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. The red-robed ancestral immortal looked around and then looked up. He could not see Hongjun at all. Yan Chuan stared at Hongjun on the floating platform. Hongjun nodded his head slightly. Yan Chuan and Miao disappeared from where they were and appeared on Hongjun's floating platform. The red-robed ancestral immortal was left in the valley with an incomparably confused look. Miao. What is this place? Miao looked around in surprise. Yan Chuan and Miao landed on Hongjun's floating platform. When they looked around from the floating platform, all they saw was darkness. Within the darkness, there were 3,000 bubbles floating around. Within each of the bubbles, there was a different scene. Within each of the bubbles, it was as though two unparalleled experts were fighting each other. Yan Chuan and Miao were in one of the bubbles previously. Yan Chuan even saw that within one of the bubbles, Bai Qi was fighting with an ancestral immortal. Hongjun sat on the floating platform and looked at the 3,000 bubbles. Old ancestor Hongjun, nice move. As expected of the number one person in the Great Thousand World back then. Yan Chuan exclaimed. Hongjun looked at Yan Chuan with slight surprise in his eyes. Then, he smiled and said, what number one person in the world? Aren't you also a loser? Back then, I lost to you. Old ancestor, you are exaggerating. In the battle back then, you fought against the entire world together with the heavens. It was amazing. Back then, I went all out and only dealt with one of your avatars. Although I won in the end, I felt that your avatars did not go all out. Yan Chuan shook his head. Hongjun smiled and did not explain the past. Ming Tianhan is Fu Su, right? Old ancestor Hongjun said indifferently. Oh. Yan Chuan's pupils shrank. Miao. What Fu Su? Miao asked in surprise. Hongjun took a deep breath and said, dream of heaven's secrets. You have entered my Purple Cloud Palace, and Fu Su came from the Purple Cloud Palace's passageway. Others may not know him, but I know him well. Yan Chuan smiled with a complicated expression and said, Grandpa is right. You can never let sand in your eyes. You are still so insightful. Chapter 1341. Yan Chuan smiled with a complicated expression. Grandpa is right. Your eyes will never let sand get into your head. You are still so insightful. Insightful? If you know everything, you won't have to hide for so long. Hongjun ancestor sighed slightly. Hongjun motioned for Yan Chuan to sit down. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan also sat cross-legged on a futon. In front of them, a stone table with a teapot on it slowly floated up. Miao, I'll pour tea for you. Miao jumped onto the stone table in boredom. It poured a cup of tea for them. Hide. Hong Jun ancestor, you are in the same generation as my grandpa. Is there anyone in the world that you can hide? Yen Chuan frowned. Hong Jun sighed slightly and shook his head. Yes, he is so powerful that everyone can't breathe. Oh. Can I hear the details? Yen Chuan's expression turned serious. It's only at my place. If it were somewhere else, no one would dare to ask or answer. You have heard of this person many times. Hong Jun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Oh. Hong Jun looked at Yen Chuan and a light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, his name is Fate. Fate? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Hong Jun nodded seriously. Whether it is Chao, Kong Huangtian or other experts, they are all afraid of fate. Yen Chuan's face gradually became serious. You mean, fate has self-awareness? Hong Jun nodded gently. Meow. How can fate have self-awareness? What is he? Meow asked curiously. Fate has no feelings, no emotions, only reason. He thinks that whoever threatens him will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. When the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Have you heard of it? Hong Jun said in a deep voice. When the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Yen Chuan nodded. The moment the four realms merge, all living beings will die. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. Oh. Why? Why does fate want to destroy all living things? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. The infinite gave birth to the Taiji. From the moment our world was born in the void, everything was destined. That time should be called the first epoch. What is destiny? If we use the word human to describe it, our world is the body, and fate is the soul. All living beings are the subsequent lives born from the body. Hong Jun explained. The soul of the world. Yen Chuan frowned. Yes, Wuji gives birth to Taiji, and Taiji will also die in Wuji. In other words, under normal circumstances, our world will die again one day and disappear completely. Hong Jun said solemnly. Meow. Death? Meow Meow asked in surprise. Other than transcendence, nothing is eternal. It's like looking at the stars in the starry sky. One day, the stars will die. It's the same for the world. One day, it will die. However, if you want eternity, there's only one way, and that's to transcend. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. In the first world, the three corpses were severed. The three corpses were severed to create the three corpses of great evil, great kindness, and the great thousand corpses. When the three corpses of great thousand corpses are combined, the entire world will be eternal? Yen Chuan said solemnly. That's right. When the four realms merge, it's the moment of transcendence. What are we living beings? The vitality, beliefs, and emotions of all living beings are the forces that constantly promote the progress of the world. Because of the development of all living beings, the entire world is revitalized, and the world is constantly moving toward its final goal. Otherwise, the world is a pool of stagnant water. It's impossible to sever the three corpses and merge them. Hong Jun explained. Vitality, beliefs, and emotions. These are the forces that promote the development of the world. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. These ethereal things could revitalize a world. There are many of them, but they can't be used directly. They're all nutrients for the world. Otherwise, why do you think the world is constantly giving birth to new lives and new races? Hong Jun said with a smile. Meow, then why do all living beings have to die when the world transcends? Meow was puzzled. Fate tolerates all living beings because it needs them. When the four realms merge, it won't need them anymore. Fate doesn't have emotions. If it were you, would you be willing to have countless useless bugs crawling all over your body? Hong Jun said with a smile. Countless bugs crawling all over my body. Meow shuddered. I don't want to. Meow immediately shouted. That's right. You don't want it, and fate doesn't want it either. The most benevolent method is to throw all living beings out of your body and throw them into the nothingness to fend for themselves. However, other than the transcendence, who can survive in the nothingness? Yen Chuan drank a cup of water. At this moment, most of the doubts in his heart were finally explained. Why did all living beings perish when the four realms merge? It turned out to be the high and mighty fate. It looked down on and controlled the fate of all living beings. In the first epoch, a group of powerful living beings refused to accept fate and wanted to resist. However, all living beings were born from heaven and earth. They couldn't resist at all. Those who resisted were destroyed. Because fate doesn't matter. The world will continuously give birth to new living beings. What does it matter if some die? Hong Jun said with a smile. However, Yen Chuan's frown deepened. Until the first epoch, a certain peerless expert proposed an idea. All living beings should transcend. Before the world transcends, all living beings should transcend together. That way, they would be able to survive. Hong Jun said solemnly. The senior who transformed into 72 reincarnations? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. Hong Jun nodded. That's right. It's him. He transformed into samsara. This senior sacrificed a lot and used his strength to root himself into the world, forming 72 reincarnations. He provided for all living beings to reincarnate and accumulate the soul force of their previous lives, passing on the essence of every generation. This resulted in the scene of countless peerless experts hidden in the world. If not for him, a batch of living beings would have perished. None of their heritage would have been passed down, and none of their essence would have been left to their descendants. In fact, all living beings would have killed even more for their respective races. It's because of samsara that peerless experts remember their respective missions and a common goal. Meow. Meow looked at Hong Jun in a daze. How strong is fate? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. He represents the pinnacle. Some speculate that he's at the 18th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm, while others speculate that he's at the 19th firmament. No one knows the exact details because no one has seen him before. Those who have seen fate are all dead. Hong Jun said with a bitter smile. Although fate hasn't transcended, none of the transcendents of the four realms are his match. Hong Jun said with a bitter smile. Yen Chuan was silent for a while. Yen Chuan, I can feel that your life is filled with countless variables and endless potential. I hope you can reach the end and see the day when all living beings transcend. Hong Jun said solemnly. Yen Chuan looked at Hong Jun and nodded. Thank you for your guidance. Guidance? Not really. You might know in a few years. I just had some friendship with Bai Huang back then. I didn't expect him to die too. Sigh, it's a pity that when the third epoch entered the fourth epoch, fate erased everyone's memories. Bai Huang might have recalled everything before he died, but he couldn't tell you. I'll tell you on his behalf. Hong Jun sighed slightly. Yen Chuan nodded. However, his heart was extremely heavy. Meow jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder. As if it could see that Yen Chuan's heart was heavy, it rubbed its little head against Yen Chuan's cheek to comfort Yen Chuan. I'm fine. Yen Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yen Chuan looked around. Countless experts were fighting in the surrounding 3,000 bubbles. Spacetime arena. It's really a good place. Here, you can hone your strength. Only you, who have mastered time divine power, can do that. Yen Chuan sighed. This is also my last time. Hong Jun sighed slightly. Oh. If you want to enter, go ahead. Hong Jun said with a smile. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "My situation is a little special. This kind of battle won't be of much help to me." "Oh. That's right. In your first life, you were already at the 14th heaven of the ancestor immortal realm. This kind of battle won't be of much help." Hong Jun nodded. "Most importantly, I use the life-usurping derivation technique. I need an opportunity to improve my cultivation. If you don't mind, I'll let some generals of Dezhen enter to hone themselves. Is that okay?" Yan Chuan looked at Hong Jun. "Sure." Hong Jun nodded. Yan Chuan nodded. He took out a jade slip and recorded a message in it. "Miao, give this jade slip to Gui Guzi." Yan Chuan handed over the jade slip. "Miao." Miao nodded with the jade slip in her hand. Whoosh! Miao's figure flickered and disappeared. Outside. Gui Guzi was waiting with his ministers when suddenly Miao appeared through space. "Miao. Yan Chuan asked me to give this to you." Miao threw the jade slip to Gui Guzi. As she spoke, Miao's figure flickered and appeared in front of Yan Chuan again. Gui Guzi took the jade slip and scanned it. "Saint Ruler Order, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Daiyu, enter and break through." Gui Guzi shouted to the four of them. "Yes." The four of them replied. Soon, the four of them stepped into the spacetime arena. Inside, on the floating platform, Yan Chuan used the sky-burying coffin to teleport King Gui Yu over and threw him into one of the bubbles. Dezhen and the other generals quickly took the opportunity to break through. Yan Chuan's gaze also swept across the bubbles. This was a space opened by Hong Jun. Therefore, the restrictions of heaven had disappeared. Inside, the fog on the faces of the saints had also disappeared. They were fighting inside. Wu Tian, Shiman, Meigao Cave, Evil Old Demon, Palace Master Ju, and Yuan Tian Gang were all fighting inside. They were all ancestral immortals, and the battle was also extremely fierce. Sitting here, Yan Chuan could see everything clearly. Soon, Yan Chuan found a special bubble, which was also the largest bubble here. Inside stood the Emperor, Wu Jiong. Against Wu Jiong, none of them won. "Teacher, I need to increase the difficulty." Wu Jiong stood alone in a bubble and shouted. "Okay." Hong Jun shouted. Boom! Suddenly, 10 ancestral immortals appeared in the bubble where Wu Jiong was. The 10 ancestral immortals were confused. Weren't they fighting one-on-one before? Why were there suddenly so many people? Wu Jiong held a Taiji diagram in his hand and looked coldly at the 10 ancestral immortals. "This time, your opponent is me." Chapter 1342. Spacetime Colosseum. Time was different from the outside world. After playing for a while, Miao got bored and was sent back to the netherworld by Yan Chuan. Hong Jun sat on the floating platform with his eyes closed, controlling the battlefield within the 3,000 bubbles. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, had his eyes closed as well, sensing with his heart. Of the 3,000 battlefields, 2,000 ancestral immortals were meditating with their eyes closed, but the other 1,000 were fighting non-stop. Yan Chuan was sensing. No, to be precise, recording. Through his thoughts, he transmitted it to his other clone. Xianyang, Heaven's Pavilion. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan was in seclusion. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan's thoughts were different from the main bodies, but the two could establish an independent connection. As long as the main body allowed it, they could transmit what they saw to each other. Heaven's Pavilion was dark. 3,000 bubbles floated around silver-eyed Yan Chuan. Within the bubbles, ancestral immortals were fighting each other. It was a complete replica of the spacetime Colosseum. However, gradually, the silver-eyed Yan Chuan could see that something was changing inside the bubble. Be it the scenery within the bubbles or the ancestral immortals within, they all turned into tiny particles under silver-eyed Yan Chuan. The arrangement of the particles was constantly changing. When an ancestral immortal used a spell, the particles around him would constantly change. One of the arrays changed thousands of times, as if a new spell was being formed through these changes. Ordinary people would have been dazzled, but silver-eyed Yan Chuan recorded it all down, deducing the secrets of the array changes. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan was deducing all 3,000 bubbles. More importantly, due to the asymmetry of time, these particles changed extremely quickly. But even so, silver-eyed Yan Chuan was still at ease. The space-time Colosseum. They sat there for 100 years. After 100 years of fighting, the ancestral immortals within had all improved greatly. This was especially true for the fierce generals of Dajin, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi. The four of them had the foundations of their first lives, and under constant training, they improved rapidly. Before long, the ancestral immortals they were fighting changed from 1-on-1 to 1-on-10, and even Bai Qi against 30. The largest battlefield was where Wu Jiong was. After fighting for 100 years, Wu Jiong's strength had reached a new height. He even had a breakthrough once. In Yan Chuan's eyes, he had reached the 12th heaven of the ancestor immortal realm. Teacher, that's enough. I want to fight everyone. After defeating a group of ancestral immortals, Wu Jiong said solemnly. Who? Hong Jun opened his eyes. Within the 3,000 bubbles, the battle suddenly stopped. Everyone paused slightly. Standing in their respective bubble worlds, they looked around curiously. Hong Jun waved his sleeve slightly. Buzz! All the bubbles suddenly trembled. Then, they moved closer to the center. Pop! 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 A series of sounds could be heard, and all the bubbles merged into one, forming a huge bubble. For the first time, nearly 4,000 ancestral immortals met. The scene was extremely spectacular. All the ancestral immortals gathered around Wu Jiong, their eyes flashing with confusion. He had no idea what the space-time Colosseum was trying to do. You want to help Wu Jiong break through? Yan Chuan looked at Hong Jun seriously. Hong Jun nodded and said in a deep voice, this is the last battle. Life and death are up to fate. Boom! A loud sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Last battle. Life and death are up to fate. In other words, the space-time Colosseum no longer cared about whether they lived or died. Many people's expressions changed, but even more people had arrogant looks on their faces. In the past 100 years, everyone's strength had increased, and they had long formed a sense of pride. Wu Jiong looked at the 4,000 ancestral immortals surrounding him and said with a gloomy expression, everyone, from now on, this is the last battle between us. If you don't give it your all, you will die. What? What a joke. Who do you think you are? The crowd was in an uproar. Although they knew that Wu Jiong was powerful, this was too arrogant. One person against 4,000. Yan Chuan reached out and waved his hand, summoning all the officials of Great Zhou. As for the officials of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, they bowed slightly to Wu Jiong and disappeared with a flash, leaving the space-time Colosseum. Those who are afraid, scram now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Wu Jiong said coldly. Many of the 4,000 ancestral immortals frowned. Following that, more and more people quickly left. The space-time Colosseum was convenient. As long as one wanted to leave, they could easily do so. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 ancestral immortals had left, but 3,000 remained. Some wanted to fight Wu Jiong, but most wanted to see the final battle. Seal! Hong Jun shouted softly. Boom! The entire bubble suddenly expanded by a notch. Oh no, we can't leave. An ancestral immortal's expression changed. What? The group of ancestral immortals exclaimed. Hong Jun had sealed the entrances and exits of the space-time Colosseum. The remaining 3,000 ancestral immortals could no longer leave. Give it your all, or die. Wu Jiong's eyes turned cold as he swung the Taiji diagram in his hand. Boom! Two types of sword energy suddenly shot out from the Taiji diagram, one white and one black, straight at the group of ancestral immortals. How dare you! You're courting death! The group of ancestral immortals shouted. They didn't expect Wu Jiong to really dare to fight 3,000 ancestral immortals alone. Boom! Forced into a corner, the 3,000 ancestral immortals attacked. Die! Wu Jiong's figure flickered, and he suddenly reached out with his other hand. A golden dragon claw shot towards 3 ancestral immortals. Boom! The ancestral immortals all exploded into pieces. Their flesh and blood instantly exploded. The expressions of all the ancestral immortals changed. I told you, if you don't give it your all, you'll die. Wu Jiong said coldly. Boom! A golden path shot out from behind Wu Jiong. A dragon and a phoenix coiled on the path, and a ferocious force poured into Wu Jiong's body. A surging aura erupted from Wu Jiong's body. Boom! A tremendous force surged out, and the expressions of the 3,000 ancestral immortals changed drastically. Roar! The 3,000 ancestral immortals took out their Dharma treasures and slashed at Wu Jiong. 3,000 energy swords, energy sabers, and energy treasures shot out. The void where Wu Jiong stood was instantly crushed into powder. A black hole appeared in the void. Wu Jiong bore the brunt of the attack. Taiji transformation. Wu Jiong unfurled his Taiji diagram. Hum. A huge Taiji diagram of yin and yang spun rapidly, reversing most of the power. Ah! Kill! Either she dies, or we die. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill! On the battlefield, light shone everywhere. The ancestral immortals understood Wu Jiong's determination, and immediately surrounded him. No matter how strong he was, could he deal with 3,000 ancestral immortals? Boom! The entire bubble was filled with ferocious attacks. On the floating platform, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Dayu, and King Guai were all watching the battlefield solemnly. Great Daos collided, and the fierce battle caused even the gods of slaughter to feel a chill in their hearts. The world of the bubble had turned into a black hole. Countless great Daos shone brightly. This Wu Jiong is so fierce. Bai Qi said solemnly. He's at the 12th level of ancestral immortal, preparing to break through. Yen Chuan explained. The 12th level of ancestral immortal. One had to know that Tongtian's cultivation base was at the same level before he fought the 9 sages. Everyone's eyes turned even more solemn. On the battlefield, the heroes charged forward one after another. The battle was abnormally fierce. Among them were the 5 sages, Wu Tian, Shimen, Tian Jizi, Fiend Hundred, and Palace Lord Ju. Although the 5 ancestral immortals could not use the power of heaven and earth in the spacetime arena, their strength was still abnormally fierce. Yen Chuan stared at the battlefield. Once again, Wu Jiong's Taiji diagram exploded with billions of sword qi. Suddenly, one of them shot towards Palace Lord Ju. Palace Lord Ju hurriedly blocked it, and the white sword qi narrowly brushed past his face. Palace Lord Ju dodged it, but the hideous mask on his face was sliced in half, and immediately slipped off. Palace Lord Ju's face was instantly exposed to Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's eyes widened. What? Bai Qi and the rest were also shocked. Sage King, Palace Lord Ju is. Jin Dayu exclaimed. It's not her. She's not the Empress. Yen Chuan shook his head with certainty. Even so, Yen Chuan's eyes were solemn. Too similar to the Empress. The Empress, the daughter of the Saber Demon, was on good terms with Yen Chuan in the sealed world. However, later on, she learned that her father was killed by Yan Chuan's ancestor, Yan Zizai, so she and Yan Chuan became strangers. However, even though they were strangers, she still wanted to help Yan Chuan during the Venerable Heaven's birthday celebration. At this moment, why did Palace Lord Ju and the Empress look so similar? The only difference was that the Empress had short hair, while Palace Lord Ju had beautiful long hair. They were too similar. Yan Chuan looked at Palace Lord Ju's hand. Palace Lord Ju also used a saber. At this moment, when he looked at Palace Lord Ju's saber technique again, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. It was somewhat similar to the Empress's saber technique. Yan Chuan looked at it with a frown. Die. Wu Jiong suddenly swung the Taiji diagram. Instantly, a large number of ancestral immortals were beheaded. Not good, attack at the same time, quick, or none of us will live. Someone shouted in horror. Boom! Almost at the same time, the remaining ancestral immortals attacked at the same time. The Great Tao collided with Wu Jiong's Great Tao. The ancestral immortals also used their full strength at the same time and collided with Wu Jiong. Boom! Endless white light burst out. It was incomparably dazzling. Wu Jiong stepped on the Taiji diagram with the imperial seal above her head. She controlled the Great Tao and supported a barrier to withstand all the pressure from the outside world. In an instant, the battle was in a stalemate. Wu Jiong's face became more and more ferocious. The 2,000 ancestral immortals around her did not dare to be careless. The more the stalemate, the more terrified the ancestral immortals were. Wu Jiong's strength was too terrifying. They had so many people, but they could not deal with Wu Jiong. Now that Wu Jiong was restrained, if she escaped, who could stop her? No one retreats. If Wu Jiong doesn't die, we'll all die. Palace Lord Ju shouted in horror. Roar! The 2,000 ancestral immortals exerted their strength again, and Wu Jiong's arm trembled slightly. Cracks also appeared on the Great Tao, as if it could not hold on any longer. Under this huge force, Wu Jiong's 7 orifices were even forced to bleed. Chapter 1343. The number of ancestral immortals is ridiculous. I can't believe so many gathered in the outer North Continent. Jin Dayu frowned. Too many peak ancient immortals have broken through in the past few years. But even so, it's nothing. These are all ancestral immortals with lower cultivation bases. There are still many ancestral immortals who have hidden themselves. Most importantly, Tong Tian is challenging all the sages. It's very meaningful. King of Gai said. Wu Jiong is dying. Bai Qi frowned. In the distance, Wu Jiong was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She was being suppressed by more than 2,000 ancestral immortals. She looked like she would be crushed to pieces soon. The Celestial Emperor was dying. Yan Chuan looked at Hongjun Patriarch. Hongjun Ancestor was unmoved. He looked at Wu Jiong in the distance without any expression. Wu Jiong was being suppressed by more than 2,000 ancestral immortals at the same time. It was not that she could not defeat these ancestral immortals, but that these ancestral immortals were working together. This unity was the most frightening thing. Wu Jiong could not move. Her face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with an unyielding killing intent. Wu Jiong is dying. Hold on. Tian Jizi shouted. Roar. No one dared to relax. They roared and continued to inject energy. Hongjun, Wu Jiong is your disciple. Are you not going to do anything? Yan Chuan frowned. This is her fate. Hongjun said. Yan Chuan looked at Hongjun in confusion. He ignored him and continued to watch the battle in the bubble. Wu Jiong was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her face was red. Am I going to die? Wu Jiong thought with despair. Wu Jiong's confidence seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed by this power. Mei Nyang. Mei Nyang. In a daze, Wu Jiong seemed to hear a series of shouts. As she listened, tears welled up in her bleeding eyes. "Husband!" Wu Jiong called out affectionately. "Mei Nyang." A faint voice sounded in her mind. Wu Jiong's despair suddenly turned into a strong emotion. "No, I can't die yet. Husband, husband." "Ah!" Wu Jiong suddenly roared out. As he roared out, his presence seemed to undergo an intense transformation. Wu Jiong's great Tao erupted with 1,000,000,000,000 rays of golden light. In that instant, Wu Jiong's strength increased by more than 10 times. Boom! The 2,000+ ancestral immortals who had been suppressing Wu Jiong suddenly opened their eyes wide in shock. No! How could this be? She broke through. Boom! The suppressive might of over 2,000 ancestral immortals exploded forth, and in an instant, all of them were blasted flying. Ah! As they flew backwards, all of them were heavily injured from the impact. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, they let out miserable cries as they were sent flying. Wu Jiong's imperial seal and Taiji diagram instantly shot out in 2 different directions. The Taiji diagram suddenly unleashed a boundless amount of black and white sword energy, slaughtering the ancestral immortals in one direction. The 4 ancestral immortals were instantly reduced to meat paste. In the end, he was facing Tian Jizi. No, no, why me? Tian Jizi's eyes widened as he roared in shock. Boom! Billions of sword chi instantly crushed through his body. Tian Jizi was instantly sliced into pieces. On the other side, the imperial seal also exploded with power. After crushing the 4 ancestral immortals, it instantly landed on Palace Lord Ju's head. Roar! On the imperial seal, 9 golden dragons roared. The imperial seal was like a huge mountain, crashing down on Palace Lord Ju. Palace Lord Ju raised his saber and slashed at the imperial seal. Boom! The saber was instantly crushed into pieces, and the imperial seal pressed down on Palace Lord Ju with unstoppable force. No! Palace Lord Ju also cried out in horror. Just as Palace Lord Ju was in despair, another imperial seal suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong's imperial seal. Yan Chuan's great sky stabilizing seal. Boom! The 2 imperial seals collided with a loud bang, and both emitted billions of rays of golden light. For a moment, neither could do anything to the other. Palace Master Ju, on the other hand, suddenly felt a huge force pulling him away from his original spot. Palace Lord Ju had a look of relief, knowing that he had been saved in an instant. Suddenly, Palace Lord Ju appeared in front of Yan Chuan, still in a state of shock. "It's you." Palace Lord Ju looked at Yan Chuan in shock. In that instant, Palace Lord Ju thought of many people, but he didn't expect it to be his enemy. Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan. Boom! There was a loud bang in the distance. Ah! Ouch! The other ancestral immortals fell in all directions. It was a mess. Wu Jiong didn't chase after anyone. After the Taiji diagram and the imperial seal dissipated, they quickly surrounded Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong closed his eyes and consolidated this rare breakthrough. However, the surrounding ancestral immortals didn't go forward to kill him. This Wu Jiong was too terrifying. 1 against 3,000. Space-time arena. Were they all set up for her? Palace Lord Ju also saw the difference in Yan Chuan's location. When he saw Hong Jun, Palace Lord Ju felt that he couldn't see through him. In the end, Palace Lord Ju looked at Yan Chuan with an extremely complicated expression. "Why did you save me?" Palace Lord Ju stared at Yan Chuan and asked. Looking at Palace Lord Ju, Yan Chuan was silent for a moment before saying, "Is the saber fiend your father?" Palace Lord Ju glared at him and said, How did you know?" Yan Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "We'll talk later." Palace Lord Ju frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask anymore. In the outside world. The moment Saint Tianjizi died. Boom! There was a loud bang. Suddenly, mournful music resounded through the world. Dark clouds covered the sky as blood rain fell from the sky and blood mist rose from the ground. For a moment, countless cultivators in the world frowned and looked at the sky. Green Turing Palace. The Grand Master of Heaven sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and pinched his fingers slightly. Tianjizi. It's fine if he's dead. With that, the Grand Master of Heaven closed his eyes again. The reactions of the various parties were different. The nearly 1,000 ancestral immortals who had left the space-time arena rejoiced. Clearly, the battle in the space-time arena where life and death were predestined, must be extremely tragic. Inside the space-time arena, Wu Jiong's cultivation was stable. The Taiji diagram and imperial seal slowly flew into his sleeve. The great Tao also dissipated. Wu Jiong was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he wiped it clean. He turned his head and looked at the more than 2,000 ancestral immortals that he had defeated. He took a deep breath. In the previous battle, more than 300 ancestral immortals had died. The remaining ones were also injured. Wu Jiong glanced at them and ignored them. 13 firmament ancestral immortals. Wu Jiong has also reached the ability to communicate with the world. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. In the distance, Wu Jiong looked up at the sky and instantly saw the floating platform through the bubble. Wu Jiong looked at Hong Jun with a complicated expression. Thank you, teacher. Wu Jiong's voice was a little forced. Because in that instant, if he hadn't broken through, he would have died on the spot. As for Hong Jun, he definitely wouldn't have interfered. That was why this gratitude seemed a little forced. Hong Jun looked at Wu Jiong below and nodded gently. Wu Jiong, I'll give you one last thing. I'm willing to listen to teacher's teachings. Wu Jiong bowed slightly. If you want to continue breaking through, your cultivation needs to be searched in your heart. Hong Jun said indifferently. Cultivation needs to be searched in my heart. Wu Jiong frowned and finally nodded. Yes, thank you for your teachings, teacher. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Hong Jun nodded. He flicked his sleeve. We can leave now. An ancestral immortal suddenly revealed a look of joy. Whoosh! That ancestral immortal instantly left the space-time arena. The others were also overjoyed and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone had left. No one wanted to stay here, especially with such a murderous demon king around. Go! Hong Jun called out to Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked at Hong Jun with a complicated expression and nodded, yes. Wu Jiong stepped out of the space-time arena. In the blink of an eye, only Yan Chuan and the others were left in the space-time arena. Hong Jun looked at Yan Chuan and said, Yan Chuan, don't mind what I told you earlier. It won't spread. Even fate can't hear it here. Oh. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. And that Fu Su, do what you want. I won't interfere with you. No one knows about his situation. Hong Jun said indifferently. Yan Chuan nodded, okay. Hong Jun nodded. As he nodded, Hong Jun's figure slowly faded. Not only Hong Jun's figure, but the entire spacetime arena also slowly dissipated and disappeared. Soon, Hong Jun disappeared, and the surrounding space also disappeared. Yan Chuan and the others appeared above the island. Countless experts surrounded the area. In the distance, Wu Jiong came out, and a large number of Great Zhou's officials bowed respectfully. The ancestral immortals who came out earlier were all terrified when they saw Wu Jiong. After today's battle, Wu Jiong's name would definitely spread throughout the world. Sacred Ruler. Gigu Zi and the others flew over from afar. Let's go. Everyone boarded the dragon carriage and quickly left. When Palace Lord Zhu came out, his face was once again shrouded in mist. He followed Yan Chuan and the others and quickly left. On the dragon carriage, Palace Lord Zhu asked again, "Yan Di, how did you know my identity? Why did you save me?" "I've seen your sister. She's the Empress." Yan Chuan said. "The Empress? I know her. Legend has it that she came out from the same sealed realm as you." Palace Lord Zhu was puzzled. "That's right. I saved you because of your sister." Yan Chuan nodded. "Huh, Yan Di, your excuse is too lame." "Sister? I don't have a sister," Palace Lord Zhu said in a deep voice. "Oh." Yan Chuan suddenly looked at Palace Lord Zhu strangely. Both of them were the daughters of the Saber Demon. Why did Palace Lord Zhu deny it? "You don't know the Empress." "Yan Di, please don't joke like that. My father is the Saber Demon, but my father only loves my mother. Other than me, he can't have any other daughter." Palace Lord Zhu shook his head. Yan Chuan, Bai Qi and the others. Palace Lord Zhu was even more puzzled when he saw the disbelief in everyone's eyes. "Is the Empress very similar to me?" Palace Lord Zhu said strangely. "Similar? Other than your long hair, you're almost exactly the same." Yan Chuan said with some confusion. "Really? So similar? Maybe it's a coincidence." "It's not just similar. No, it's exactly the same. Sai, if you have the chance, go and see the Empress yourself. Her father is also the Saber Demon." Yan Chuan shook his head. Although he was also filled with curiosity, Yan Chuan really didn't know what to say at this time. Chapter 1344. Looking at Palace Master Zhu, Yan Chuan's expression became slightly solemn. From Palace Master Zhu's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. Did he really not know? But Palace Master Zhu and Huang were the daughters of the Saber Demon, and they were almost identical. Both of them had seen the Saber Demon before, so why didn't the Saber Demon tell them that they had sisters? Moreover, the two of them looked almost identical. In Yan Chuan's understanding, there were only two possibilities. One was that they were twins. The other was that Palace Master Zhu and Huang were the same person, a derivative. Just like him and the zombie body. However, the two girls didn't know each other. Could it be that the Saber Demon did it on purpose? Or did someone erase their memories? "Yan Di, are you sure that I look the same as Huang?" Palace Master Zhu also thought of the strangeness. "That's right." Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Palace Master Zhu was silent for a while before finally saying, "Thank you for telling me, Yan Di. Thank you for your help this time. I think I have to verify it. Goodbye." Yan Chuan nodded. Palace Master Zhu stepped away. While Palace Master Zhu and Yan Chuan were talking, Gue Guzi also learned about the spacetime arena from Bai Qi and the others. Gue Guzi walked closer. "Holy King, Wu Jiong is also at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm?" Gue Guzi asked solemnly. "Yes, the higher the level of the ancestral immortal realm, the greater the gap. In the past, Hong Jun was at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. In the Great Thousand World, he could be said to be the #1 person in the world. With his own strength, he fought all the experts in the world, including the heavens." Yan Chuan nodded solemnly. "Unfortunately, this is not the Great Thousand World. There are too many experts here. Heavens. Chao's strength is at the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm." Gue Guzi said solemnly. 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Yan Chuan frowned slightly. This was a terrifying cultivation level. In his previous life, Yan Chuan had tried his best but failed to reach it. He tried his best, but before he died, he was only at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. "Holy King, there's something strange about Hong Jun opening the space-time arena this time. Guiguzi said. Sir, you think so too? Yan Chuan looked at Guiguzi. Guiguzi nodded and said, the space-time coliseum this time is too abrupt. It's not like Hongjun's style. He wouldn't be so obvious as to help Wu Jiong, right? It doesn't have to be so sensational. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. Although most people don't know him, as long as there are people who pay attention, some absolute experts will definitely guess that it is him. This time, besides helping Wu Jiong, Hongjun seems to want to tell everyone that he has come out. This is something that Hongjun has never done before. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps we will know soon. Yes. 100 years in the arena is only a month in the outside world. Guiguzi nodded his head. Hongjun has more time than countless people to comprehend on his own. His current strength, even we can't see through it now either. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Oh. Guiguzi said in surprise. Yan Chuan shook his head as a solemn look flashed across his eyes. A year passed by quickly. Inside a large hall. Meng Wenruo reported, Sage King, the Great Qi Sacred Court has moved almost all the natives of the Skirich domain away. What about the Great Qi Sacred Court? Yan Chuan took a sip of tea. They have all moved away. Only the Great Qi Sacred King and a few officials stayed behind. Meng Wenruo said. It's about to begin. Some time ago, there was a worldly anomaly. A new sage was born, right? Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, Tian Jizi and Gong Yangzi died, and 2 more sages were born. One is the head of the Kong family, Peacock. The other is called Blood Knife Ancestor. Meng Wenruo said. Blood Knife Ancestor. Yan Chuan looked puzzled. He is also a relatively low-key ancestral immortal. However, with the world in turmoil, these low-key people have come to the front. Meng Wenruo explained. Oh, all the underworld sages are here. Yes, Demon King Kong, Plum High Cave, Yang, Hua Zuantian, Sui Chuanxiu, and a sage called Ice God. Meng Wenruo said. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. Just as Yan Chuan nodded. Boom. A loud sound came from afar, and the ground suddenly shook. Not only Yan Chuan, but the entire Skirich domain was shaken. Boom. 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 Another 3 loud sounds came. Another 3 huge earthquakes rocked the entire Heavenspan territory, and for a time, countless cities in the Heavenspan territory collapsed from the tremors. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Great Zhen and a group of fierce generals stood, all looking toward the northeast. Countless sword chi danced in the sky. Purple, red, green, and black sword chi shot out in all directions, covering the sky and the earth, everywhere in the starry sky. Vaguely, 4 long swords could be seen in 4 directions, piercing the sky and the earth. Billowing murderous aura pressed down. Hiss. There were even streams of sword chi emerging from the ground. Not long after, the surroundings were surrounded by sword chi. It wasn't around Yan Chuan, but around the entire Skirich domain. It was filled with billowing and endless sword chi. Countless cultivators flew into the sky, revealing looks of shock. At this moment, all the cultivators finally understood why Skirich wanted to move all the natives away. It was because the destructive power of the 13 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm was too great. If it was used at full strength, the entire Skirich domain could be severely damaged. It was an entire domain. One had to know that the size of a domain was shockingly terrifying. However, such a huge domain could only be considered a battlefield for Sect Master Skirich. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. A person behind Yan Chuan said solemnly. They were Yan Chuan's 3 swords, the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor. In the boundless world, Skirich only had 11 heavens of the ancestral immortal realm. Now that he has 13 heavens, the power of the immortal slaying sword formation is even more ferocious. 3 deities, comprehend it well. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The 3 deities replied. It's about to begin. Gigu Zi took a step forward. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan didn't sit in the dragon chariot. Instead, he led his officials back to the top of a mountain, where they stood there and looked out at the heaven-span sea. Immortal slaying sword, immortal culling sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal ending sword. The 4 divine swords burst forth with dazzling 4-colored light. Surging evil aura erupted, causing countless cultivators to retreat again and again. Looking at the immortal slaying sword formation from afar, one could only see the outline and not the inside. 15th Saint, enter my formation. Sect Master Skirich's shout came from within the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! A deafening boom reverberated throughout the entire heaven-span domain. Whing! A white light descended from the sky. A saint suddenly appeared outside the immortal slaying sword formation. The first to appear was Saint Ziwei. He smiled slightly and stepped in, instantly entering the immortal slaying sword formation. Whing! Whing! The second and third to appear was Dongfang Bubi. There was also an unfamiliar face. Like Saint Ziwei, he arrogantly dispersed the white mist on his face. It was a fair-skinned man with a cold gaze. He was extremely handsome. Saint King, this is the ice god, the last saint of the netherworld. Meng Wenruo explained. Yan Chuan nodded. Whing! Whing! One after another, the saints appeared and stepped into the immortal slaying sword formation. In the blink of an eye, all 15 saints had entered. Among them, there was a red-robed saint with a golden saber image on his sleeve. Meng Wenruo said that he was called Blood Knife Ancestor. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, Sect Master Skirich faced the 15 saints. A great battle was about to break out. Wu Tian, Shiman, Palace Master Ju, Evil Old Demon, Yuan Tian Gang, Peacock, Blood Knife Ancestor, Ziwei, Dongfang Bubi, Meigao Cave, Huazuan Tian, Zhua Chuanxiu, Yang Yang, Demon King Kong, and the Ice God. Everyone, I know that you still held back in the last battle. This time, please go all out. My immortal slaying sword formation will not show any mercy. Sect Master Skirich's voice sounded. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the immortal slaying sword formation. A vast impact directly shot out in all directions from the immortal slaying sword formation. Endless sword chi followed this impact and stabbed countless cultivators. Ah! A large number of cultivators were hit by an unexpected disaster and immediately screamed. Then, another group of people quickly fled to the periphery. This battle was too terrifying. Heavenly Path. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the immortal slaying sword formation. Following which, the world turned dark as far as the naked eye could see. Rumble. Inside the immortal slaying sword formation, tremors sounded. Skirich fought against 15 saints alone. Yan Chuan and the others looked into the distance solemnly. Saint King. Gigu Zi suddenly shouted. And pointed in a direction. Oh. Yan Chuan looked in the direction Gigu Zi pointed. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain in the distance. It was extremely peaceful. The countless sword chi shooting from all directions seemed to have automatically dispersed. The old man looked at the immortal slaying sword formation, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the dark clouds in the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Hongjun Ancestor. Saint King, Hongjuan's arrival is unusual. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Maybe. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Hongjun sat cross-legged. Countless cultivators in all directions did not care. After all, there were too few people who knew Hongjun. Amidst the countless sword chi, everyone waited patiently for the result. The battle between Skirich and the 15 saints was indeed extremely tragic. These 15 saints were not ordinary, and some were even hiding their strength. They had been hiding their strength. The battle reached the 5th day. Boom! There was a loud sound, and then countless blood rain fell from the sky. On the ground, blood mist rose. Everyone knew that a saint had fallen first. Rumble. The ground churned. At this point in the battle, the saints dared not let their guard down and fought even harder. Skirich became fiercer and fiercer as the battle went on. Under the Immortal slaying sword formation, the entire Skirich territory was shaking. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge trench appeared on the ground. As soon as the trench appeared, countless amounts of earth fire spewed out. Rolling magma soared into the sky. Under the huge force, the entire Skirich territory could not bear it. Bam! Bam! More and more places cracked to the core, and more magma spewed out. The dark environment was illuminated by the endless flames. The onlookers retreated again and again. The magma flowed into the surrounding sea, and the sea, which was already filled with tsunamis, suddenly mixed with water and fire. More and more cultivators escaped from Skirich territory, their eyes filled with fear. The entire Skirich territory was about to collapse. Chapter 1345. The Tongtian domain was like a big furnace. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Countless earthly fires soared into the sky below, and sword chi shot in all directions. It was extremely chaotic. The surrounding sea rolled up monstrous tsunamis. Countless cultivators fled from the inside in a panic. It was too unbearable. 5 days later, there were already saints who had fallen. Countless cultivators looked at the Immortal slaying sword formation in the distance in horror. Yan Chuan and the others also watched quietly. Miao, what a powerful battle! Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder and said in surprise. Saint King, Tongtian can't hold on much longer. Gigu Zi raised his eyebrows. Oh. In the distance, sword chi scattered around the Immortal slaying sword formation. Cracks appeared on the formation. The 4 Tongtian divine swords were also trembling at this moment. Rumble. The internal battle continued. The trembling of the 4 divine swords became louder and louder. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the celestial ending sword. Cut off the world, break. Tongtian's loud roar came from the Immortal slaying sword formation. Under the loud roar, the 4 Immortal slaying swords bloomed with dazzling light again. Suppress. 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 The roars of the saints came from inside. Rumble. From where the 4 Immortal slaying swords were, the earth rumbled and churned, spreading in all directions like a huge wave, rolling in all directions. The original beautiful scenery had long been turned into ruins. Even Yan Chuan kept retreating for the safety of his officials. In the distance, cracks appeared on the celestial ending sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial killing sword. Only the Immortal slaying sword was barely holding on. Tongtian, you lost. A loud roar came from inside the formation. If I don't die, I will never admit defeat. Tongtian's roar came. Roar. Break. Crack 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared on the 4 Immortal slaying swords. It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise, when the Immortal slaying sword formation breaks, it will be the time of your death. Another voice came. Ha 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 ha, then let me die. Tongtian's voice was filled with madness. Stubborn. Suppress. A loud roar. The Immortal slaying sword formation suddenly collapsed. Boom. The four immortal slaying swords instantly turned into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. The immortal slaying sword formation was broken. Broken? In the end, it was broken. Gue Guzi said regretfully. Just as Yan Chuan and the others were feeling regretful, Hong Jun, who was not far away, suddenly attacked. A horsetail whisk suddenly appeared in his hand. He tossed his horsetail whisk. Crash! The 3,000 horsetail whisk threads instantly shot towards the fragments of the four immortal slaying swords. The fragments were instantly pulled back and tied up by the horsetail whisk, forming the shape of a sword once again. What? A cry of surprise rang out from within the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The countless dark clouds in the sky suddenly shattered. All of a sudden, the countless streams of sword chi in the heaven-span domain vanished. The surrounding earth fire also seemed to be suppressed by a huge force, unable to erupt. The battle within the immortal slaying sword formation had stopped. A vast aura spread out in all directions, slowly spreading out and pressing down on everyone's hearts. This aura. Gue Guzi's expression changed. Heaven span has broken through. He's at the 14th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meow. What a powerful aura. Meow said in surprise. Everyone around them stared intently at the four immortal slaying swords that had been repaired by the horsetail whisk threads. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Palace Lord Ju's voice sounded from within. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Immediately, a series of congratulatory voices sounded. Clang! Clang! The four immortal slaying swords instantly shrank, and the 3,000 horsetail whisk threads slowly merged into them. The four immortal slaying swords shrank and gradually flew towards the center. The scene within the sword formation was exposed in front of everyone. The 14 sages were currently surrounding a black-robed man with disheveled hair in the center. Heaven Span. Heaven Span had his eyes closed and stood barefoot in the void. The four immortal slaying swords protected him. Heaven Span's body flowed with 14-colored light, and a majestic aura emanated from him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. There were many bloodstains on his face. However, no image could belittle Heaven Span's position in everyone's hearts. Even the sages were filled with envy when they looked at Heaven Span. That was the 14th firmament. He was not a sage. There were very few sages in the world. One had to know that in the heavenly nest, there were 15 ancestral immortals. Heaven Span was only one step away from them. Just one step. Whoosh! Heaven Span opened his eyes, and two 14-colored lights shot out from his eyes. He looked at the sages and took a deep breath. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. The sages immediately said. One of the 15 sages was dead. Megao Cave is dead. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan nodded. Megao Cave was ultimately too weak. Heaven Span thanked the sages and turned to look at Patriarch Hong Jun, who was at the peak of the distant mountain. Patriarch Hong Jun had already stood up. Thank you for your help, teacher. Heaven Span bowed respectfully. Teacher. The expressions of countless cultivators suddenly changed. Those who knew Hong Jun were fine, but those who did not all looked at Hong Jun deeply, wanting to engrave him in their minds. Countless cultivators already knew that he was extraordinary when he attacked with his horsetail whisk 4 times. However, no one expected Hong Jun to be sect leader Tongtian's teacher. Heaven Span was already so fierce. What would his teacher be like? Teacher. The sages also looked at Hong Jun solemnly. Hong Jun nodded gently and looked up at the sky. Nest. Hong Jun suddenly said. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to spread all over the world. For a time, heaven-span territory was filled with Hongjuan's voice. No, not just heaven-span territory, but the entire world. For a time, the entire world was filled with Hongjuan's voice. His voice spread in all directions and went straight to all the major territories. Middle Heaven Continent. The Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang were standing outside a hall. Yao Tianshang and Zhu each pushed a force into the Tsar's body. The Tsar's eyes glowed with 14-colored light. Under the light, the Tsar looked to the north. It was as if the Tsar could see the battle situation in heaven-span territory from an infinite distance. Hongjun, the Tsar said solemnly. Hongjun did not reveal himself in the third epoch. Yao Tianshang said with a frown. That's right. Hongjun was not as strong as me back then, but I could not figure him out, the Tsar said with a frown. What does Hongjun want to do now? Zhu said with a frown. I don't know. However, Hongjun is too shrewd. It's really rare for him to expose himself like this, the Tsar said in a low voice. At the same time. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. In the Imperial Sky Palace. Kong Huangtian slowly opened the door of the palace and stepped out. Old Ancestor. Blind Kong immediately went forward. Kong Huangtian nodded. He stood on a high ground and looked to the north. Even though they were separated by an infinite distance, Kong Huangtian seemed to be able to see the scenery of heaven-span territory. When Hongjun shouted, heaven-span territory's battle began. Yellow clouds began to cover the sky. Rumble. Rolling yellow clouds gathered. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the yellow clouds. The crack was half the size of heaven-span territory. Slowly, the crack opened up. A huge impact instantly struck everyone's hearts and souls. Plop. Almost everyone suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. They could not resist at all. Only those who stepped on the heaven and earth altar were exempted from kneeling. When Yan Chuan saw this, he knew that fate had arrived. He waved his hand, and all the kneeling officials were sent into the heaven-burying coffin. Only Yan Chuan was left standing on the heaven and earth altar. He looked at the sky with meow. Most of the surrounding cultivators knelt down, but some stepped on the heaven and earth altar. Although Heaven-span did not have the heaven and earth altar, at this moment, it blocked this vast heavenly might. Heaven-span looked at the sky in shock. A huge eye looked down on the world, and there was a supreme soul-sucking power in the eye. We've seen fate, the sages said. As they spoke, they looked at Hongjun, who was not far away. Under this huge pressure, Hongjun was indifferent, as if he was not affected at all. Hongjun. Chao's voice sounded in the void. Taking a deep breath, Hongjun nodded and said, Chao, it's time. I'm here to challenge you. Challenge? Fate? The countless cultivators kneeling in the surroundings were instantly filled with shock. Even the sages looked at Hongjun blankly. Did they hear wrongly? Chao was at the 15th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even the sages did not dare to imagine how strong Chao was. The huge eye stared at Hongjun for a while. I thought that the first one to challenge me would be Kong Huangtian. I didn't expect it to be you. However, do you know what you're doing? If you can't defeat me, you will be annihilated and your soul will return to reincarnation. Perhaps you will never appear again. Chao's voice sounded again. I know. Hongjun nodded. Since you know. Then what right do you have to challenge me? Chao's voice sounded again. I will prove it to you. Hongjun said indifferently. Then, he looked around and suddenly looked at the south. In the south, Kong Huangtian of the southern outer continent was also staring at Hongjun. Hongjun and Kong Huangtian looked at each other from a distance. Hongjun flicked his wide sleeve and took out a bronze sword. Watch carefully. Hongjun took a deep breath and said. Xing. Hongjun stabbed the sword toward the south. Boom! A sword energy shot from Hongjun's sword toward the south. It was so fast that it seemed to have crossed space and time. In the blink of an eye, it was so fast that one could not see the end of it. Middle Sky Continent. What? How is that possible? The Tsar suddenly exclaimed. Hongjun was in the northern outer continent. That was the northern outer continent. The ferocious sword energy actually passed through the northern outer continent and the northeastern continent. Then, it instantly passed through the middle sky continent where he was and headed toward the south. Then, it passed through the southeastern continent and rushed toward the southern outer continent. It rushed toward the Imperial Heaven territory and the Imperial Heaven Palace. The Tsar was dumbfounded. A sword that crossed the entire world. Was this still the Hongjun he knew? Most of the sages did not know what was going on. However, those who saw the power of this sword energy were shocked. At this moment, Tong Tian was also shocked. When Hongjun was in the great wide world, he was only at the 13th level. He was now at the 14th level. Initially, he felt a little smug. However, when he saw this sword energy, only shock and confusion were left in his eyes. How powerful was his teacher? In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace in the southern outer continent. Kong Huantian's eyes narrowed. He also took out a long sword and stabbed it toward Hongjun. Clang! When the swords collided, the two sword energies disappeared. The ear-piercing sound of swords colliding resounded in all directions. Hongjun kept his sword and looked up at the huge eye in the sky. Chow, is my current strength enough for you to take me seriously? Hongjun said calmly. Chapter 1346. Hongjun's sword transcended the entire world and collided with Kong Huantian's sword from the southern outer continent. Those who did not understand felt that it was unfathomable, but those who understood were all shocked. A sword transcended the entire world. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Lu Gang quickly reported, Sage King, the southern outer continent's factory guard sent a message through his life token. In front of the Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong Huantian's sword collided with an energy sword from the north. Zombie Yen Chuan's pupils constricted. A group of Great Jin's courtiers stood around with blank expressions on their faces. Only Gigu Zi said thoughtfully, Sage King, it's Hongjun. Zombie Yen Chuan nodded. Only then did the officials turn solemn. Meanwhile, in Heavenspan territory, after Hongjun's sword strike, he looked up at the sky. Chow, is my current strength worthy of your attention now? Hongjun said indifferently. Those who could still stand were all silent. Even Dongfang Bubi and Ziwei Saint, who had been arrogant before, looked at Hongjun solemnly. The Grand Master of Heaven looked at Hongjun in admiration. Miao. Miao was puzzled. Clearly, it did not know the power of that sword strike. Yen Chuan looked up at the huge eye in the sky. The huge eye stared at Hongjun for a while. Hongjun, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. Forget it. I'll set up a huge net for you. I hope you can succeed. You can step on me and enter a higher cultivation base. Chow's voice sounded. Enter a higher cultivation base. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yen Chuan heard it and let zombie Yen Chuan recount it. Great Qin City, Great Qin City, Great Qin City. Gigu Zi and the others' expressions changed. I finally understand why Kong Huangtian said that Chow sacrificed himself for the world. Gigu Zi said with a bitter smile. It's just like the fate of the Great Kiliacosm. The fate of the Great Kiliacosm is to advance to the Transcendence Realm. Here, Chow has an even greater goal. He hopes to use himself as a stepping stone. He hopes that someone can step on him and reach the 16th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. For the sake of the common people, he did not hesitate to become a stepping stone. He only hoped that someone could advance to the peak and fight against fate. He could lead the common people to transcend. Heaven spanned territory. A golden light flashed in the eye of heaven. Boom! With a loud bang, countless nets appeared from the eye of the heavens. More and more nets appeared, becoming denser and denser. They quickly spread out in all directions, connecting to all living things. Some of the nets were even connected to Yan Chuan, Miao, and everyone except Hongjun. Is this the Skynet? Heavenly net? Yan Chuan said solemnly. No. Not far away, Hongjun suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. Hongjun was facing the enemy's nest. Why was he looking at him? Chao used heaven's net to cover the net of fate. If I defeat him, with fate as my witness, all of Chao's abilities will be imbued into me, helping me break through. If I can't defeat him, then I'll die. Hongjun explained. Yan Chuan was not the only one who was surprised. Even the group of saints and the prime of Tong Tian were surprised. Yan Chuan was only at the 8th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Why did Hongjun place so much importance on Yan Chuan in such a life-and-death situation? All living things under heaven, heed my command. Those who are close, kill Hongjun with all your might. Chao's voice resounded through the world again. This voice seemed to reach everyone's hearts through the net. Including Yan Chuan, Miao, the group of sages, and Tong Tian. What? Tongtian's expression changed. Yan Chuan and the others also narrowed their eyes. He reached out and sent Miao into the sky-burying coffin. Miao, Yan Chuan, what are you doing? Miao asked anxiously. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Miao was teleported to Yan Chuan's place. Miao, Yan Chuan, why did you send me here? Miao asked anxiously. Skyspan domain is too dangerous. Everyone wants to attack Hongjun. You can't go. Yan Chuan shouted. Miao, but won't it be too dangerous for you there? Miao said anxiously. I have ways to protect myself. Yan Chuan shook his head. But, how can everyone fight against Hongjun? What about Tong Tian? Will he do it too? Miao asked in surprise. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. How is that possible? Aren't Tong Tian and Hongjun on the same side? He should be fighting Hongjun together with Hongjun. Miao said in surprise. Although Tong Tian is strong, his will is no match for heaven. Unless one is at the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm, no one can resist heaven's will. Moreover, heaven's net has been covered, and fate has witnessed it. Hongjun is now the enemy of the world. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. At the same time, all the cultivators in Skyspan domain received heaven's order. Anyone who doesn't do their best will be killed. Heaven's second order came down. No. Tong Tian roared in shock. Was he going to attack his teacher? The saints took out their weapons warily. Tong Tian was the most conflicted. Hongjun looked at Tong Tian and took a deep breath. Disciple, do your best. Master will give you one last instruction. Master. Tong Tian was still unwilling. Remember, do your best. This is the last time. If you can't kill me, Master will kill you. Master can no longer turn back. Remember, do your best. Hongjun said solemnly. Tongtian's face was filled with pain. He looked up at the giant eye, his eyes filled with hatred. More and more experts gathered. In the blink of an eye, nearly 8,000 ancestral immortals had gathered. Because Tong Tian had challenged the saints, more than half of the ancestral immortals in the world, regardless of yin or yang, had come. Originally, there were not so many ancestral immortals in the world. The main reason was that the heavenly Tao had been repaired and the bloodbath curse had been lifted. As a result, a large number of peak ancient immortals had broken through instantly, creating countless low-level ancestral immortals. With heaven's order, countless kneeling cultivators could immediately stand up. 8,000 ancestral immortals, 14 saints, Tong Tian, and Yan Chuan. Countless peerless experts surrounded Hongjun. High in the sky, the eye of heaven looked down. Hongjuan's battle was almost like a one-man battle against the world. Hongjun took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. Rumble. The ground of Skyspan Domain churned again. As it churned, countless crickets suddenly emerged from the ground. As the crickets crawled on the ground, waves of yellow energy rushed over. Roar! 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 The 9 continents of the Yang realm and the 6 continents of the Netherworld were all over the world. The dragon vein's power seemed to have crossed space and time and quickly surged into Skyspan Domain. The dragon vein's power quickly surged into the bodies of the crickets on the ground. Endless golden light shot out from the bodies of the crickets. Gradually, everyone saw that the crickets that churned out of Skyspan Domain seemed to have become spirits and gradually transformed into human forms. Amidst the golden light, each cricket gradually transformed into Hongjuan's appearance. Each of them held a long sword and looked at the center. Tens of millions of crickets, tens of millions of Hongjuns. Hongjuan's true form, the third divine beast, cricket. Someone suddenly said. Tens of millions of Hongjuns. Countless cultivators were confused. The 8,000 ancestral immortals, who were originally aggressive, were at a loss. They should be the ones ganging up on Hongjun. Why were they surrounded? Tens of millions of Hongjuns. This scene made their hearts turn cold. Tens of millions of Hongjun clones quickly flew towards the center. 2 of them collided with each other. Boom! The 2 Hongjuns merged into one, and the aura around them suddenly increased. Power fusion. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Boom! 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 In an instant, a large number of Hongjun clones merged and quickly flew towards the center. In the blink of an eye, only tens of thousands of Hongjuns were left. Looking at the tens of thousands of Hongjuns, the countless cultivators did not dare to be the first to attack. Hongjuan's true form looked at the surrounding heroes and then looked at the huge eye in the sky. Nest, I'm going to start. Hongjun said indifferently. As he spoke, the tens of thousands of clones charged towards everyone. Remember, either I die, or you die. Every one of the doppelgangers roared. Boom! A huge battle instantly erupted. One of the Hongjuns even raised his sword and charged towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to be careless. A Jade Emperor sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Ding! The Jade Emperor sword instantly collided with Hongjuan's clone. With one strike, Yan Chuan realized that the strength of this clone was not any weaker than his own. Yan Chuan, we're fighting again. Hongjuan's clone smiled faintly. Unfortunately, I'm fighting your clone again. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ding! Both of their swords collided in the air again. You are Bai Huang's descendant. Bai Huang was someone I admired back then. I know that Bai Huang placed all his hopes on you. For Bai Huang's sake, I will help you again. Hongjun's clone said in a deep voice. Oh. Yan Chuan revealed a hint of doubt. I know that you have 3 Emperor swords, the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God of Gods. They imitate the one Qi turning 3 pure ones. Unfortunately, the one Qi turning 3 pure ones has only transformed. Back then, the Grand Supreme only had the Grand Pure One. The 3 pure ones only had the form but not the meaning. Take the 3 swords. I'll show you what the true 3 pure ones are. Hongjuan's clone said solemnly. Boom! Yan Chuan took out the Grand Emperor sword and God of Gods. Xing! God of Gods, Grand Emperor, and Jade Emperor immediately floated around Yan Chuan. Hongjuan's clone held a bronze sword in his hand. The Grand Supreme is the extreme, the two modes of yin and yang. The jade is clear and transparent, revealing one's nature. The superior is the inferior, and the inferior is the superior. Wine. Following Hongjuan's clone's shout, the surrounding space and time seemed to change. Yan Chuan and the three swords instantly appeared in a strange space. Inside, countless flowing lights flashed. They slowly formed three huge god statues. The god statues were formed by flowing lights, but they were incomparably mysterious. The three swords instantly surrounded the three god statues and danced quickly. Yan Chuan and Hongjuan's clone stood in a corner, facing each other. The two of them didn't make a move. They both looked at the three huge god statues. Hongjun, what are you doing? Yan Chuan felt that something was amiss. You will know in the future. However, for now, you should focus on strengthening yourself. The three pure ones' profundity, grand, jade, and superior, I'll gift it to you this time. Hongjuan's clone said solemnly. It wasn't just Yan Chuan's place. It was the same in other places. Every Hongjun fought against an ancestral immortal. In an instant, sword light soared into the sky. Instantly, a large number of ancestral immortals were slashed back by Hongjuan's clones. The extra saints merged again to fight against a group of saints. Rumble. Sounds of battle that were even more ferocious than before rang out in heaven-reaching territory. The ground trembled endlessly, and the surrounding tsunamis were boundless. Among them, the Hongjun clone that was fighting Tong Tian was the strongest. Tong Tian, watch carefully. This is my last battle with you. If I don't win, I will die. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Hongjuan's clone shouted at Tong Tian. Teacher. Tong Tian grabbed Immortal's slaying sword and looked at Hongjuan's sword stabbing towards him with a conflicted expression. Remember clearly, if you don't win, you will die. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Hongjuan's sword seemed to have boasted through time and space as it rushed towards Tongtian's face. Chapter 1347. Boom. The entire Tongtian domain collapsed with a loud bang. Flames soared into the sky again. A huge domain was quickly disintegrated in the powerful battle. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, collapsing and rising. Endless seawater poured in. Clearly, it would not be long before the vast domain turned into countless islands. The internal battle was intense. Many ancestral immortals were pulled into a small space by Hongjun, including Yan Chuan. However, Hongjuan's clone did not enter the battle between Tong Tian and Hongjuan's clone. The prime of Tongtian's strength was the strongest among this group of people. However, Hongjuan's clone was still abnormally fierce. Fierce sword qi tore through the void around the two of them. The surrounding battles were far away. At the peak of a mountain. Hongjuan's main body stood quietly, looking up at the huge eye. Hongjun and Chao looked at each other, not giving in. The battle around them did not seem to affect Hongjun and Chao at all. They just watched quietly. Tong Tian, have you forgotten the sword Tao of the past? The four swords are sharp, and the sword formation is chaotic. However, there is a flaw. Hongjuan's clone shouted at the sword. Teacher, please guide me. Tong Tian shouted at Hongjuan's sword with four swords. The four swords each have their own sharpness, but they are scattered in all directions. Back then, when you only had one sword, what was your mentality? What is your mentality now? Hongjun instructed. When I only had the immortal slaying sword, I lived with the sword. When the sword died, I died. After that, I refined three swords. Once the sword formation is out, who can compete with me? Tong Tian said. When the sword lives, I live. When the sword dies, I die. No leeway is left. Unstoppable. If you don't win, you die. Hongjun stabbed out again. Boom! The 4 immortal slaying swords exploded. Tongtian's figure retreated thousands of miles before coming to a sudden stop. My clone's strength is the same as yours. Why did you lose? If I use a bit more strength with this sword, I can nail your fate. Hongjuan's clone said coldly. Tongtian stopped in the air. His eyes flashed with shock, and then sweat dripped down his forehead. Thank you, teacher. I have gone astray. Tongtian smiled bitterly. Whoosh! The 4 immortal extermination swords suddenly flew in front of Tongtian. Looking at the 4 dazzling swords before him, Tongtian narrowed his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the celestial ending sword. Boom! With one palm, the heaven-piercing palm shattered the celestial slashing sword. Buzz! The countless fragments let out a mournful wail. Bang! Bang! Tongtian once again shattered the immortal trapping sword and immortal slaughtering sword. The 3 divine swords were destroyed on the spot. Grabbing the celestial slayer sword, Tongtian took in a deep breath. My Tongtian, 1 sword is enough. Immortal Slayer, I've gotten carried away over the years. You're the only one I care about. I'm the Immortal Slayer, and the Immortal Slayer is me. Buzz! The immortal extermination sword suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light, and its original ferocious cry doubled in size, under a terrifying suction force. The fragments of the celestial slaying sword, celestial trapping sword, and celestial slaughtering sword were instantly absorbed by the celestial slaying sword. Tongtian held the immortal extermination sword in his hand and looked at Hongjun. Holding the immortal slaying sword in his hand, he pierced through the void in all directions in an instant. It's enough that you can transform. Hongjun's clone said. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Watch out for my sword. Tongtian shouted. Screech! The immortal extermination sword pierced through the void and shot straight at Hongjun's clone. Hongjun's clone stabbed with his sword. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and a trembling sound shook the void. A series of sword-shaped energy waves instantly shot out from the tips of their swords. Wherever the energy waves passed, everything would be sliced apart. Even an ancestral immortal who was fighting not too far away had half his body chopped off by the energy waves. Tongtian gradually entered a state. The ferocious look on his face during the battle slowly dissipated, and he was neither happy nor sad. Without the previous ferociousness, the power of the sword did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. Rumble! The void suddenly trembled. Hongjun's clone showed a trace of relief. Teacher, this is not your main body after all, and the sword is not your main body. It's all formed by the dragon vein qi. Although its strength is still the same as mine, I have the advantage. Tongtian said in a deep voice. Boom! Hongjun's avatar exploded. Tongtian won. In another space. In a vast sea of blood, above the sea of blood, the 3 swords of God, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor were absorbing the 3 god statues. On the other side, above the blood waves, Yan Chuan was surrounded by blood light as he raised his head to look at Hongjun's clone. The blood sea divine art of Mingyi. In the early days, it was indeed magical. It absorbed the enemy's destructive power and turned it into its own power to break through. However, Yan Chuan, remember, don't rely on it too much. There are flaws in it. It's fine in the early days, but now, your cultivation needs to be 5 heavens above yours to help you break through. It's useless if you're below the 5th heaven. If you're above the 5th heaven, your life will be in danger. Don't rely on it too much. Moreover, others might have divine arts that can restrain you. Hongjun's clone said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan had a head of blood hair. He nodded like a devil god and said, I understand, this divine art does have flaws. However, I need to recover the strength of my first life as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. Ha ha ha, that's good too. This clone of mine has the power of 13 heavens. It can help you once. Take it. Hong Jun's clone struck with a palm. Boom. The entire blood sea collapsed with a loud rumble. Yan Chuan instantly entered the blood sea and received the gift of Hong Jun's palm. Rumble. The blood sea shrunk countless times, but a strong vitality spewed out. Hong Jun's clone stood high in the sky, his eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, Bai Huang de Ji has made a great wish to create a divine art that can command the second era. I don't know what the result is, but don't let me down. Outside. Tong Tian slashed Hong Jun's clone and suddenly looked at Hong Jun's main body. Holding the immortal extermination sword, Tong Tian frowned slightly. He didn't know if he should go forward. At this moment, a red light suddenly descended from the huge eye of heaven. The red light rushed straight to Tong Tian. It was too fast and instantly enveloped Tong Tian. Ah! Tong Tian immediately roared in shock. Endless flames rushed into the sky. Hong Jun's main body frowned slightly. You want to possess Tong Tian and fight with me? There's no need for that. Oh. Chao's puzzled voice came from the void. Go back. I will satisfy you. Hong Jun said indifferently. Boom. The red light that shot straight to Tong Tian instantly flowed back and returned to the eye of heaven. Tong Tian was instantly free and looked at the eye of heaven warily. Hong Jun looked around. There were countless battles around. Hong Jun waved the long sword in his hand and said lightly, time stop. Crack. Everything in the heaven-span domain suddenly came to a stop. Everyone who was originally fighting instantly froze. Some of the lava that soared into the sky also froze in midair. The breeze blew halfway and stopped there. Everything seemed to be frozen in time. Even with Tongtian's cultivation, he stood there motionless at this moment. The entire Tongtian territory instantly fell silent. The seawater rushed in from all directions, and the moment it rushed into Tongtian territory, it also froze. The space and time here were all frozen. Middle Sky Continent. The Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang's expressions all changed. Time Divine Art. Is this the Time Divine Art? The entire time has stopped. Yao Tianshang said in surprise. What a terrifying Hong Jun. He wasn't as powerful as me in the past. Now that time has stopped, even Tong Tian can't resist it. Zhu narrowed his eyes, and a dignified look flashed across his eyes. Outer South Continent. Kong Huangtian had been watching the battle in the outer North Continent. His expression had been calm until Hong Jun stopped time. Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a dignified look. With just this divine art, no one below the 15th level can match it. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Tongtian territory. Hong Jun stopped space-time. Everything stopped. Only he could still move. The rotating stars in the starry sky also stopped. Time stop. Zhu's voice was solemn. Zhu, I'm coming. Hong Jun said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Hong Jun's body swayed slightly, and in a flash, his body stiffened and stopped moving. From Hong Jun's outline, a blue light figure slowly emerged. The light figure looked exactly like Hong Jun, primordial spirit out of the body. Hong Jun's primordial spirit flew out of his body and headed straight for the eye of heaven. Whoosh! In an instant, it rushed into the huge eye. Rumble! The pupils of the heavenly eye underwent a drastic change. One red and one blue turned into two colors, forming the appearance of a yin-yang fish. It slowly rotated in the huge pupil of the eye of heaven. Rumble! From outside Tongtian territory, rolling dark clouds radiated in all directions. It expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the world of the living was covered by rolling dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld was also covered by countless dark clouds. It was as if a storm was coming, pressing down on countless cultivators in the world until they couldn't breathe. Middle Sky Continent. The Tsar's eyes were solemn. Hong Jun is so bold. He entered the heavens with his primordial spirit and fought against Ju's consciousness in the heavens. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Zombie Yen Chuan sat on a chair with his eyes closed, motionless. A group of empresses stood in the study room, as well as a group of important officials. Miao sat on Yen Chuan's desk. Looking up at the sky, although there was a roof separating them, she seemed to be able to see the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Miao's eyes revealed a hint of worry. "Miao, what's wrong?" ZZ went up and hugged her. "I don't know. I suddenly feel very scared." Miao looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said fearfully. "Don't be afraid. We're here. Everything will be fine." ZZ comforted. "Why is Yen Chuan suddenly not talking? I want to know what's going on over there." Miao said worriedly. "Something must have happened over there. Husband is not in the mood to talk right now. Don't disturb him." ZZ comforted. "But what happened? Why is there no news at all?" Miao said anxiously. The officials were also anxious. At that moment, Lu Gang stepped into the study room. "Lord Lu, what happened?" Gigu Z immediately asked. "Sir, something has indeed happened in Heavenspan Domain. The guards outside Heavenspan Domain have sent word that Hongjun has stopped time in the entire domain. Everything has stopped, and Hongjun's nascent soul has entered the heavenly eye," said Lu Gang. "What?" Everyone's expression changed. "This is the final battle. Chow. Hongjun." Gigu Z frowned. Chapter 1348. Time stood still in the Tongtian territory. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, the red and blue pupils of the Eye of Heaven formed a huge yin-yang fish. The butterfly empress appeared at the periphery. She looked at the Eye of Heaven with worry in her eyes. In the great Qin city, Miao looked at the dark clouds in the sky with fear in her eyes. In the imperial palace in the southern continent, Kong Huangtian looked to the north with a serious expression. Zhongtian continent. In a valley. 7 men stood in the valley. Each of them was wearing a Taoist robe. Their robes were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple respectively. Each of them carried a huge gourd on their back. Among them were purple-robe Meng Sansheng and yellow-robe Sha Di, whom Yen Chuan knew. The 7 of them looked to the south with a serious look in their eyes. "Big brother, it seems that we have underestimated Hongjun," Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. The red-robed man nodded. "Hongjun. He's also a peerless genius. Big brother, can't we come out?" Sha Di asked in a deep voice. The red-robed man looked at Sha Di, shook his head, and said, "Break another seal." "Yes." Sha Di nodded. "Let's go back. Old 7, stay here and watch the battle. Tell us the result." The red-robed man said. "Yes." Meng Sansheng replied. With that, the red-robed man led the other 5 and disappeared from the valley. Meng Sansheng looked to the north quietly. Rumble. Lightning flashed in all directions. The battle between Hongjun and Chow became more and more intense. Of course, countless cultivators could not understand it. Buzz. The Eye of Heaven's pupils suddenly turned blue. Hongjun. Kong Huantian's eyes narrowed. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of Heaven's pupils turned red again. Chow. The 2 types of pupils kept changing. Obviously, the battle between Chow and Hongjun was also extremely dangerous. Just like that, 3 days passed. You're just a primordial spirit after all. Chao's voice sounded. Yes, primordial spirit, Chao, the third era. Since I was born, I have heard of your legends and envied your great achievements. This battle has fulfilled my wish. Hongjuan's voice sounded. You can wait. Chao's voice rang out. I can't wait any longer. Let me take the lead. Next, more and more people will challenge you. I'm done. You're having a harder time than me. Hongjun sighed. Chao. Waiting for death, waiting for others to kill you, this is a very difficult process, isn't it? In the end, you are greater than me. I have no regrets. Hongjun sighed slightly. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the entire heavenspan domain. At the moment of the explosion, the void trembled violently. Time-stop instantly vanished. Boom. 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 Countless ancestral immortals had yet to unleash their full power, but they had instantly caused a huge commotion. Countless ancestral immortals were frantically trying to evade the attacks of Hongjuan's clones, but Hongjuan's nearly 10,000 clones seemed to have instantly exploded. A golden dragon vein energy suddenly exploded, and a cricket fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Close to one Hongjuan's clones were instantly annihilated. What happened? What happened? Why is Hongjun gone all of a sudden? Countless cultivators revealed looks of surprise. Everything was fine just now. Why did Hongjun suddenly die? The Grand Master of Heaven shuddered as he suddenly thought of something. A look of panic flashed across his eyes as he looked up at the eye of heaven in the sky. Boom! Some of the small spaces that Hongjun had opened up in the surroundings instantly collapsed. Yan Chuan's sea of blood was exposed, and the 3 divine swords absorbed the 3 statues that Hongjun had left behind into his body. In the sea of blood, Yan Chuan twisted his neck and stood above the sea of blood. Suddenly, he saw a cricket fall to the ground, and his face sank. In an instant, Yan Chuan guessed everything. Thank you. I've already broken through. Now, I'm at the 9th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Yan Chuan looked at the cricket's corpse and sighed. Then, Yan Chuan looked at Hongjun's main body not far away, and then at the huge eye of heaven in the sky. Boom! The eye of heaven remained the same, and the net of countless heavens quickly dissipated. Dark clouds rolled as the eye of heaven stared at Hongjun's body below. Boom! Without time stopping, countless earthly fires in the Skirich dominion soared into the sky again. At this moment, all of Hongjun's clones were dead, and almost all of the ancestral immortals were staring at Hongjun's body. Hongjun. Yan Chuan's eyes revealed a grave expression. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past. Hongjun's body suddenly turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Teacher! Skirich roared in shock. Great Qin city of the netherworld. Sage monarch, bad news. Zhao Gao quickly rushed into the study. At this moment, zombie Yan Chuan had also awakened. The officials quickly told Yan Chuan everything that had stopped. What's wrong? Zombie Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Dead. Outside the great Qin city, countless crickets crawled out of the ground and died. Report. Come in. A guard rushed into the study and said, Sage monarch, Badian Dominion sent a letter. Endless crickets suddenly died. Report. Sage monarch, Netherworld Sea sent a letter. Endless crickets suddenly died. Report. Sage monarch, True Dragon Dominion's endless crickets suddenly died. Countless news came. Not only Great Zhen, but almost every place in the world had this phenomenon. The world's crickets instantly died. Meow, that's great. I suddenly feel better. Meow suddenly laughed. Outside Tongtian Dominion. Butterfly Queen also revealed a smile as she looked at the eye of heaven and smiled. Hong Jun is dead. Yen Chuan frowned as he looked up at the sky. Teacher, teacher. Skirich roared in grief. No. A sorrowful roar shook the surrounding ancestral immortals, causing their blood to churn. In the sky, the eye of heaven stared at Hong Jun's dissipating corpse. He sighed softly. Sigh. After a long sigh, all the ancestral immortals suddenly fell silent. Hong Jun's righteousness, the world will mourn for 10 days to send Hong Jun off. Chao's voice suddenly sounded. Woo! Woo! The mournful sound of horns resounded in the world. A majestic rain of blood fell from the sky. On the ground, blood mist churned endlessly. In the sky, the eye of heaven looked at the place where Hong Jun died again. Skirich knelt at the place where Hong Jun's corpse dissipated, crying endlessly. Sigh. Chao's voice sounded again. Slowly, the eye of heaven closed. Gradually, it disappeared into the clouds and mist. The rain of blood fell wildly, and only Skirich's endless cries could be heard in the Tongtian dominion. However, at this moment, no one dared to spare Skirich. Even the sages did not dare to disturb him. The sages looked at the place where Hong Jun disappeared and bowed solemnly. Yen Chuan looked at that place and sighed softly. Outer South Continent. Kong Huangtian looked at the rain of blood and said bitterly, 10 days of mourning. Will I be the same in the future? Kong Huangtian smiled bitterly and walked back to the imperial palace. 3 emperors' holy court. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and the Tsar were silent. Even Hong Jun was defeated. Hong Jun is dead. The Tsar frowned and sighed. Netherworld, Great Qin City. All of you can leave. I want to be alone. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. Everyone answered. Meow, Yen Chuan, what do you want to be alone for? Meow called out. Don't disturb our husband. ZZ carried Meow out of the study. In the study. Yen Chuan closed his eyes and pondered. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. In the early days, Hong Jun hid and did not let the world know. This time, he suddenly appeared in the outer North Continent. Then, he helped Wu Jiong break through. Then, he helped Skirich break through. He helped me again. Everything seems to be Hong Jun's last words. Yen Chuan frowned and pondered. Did Hong Jun see his future? But, that's not right. If that's the case, why did he hide it back then? All the crickets in the world are destroyed. Hong Jun is dead, and the crickets are extinct. It's clear to the world that Hong Jun is really dead. Yen Chuan pondered. However, this scene has already happened once in the Great Thousand Realms. Furthermore, this time, it's somewhat abnormal. Hong Jun was such a proud person. If he really knew that his time was up, would he give his last words? No, if it were me, I wouldn't either. Yen Chuan thought to himself. If I saw my future and my time was up, I wouldn't feel sorry for myself. I would fight against the heavens with my life. I wouldn't, and Hong Jun probably wouldn't either. However, he did so. Furthermore, he was seeking his own death. Also, although Hong Jun's clone's last words were said very softly, it was above my sea of blood after all. How could I not have heard it? Bai Huang de Ji made a great wish to create a magic ability to command the second epoch. I don't know what the result is. Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint you. Are you looking forward to it? Since you're looking forward to it, it means that you want to see it one day. See it? I know that as long as the crickets are not destroyed, Hong Jun will not die. Now, all the crickets in the world are dead. However, there is still one place, your Purple Cloud Palace. No one knows where that place is. Hong Jun, Are you in such a hurry to die, because you want to hide from it? Yan Chuan's mind kept spinning. The world mourned. In front of the Taiji Palace of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in the Yang Realm's west outer continent, Wu Jiong held a small golden ball in his hand and looked at the endless blood rain in the sky. Celestial Emperor, has Hong Jun died? Shang Wanwan stood behind him and asked respectfully. Wu Jiong looked at the sky with a complicated expression and then at the small golden ball in his palm. This small ball was connected to the Purple Cloud Palace, which was also the location of Earth that Yan Chuan had been searching for. Wu Jiong looked at the small golden ball in his palm and carefully put it away. Are all the crickets in the world dead? Wu Jiong asked solemnly. Yes, news came from all over. There are crickets' corpses everywhere, Shang Wanwan said carefully. Since all the crickets in the world are dead, then teacher is really dead. Don't touch his original hull. Go and make a memorial tablet. I want to worship it. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Yes. Shang Wanwan nodded. However, her heart was filled with confusion. Was the Celestial Emperor not on good terms with his teacher? Making a memorial tablet was something that should be done by a disciple. How could he let an outsider do it? However, Shang Wanwan was very obedient. She did not ask anything and quickly did as Wu Jiong asked. Chapter 1349. Heaven-span Dominion. Hong Jun had died, and countless crickets had died. Countless amounts of dragon vein energy flowed out from his body. Most of the endless dragon vein energy flowed out in all directions, but a small portion fell into the crumbling heaven-span dominion. The sky-span domain, which had been shattered, started to grow rapidly after the dragon chi fell. The cracks that had been there were also quickly mended. Rumble. The earth fire soon stopped spewing. The earth was quickly recovering, and the heaven and earth yuan chi was much thicker than before. Not long after, heaven-span dominion regained its vitality. Skirich knelt in front of Hongjuan's corpse, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Around him, thousands of ancestral immortals and sages had heavy hearts. After today's battle, everyone realized how insignificant they were. So insignificant that even the sages realized how laughable the strength they were proud of in the past was. Sage. Invincible. They couldn't even deal with one of Hongjuan's clones. In front of Hongjun, they were at his mercy. Taking a deep breath, everyone felt heavy. Among them, Sage Sui Chuanxiu felt the most. He looked at the land where Hongjun had split apart, then looked at the sky, and finally looked at Yan Chuan not far away. Strength. If Yin Hentian doesn't die, it will be difficult for my strength to increase. If I want to establish myself in the world now, I have to kill Yin Hentian. Only with his death can I inherit more of the dual pupil clan's strength. Sui Chuanxiu whispered to himself. Sui Chuanxiu looked at Yan Chuan with determination. On the other side, another person had been staring at Sui Chuanxiu. Hua Zuentian had been staring at Sui Chuanxiu. Sui Chuanxiu. Hua Zuentian finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Ha! Everyone looked over. Sui Chuanxiu also looked at Hua Zuentian blankly. It's you, Sui Chuanxiu. So it's you. Hua Zuentian said with a tone of hatred. Hua Zuentian, what did you say? Sui Chuanxiu said in a deep voice. Just now, when Hongjuan's clone fought with you, I saw it. I saw that green mist palm of yours. I will never forget it. Hua Zuentian said coldly. Around them, countless people revealed blank expressions. Green mist palm. In the past, when the Lotus God entered my world, it was Reverend Qin Wu who introduced him to me. All these years, I have been painstakingly searching for Reverend Qin Wu. As it turns out, Reverend Qin Wu is you. You are Reverend Qin Wu. It's you who colluded with the Lotus God, it's you. Hua Zun Tian roared out angrily. Huazun Tian, don't you think it's funny? Everyone knows that you colluded with Lotus God, and you still want to push the blame onto me? Sui Chuanxiu said coldly. Humph, I was deceived by you. So it was all your scheme. The destruction of the world was all caused by you. Lotus God. In the past, I didn't have many friends. If there were no accidents, it would have been impossible for me to know the Lotus God. You used me to destroy heaven and earth, and even used me to make the Yin family bear the infamy of 1,000,000 years. Sui Chuanxiu, you hid so deeply. You are a traitor to the entire world. Hua Zuantian exploded. Humph, I don't know what you're talking about. Sui Chuanxiu denied. You still won't admit it. As your mist palm, I saw it with my own eyes back then. Do you think that I can't recognize it? Hua Zuantian still rebuked angrily. Sui Chuanxiu wanted to say more. Shut up. Tong Tian suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. My teacher has just passed away. Those who are making trouble for no reason, scram. Tong Tian Dominion does not welcome you. Tong Tian shouted angrily. Sui Chuanxiu and Huazun Tian were slightly stunned. Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye. Sui Chuanxiu said. With that, he stepped away. You want to leave? Sui Chuanxiu. Huazun Tian shouted angrily. Then, Huazun Tian chased after him. Farewell. The sages all around called out. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the group of saints left. The group of ancestral immortals looked around and also left. Yan Chuan walked to Tongtian's side and sighed slightly. Tong Tian, my condolences. Tong Tian turned his head and looked at Yan Chuan. His eyes were still filled with sadness, but he finally nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and several mountains flew over quickly to fill up the place. Tong Tian also took out a huge black stone. The immortal slaying sword quickly slashed, and in the blink of an eye, a huge monument was erected in front of the mountains. Tong Tian waved his sword quickly. In the blink of an eye, a line of words was engraved on the huge monument. My teacher, Hongjuan's tomb. Teacher, I will never forget your kindness. I will definitely seek justice for today's grudge in the future. Tong Tian bowed respectfully to the huge tomb. Yan Chuan looked at the huge monument. Although he had some suspicions about Hongjun, Yan Chuan was not prepared to say it out loud. He just looked at it. Tong Tian, this matter is over. I have to go back. If there's anything, come find me. Yan Chuan said. Tong Tian looked at Yan Chuan and nodded. He bid farewell to Tong Tian. Yan Chuan did not delay any longer. He summoned the dragon carriage from the heaven-burying coffin, got on the dragon carriage and returned to the capital. In the netherworld. Huazun Tian chased after Sui Chuanxiu relentlessly. Sui Chuanxiu, I hate you so much. You traitor of heaven and earth, creating the ancient calamity in deceiving me for so many years, continuing to do evil for you. Huazun Tian shouted angrily. Huazun Tian, you are too stubborn. No one cares about what happened back then anymore. What are you still arguing about? Sui Chuanxiu snorted coldly as he flew. I want justice, I want innocence. Huazun Tian said in grief and indignation. Justice? Innocence? What's the use of that thing? Humph, that's right. Back then, I was the one who formed an alliance with the Lotus God. So what? Do you think it's still 1,000,000 years ago? Sui Chuanxiu laughed loudly. Huazun Tian's entire body was filled with anger. Wake up. It's already not 1,000,000 years ago. The powerhouses of the world have changed countless times. Who still remembers the past? Who would still be serious about what happened back then? The heavens are dead. Is the heavenly Tao collapsing? Now that Chao is in control of the heavens, the heavenly Tao has been replenished. Everything has been restored. The past is already the past. Sua Chuanxiu shouted. No, I will never forget this hatred. You have to be responsible for the calamity of the common people. Huazun Tian shouted. As he spoke, Huazun Tian sent a palm strike towards Sua Chuanxiu. Boom! The two sages' palms collided, and a great battle broke out. Humph, stubborn old man. Sua Chuanxiu snorted coldly. He continued to walk towards the Zhou family. Stop! I want to capture you and apologize to the Zhou family. Huazun Tian shouted. Capture me? With just you? Zhou Chuanxiu snorted coldly as he continued to fly. The two sages quickly traveled through the underworld, heading south. 3 months later. Underworld, Great Qin City. Swish! A white light shot out from the southwest. What is it? A large number of guards quickly reacted. Boom! The white light landed outside the Great Qin City. A mountain was smashed into pieces by the force of the crash. Immediately, countless cultivators rushed to the crater. In the crater, a white-robed figure was lying in the crater. His body was covered in injuries, and his face was covered in a layer of fog. This is a sage? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Old ancestor. Hua Bing, who was outside the city, suddenly exclaimed. The sage was Huazun Tian. In an instant, the news quickly spread throughout the Great Qin City. The Great Qin City was in an uproar. A sage had fallen outside the Great Qin City. Even zombie Yan Chuan was alarmed. When Desolation Hua received the news, he immediately rushed out of the Great Qin City, his eyes filled with anxiety. The old ancestor was injured. He fell outside the Great Qin City. Who was it? Who could hurt the old ancestor? Desolation Hua rushed out in fear. Soon, zombie Yan Chuan led a group of officials and flew out. They quickly arrived at the huge crater. Great Qin's countless soldiers had already cordoned off the area. No cultivators were allowed to approach. In the crater, Hua Bing supported the heavily injured Huazun Tian. Old ancestor, old ancestor. Desolation Hua cried out in shock and quickly rushed forward to support him. At this moment, the fog on Huazun Tian's face disappeared, and he looked dispirited. Family head. Huazun Tian revealed a trace of relief. Old ancestor, why are you like this? Desolation Hua immediately cried. He hugged Huazun Tian with a look of horror. Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan landed in front of the huge crater. Holy King, please save the old ancestor. Desolation Hua immediately cried out. Did you injure your fate? Yu Shi. Yan Chuan called out. Mo Yu Shi quickly flew over. Mo Yu Shi quickly extended her hand, and a blue light entered Huazun Tian's body. Mo Yu Shi's brows raised. What's wrong? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Huazun Tian shook his head and said, Many thanks for Yan Di's good intentions, but it's useless. I did injure my fate. However, this body is not my main body. You can't save me here. Ah. Then old ancestor, where's your main body? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. It's useless. My main body is about to be destroyed. Ha ha ha, I overestimated myself. Huazun Tian said bitterly. Old ancestor, how can I save you? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Huazun Tian shook his head. He looked at Yin Hentian who was behind Yan Chuan. Yin Hentian. Huazun Tian called out. Yin Hentian was slightly puzzled as he stepped forward. All these years, I've let down your Zhou family and helped Sua Chuanxiu do many wrong things. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Yin Hentian looked at Hua Zun Tian and frowned. Forget it, it's all in the past. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. However, I will never forget it. Yin Hentian, do you know who colluded with the Lotus God? Who caused the complete destruction of your Zhua family? Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Yin Hentian frowned. It's Sui Chunxiu. It's him. He colluded with the Lotus God and then introduced me to him. Then, step by step, he caused a calamity in the world. Step by step, he caused the destruction of your Yin family. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Oh. Yin Hentian said in surprise. I've let down your Yin family. I've been used all these years. However, you have to be careful now. Sui Chunxiu no longer has any scruples. He will come to kill you very soon. You have to be careful. Hua Zun Tian shouted. I'm very safe in Dezhen. No one can hurt me. Yin Hentian shook his head. No, Sui Chunxiu has already been exposed by me. He has no scruples. In his house, there are treasures left behind by the Lotus God. I was heavily injured by the treasures left behind by the Lotus God. He will be coming soon. You have to be careful. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. It's Sui Chunxiu. Desolation Hua's eyes flashed with hatred. Chapter 1350. Hua Zun Tian explained weakly. Sui Chunxiu. Hatred flashed across Desolation Hua's eyes. Old ancestor, where's your main body? Where's your main body? Desolation Hua asked anxiously. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Silly child, this old man can't live anymore. My fate is broken and my body is destroyed. With the power of my fate, I used this clone to bring the saint position here. There are some things that I need to remind you of. What? Old ancestor, you should be fine. There must be a way. Desolation Hua was anxious. Hua Zun Tian suddenly extended a finger and pointed at Desolation Hua's forehead. Whine. Desolation Hua was instantly unable to move. Old ancestor, what are you doing? Yen Di, this old man won't live for long. I made many mistakes in the past. Yen Di, please don't blame me. Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. The past is the past. Zombie Yen Chuan nodded. Nodding, Hua Zun Tian looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation, do you know why I named you Desolation? Hua Zun Tian said bitterly. Desolation Hua was unable to move, but he could still speak. Why? Desolation. After he understood, Desolation Hua had asked the old ancestor to change his name many times, but Hua Zun Tian had never allowed it. Why was he given such a negative name? I didn't give you this name. It's you. Hua Zun Tian smiled bitterly. Himself? Desolation Hua's eyes widened. On the day you were born, within a radius of 100 li, people and animals died. All the plants withered and died. Baleful aura soared into the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. Hua Zun Tian recalled. What? Desolation Hua was shocked. That day, I was in seclusion when I was suddenly alarmed. I immediately sealed off everything around me and saw you. At that time, your face was pitch black and endless baleful aura enveloped you. The baleful aura slowly left your body and gradually condensed into the words Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. My body is surrounded by baleful aura. Desolation Hua was shocked. Yes, the name of the Hua clan's ancestor, Desolation Hua. Hua Zun Tian said solemnly. What? The surrounding Hua clan members all revealed a look of surprise. Ancestor? What ancestor? Countless Hua clan members did not understand. Old ancestor, you aren't joking, right? Desolation, Hua said in shock. It's true. I was also muddle-headed. A trace of memory in my bloodline was aroused by your baleful aura. Only then did I know this bit of information. Unfortunately, your baleful aura quickly disappeared. Hua Zuantian said in a deep voice. Primogenitor? I don't understand. What primogenitor does my Hua clan have? Hua Desolation cried out. Why did I leave you alone in the sin and death manor? Do you know why? Hua Zuantian said bitterly. Yes. 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 The old ancestor dotes on me. Desolation Transformation said coldly. Hua Zuantian nodded his head, that's one thing. On the other hand, you can't stay with them, because in your previous life, there was a star in the sky, and that was you. Me. Xingchen. Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. Hua Zuantian said solemnly. Heavenly Cursed Loner. Tian Sha. Am I destined to be a lone star? Could it be that my parents died because of me? Desolation Transformation said in shock. No, it's not your destiny. It's you. You are the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. The Big Dipper star group, Purple Micro, is the only one who can contend with Purple Micro. Hua Zuantian explained. I don't understand. I'm a lone star. If this isn't my destiny, then what is it? Desolation Transformation said puzzledly. If it's not destiny, then you're a lone star. All the people in the world who have the destiny of a lone star are under your control and should listen to your orders. Cough, cough, cough. Hua Zuantian said somewhat agitatedly. What? Desolation Transformation said puzzledly. Desolation, my last life's power, and my holy birth, are all left for you. I will awaken your memories. I'm leaving, take good care of the Hua clan. Hua Zuantian said solemnly. No, don't. Desolation Transformation's eyes immediately turned red as he cried out. But Desolation Transformation was unable to move. Buzz. Hua Zuantian's body suddenly emitted a 15-colored light, rushing straight between Desolation Transformation's eyebrows. Boom! Desolation Transformation's body suddenly trembled, as if he had fallen into a coma, his eyes gradually closing. Rumble! Billowing energy flowed from Hua Zuantian's fingertip into Desolation Transformation's eyebrows. Gradually, a 15-colored crystal appeared from Hua Zuantian's mouth. The crystal slowly melted and entered Desolation Transformation's body. Old Ancestor. The surrounding Hua clan disciples cried out. Yan Chuan and the others stood outside, watching with furrowed brows. Lone Star. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. Holy King, Hua Zuantian just said that these are bits of ancient memories sealed in his bloodline. The second epoch. No one knows what the second epoch is like. Gui Guzi frowned. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. Lu Gang. Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. Here. Lu Gang immediately stepped forward. Use your life tablet to send a message to the guards near the Zhua clan. Immediately investigate the Zhua clan situation. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang immediately retreated. Boom! Billowing energy flowed into Desolation Transformation, and the Hua clan disciples cried out. Hua Zuantian's body gradually became transparent, and the 15-colored crystal also penetrated into Desolation Transformation's body. Crack! There seemed to be the sound of an eggshell cracking inside Desolation Transformation's body. Bang! A monstrous baleful aura suddenly surged out from Desolation Transformation's body. Buzz! In the distant starry sky, a beam of starlight suddenly shot down. The color of this starlight was even more special. It was a black starlight that shot straight at Desolation Transformation. Whoosh! Huazun Tian revealed a trace of an excited smile. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of eggs cracking became more and more frequent. Boom. The black starlight became denser and denser, rushing straight down. In an instant, the surroundings of the great Qin city were suddenly filled with the wailing of thousands of ghosts. Zombie Yan Chuan waved his sleeve, and everyone quickly retreated. He forced the baleful aura to be unable to affect the surrounding dead spirits. What a dense baleful aura! Gui Guzi exclaimed. Buzz! Immediately after, the baleful aura suddenly retracted and was completely absorbed into Desolation Transformation's body. The black light in the starry sky also slowly disappeared. Desolation Transformation's body was pitch black as he sat cross-legged, as if he was refining something. Ha 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 ha. Huazun Tian laughed loudly. Amidst his laughter, Huazun Tian's body became more and more transparent, gradually turning into light fragments and gradually disappearing. Old Ancestor! Old Ancestor, don't die! Countless descendants of the Hua family wailed. Boom! There was a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, blood rain fell from the sky, and blood mist rose from the ground. The sound of sorrowful music spread through heaven and earth. Another saint had fallen. Old Ancestor! The descendants of the Hua family knelt on the ground and wailed, heartbroken. Desolation Transformation sat cross-legged and entered a state of emptiness. Huazun Tian is dead. Mo Yushi sighed slightly. Yan Chuan was silent for a moment. Hua Bing. Not far away, Hua Bing was crying sorrowfully. Hearing Yan Chuan's shout, she wiped her tears and said respectfully, Saint King. I don't know when Desolation Transformation will wake up. Huazun Tian has fallen, you will be in charge of his funeral. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Hua Bing replied with sadness. Underworld, Inner South Continent. Sua family. Sua Chuanxiu stood in front of a hall and looked up at the sky. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, blood rain fell wildly, and sorrowful music sounded everywhere. A saint had fallen, and heaven and earth mourned. Huazun Tian. You only have yourself to blame. Originally, Lotus God thought highly of you, but you don't know what's good for you. You can't blame others. Sua Chuanxiu said coldly. While speaking, Sua Chuanxiu walked back to the hall. Buzz. In the hall, a burst of green fog suddenly appeared. Sua Chuanxiu faced the green fog and said respectfully, Lotus God, Yan Chuan's development is too fast. I want to destroy Yan Chuan and Yin Hentian. Lotus God, please help me unseal the treasure left behind by Lotus God. The green fog trembled slightly, and then a voice came from inside, I have already informed Wu Tian. He will be here soon. Wu Tian. Sua Chuanxiu's expression changed. Lotus God strategizing is far inferior. Sua Chuanxiu said in admiration. Only now did Sua Chuanxiu know that the former #1 saint in the world, Wu Tian, was actually a chess piece buried by Lotus God. Wu Tian. Wu Tian. No wonder he was so arrogant that he did not put heaven in his eyes. It turned out that he was against heaven. Lotus God's voice came from the green fog, and then the green fog slowly dissipated. At this moment, a huge aura descended from the sky. Wu Tian. Sua Chuanxiu shouted. The owner of the aura instantly arrived in the hall. It was Saint Wu Tian. Sua Chuanxiu, where is Lotus God's treasure? I will open it. Wu Tian said. Please. Sua Chuanxiu sighed. Lotus God was meticulous. Even if he left behind a treasure, he was still on guard. The two of them quickly came to the side of a small house. The door was covered with countless restrictions. It's here. There is a small space inside. If you forcefully break the door, the small space will collapse and disappear. The treasures inside will also disappear. You can only use a secret technique to open this door. Sui Chuanxiu explained. Lotus God taught me hand seals. Wu Tian said in a low voice. As he spoke, he quickly formed a large number of hand seals, one after another, quickly hitting the door. Buzz! The restrictions on the small door melted like snow and quickly broke open. It's done. Wu Tian said. Sui Chuanxiu immediately opened the small door. The two of them stepped in. The moment they entered, the two of them immediately stopped. In the small space, clouds and mist lingered. It was dreamy and illusory. In the center was a small pool. In the small pool, the pool water was divided into two colors, one black and one white. Above the white pool water, there were 6 large black lotus flowers with a diameter of 3 feet. Above the black pool water, there were 9 large white lotus flowers. 15 lotus flowers emitted a gentle light. This is it. Wu Tian said in surprise. I heard from Lotus God that this is called the Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus. Sui Chuanxiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus? Wu Tian was puzzled. Every single one of them can completely replicate you or me. It can be maintained for a year. Sui Chuanxiu explained. You mean to say that these 15 lotus flowers can create an exact copy of you and me? To duplicate you and me, 15 saints, and not lose any power for a year? Wu Tian's eyes narrowed. Yes. Not long ago, 15 saints fought against Tong Tian. Now, I want 17 saints to destroy Tong Tian. Sui Chuanxiu said in a low voice. Good. Wu Tian laughed. Chapter 1351. Sui Chuanxiu stepped into one of the black lotuses. He lay flat on the ground. Wang. A layer of 14-colored light emerged from the black lotuses and enveloped Sui Chuanxiu. Immediately, a repulsive force pushed Sui Chuanxiu out. Sui Chuanxiu flew out and looked at the black lotuses. Countless colorful lights gathered in the center of the black lotuses. A large amount of energy poured into the center of the colorful lights, and the black lotuses gradually withered. As the black lotuses withered, a human figure formed in the center of the colorful lights. Crack! 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 The black lotuses completely withered and turned into ashes that scattered in the pool. The human figure slowly flew over. It looked exactly like Sui Chuanxiu, but its face was blurry. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the person said respectfully to Sui Chuanxiu. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Take my palm. Wu Tian said excitedly. Boom. Wu Tian and the human figure's palm collided. The void trembled, and Sui Chuanxiu quickly protected the lotus pool. Their palms collided and separated. Good, good, good. Wu Tian cried out excitedly. It's the same. Sui Chuanxiu smiled. Yes, I wonder if he can use the power of heaven and earth like us. Wu Tian suddenly thought of something. Of course, he can. He's a complete clone of me. Not only my body, but even my position as a sage is completely copied. Sui Chuanxiu said confidently. If that's the case, great perfection will definitely be destroyed. Wu Tian said excitedly. I know that you have a grudge with Yan Chuan. He destroyed your sect, and you destroyed his dynasty. I'll do the same. What I want to do is to kill Yin Hentian, Sui Chuanxiu said in a low voice. The matter in Skyspan territory has just ended, and the human Yan Chuan hasn't had time to return to Xianyang. I'll destroy Xianyang first. Wu Tian said in a low voice. Let's move together. I'll go to Great Qin City, and you go to Xianyang City. Let's make it so that the zombie Yan Chuan can't attack both sides. After destroying Xianyang City, will immediately come to the netherworld. Sui Chuanxiu said. All right. Wu Tian replied. Immediately, the two of them lay down in the lotuses. They quickly copied the two sages. Before long, all 15 lotuses withered, and the lotus pool below dried up. But for the two saints, this was enough. Behind Wu Tian were 9 Wu Tian clones. Behind Sui Chuanxiu were 6 clones of Sui Chuanxiu. I'm leaving first. Before Yan Chuan returns to Xianyang City, I'll destroy Xianyang City. Wu Tian said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. 10 Wu Tians soared into the sky. As the void trembled, they instantly entered the world of the living. He decided on a direction. Let's go. Wu Tian shouted. All right, the 9 replicas replied. Boom. The 10 saints shot toward Xianyang. Saints could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, so their speed was naturally faster than Yan Chuan's dragon carriage. Sui Chuanxiu sent Wu Tian off. He extended his hand and took out a 12th grade green lotus. Lotus God, thank you for your treasure. Sui Chuanxiu said solemnly. Go. Sui Chuanxiu soared into the sky. The 6 Sui Chuanxiu clones quickly flew towards the great Qin city. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Sui Chuanxiu disappeared into the horizon. After the 7 Sui Chuanxiu left, a black-robed man appeared outside the Zhou family. The man had a head of long hair and was extremely handsome. There was a black line between his eyebrows as he stared at the Zhou family. The man was none other than Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi's son, Yan Dong-en. However, Yan Dong-en was currently under the control of the soul-controlling technique. All of his emotions had been erased, and he was extremely loyal to the Lotus God. He had changed his name to the Nether King. The Nether King looked at the vast Zhou family in front of him as he watched the 7 Sui Chuanxiu leave. His eyes were extremely calm. The Nether King stepped into the Zhou family. His speed was so fast that even the countless experts in the Zhou family did not notice him. Soon, the Nether King arrived at a secret room in the Zhou family. This was the secret room where the Yin-Yang Restoration Lotus was kept. The Nether King entered and looked at the lotus pond in the middle. The 15 lotuses had all withered. The Nether King sneered and said, "You don't know how to use such a treasure. What a pity." As he spoke, the Nether King stepped into the lotus pond. As soon as he entered the lotus pond, the black and white water in the lotus pond appeared again. The Nether King closed his eyes and sat cross-legged as if he was absorbing the energy in the lotus pond. The black and white water slowly revolved around the Nether King, as if a surge of energy was entering the Nether King's body. Netherworld. Great Qin City. How is Desolation Hua doing? Zombie Yan Chuan asked. Sage King, Desolation Hua is still unconscious. Perhaps the memories from his previous life were too much for him. I have already sent him to the residence and sent soldiers to guard him to prevent anyone from disturbing his seclusion. Bai Qi said. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. At this moment, Lu Gang quickly arrived. Sage King, there is news from the Zhou family. Lu Gang immediately said. Oh. Zombie Yan Chuan looked at Lu Gang. According to the guard's life plate, Sage Wu Tian arrived at the Zhou family not long ago. Then, something strange happened. Lu Gang frowned. Wu Tian. Zombie Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes. When he came out, there were 10 Wu Tian and 7 Sui Chuanxiu. Moreover, the direction they were heading towards might be our great Zhen. Lu Gang frowned. 10 Wu Tian. 7 Sui Chuanxiu. Bai Qi was puzzled. Yes, that was the news. Lu Gang nodded. Looks like it's another treasure of the Lotus God. Sui Chuanxiu knows how powerful I am, yet he still dares to come. Clearly, he has something important to rely on this time. Bai Qi, go and tell them to prepare for war. Zombie Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Bai Qi replied. At the same time. In the Yang realm, above a vast ocean, Yan Chuan's 5-dragon carriage was flying at high speed. In the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan in his human form was in seclusion. Yan Chuan in his human form stepped out of the dragon carriage. Stop. Yan Chuan in his human form said in a deep voice. Roar. The 5 dragons stopped in their tracks. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and sent the 5 dragons back to the Yang realm. Since Wu Tian came, he definitely had something to rely on. He had to return to Xianyang as soon as possible. Even though the dragon carriage was fast, it was far inferior to him. He still remembered the calamity that happened to Xianyang last time. This time, he could not let anything happen. Swish. Yan Chuan in his human form quickly shot towards Xianyang. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu rushed towards the great Qin city at an extremely fast speed. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu all had ferocious expressions on their faces. Soon, they arrived at the great Qin city. Boom! A gust of wind blew through the great Qin city. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu stopped at the south of the great Qin city. Their auras soared into the sky, and their baleful auras were oppressive. Yan Chuan, come out. The leader of the original bodies shouted. However, after shouting, Zhuochuanxiu's expression froze. This was because in front of the central palace, zombie Yan Chuan led the ministers and generals. It was as if he knew that Zhuochuanxiu was coming and had been waiting for him. Zhuochuanxiu. Zombie Yan Chuan stared at the 7 Zhuochuanxiu and narrowed his eyes. At first, zombie Yan Chuan thought that the other 6 Zhuochuanxiu were just puppets. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. These Zhuochuanxiu were actually one with the heavens and earth. Saints. They were all saints. Holy King, something's not right. They all seem to have holy positions. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Shouldn't the holy positions be fixed? How come there are so many of them? Yin Hentian said seriously. Zhuochuanxiu, are you trying to offend Great Zhen? Zombie Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's see how you're going to break it today. Zhuochuanxiu laughed loudly. Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. The 7 Zhuochuanxiu shouted at almost the same time. Boom. 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind each of them. Dark clouds roiled in the sky as 7 vast auras gushed out and pressed down on the great Qin city. Gue Guzi waved his hand, and the great Qin city's formations quickly spread out to resist the pressure of the 7 saints. In the distance, at the Yellow Springs Road, a guard flew over in a panic. Holy King, 10 saints have appeared in the Yang realm and are heading towards Xianyang city, the guard roared as he flew over. Ha ha ha. Wu Tian is here too. Zhuochuanxiu laughed loudly. Yang realm, Xianyang city. A grand formation was set up outside Xianyang city. A large number of Great Zhen's officials, led by Lu Buwei, stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth shook as 10 saints stood in 10 different directions, each with 3,000 heavenly Tao behind them. The surging aura rushed towards Xianyang city above the primordial dragon vein. Xianyang city's formations trembled under the impact of the vast aura. Lu Buwei looked at a saint in the south. Wu Tian. Do you know where this is? Lu Buwei asked in a low voice. Where is this? Ha ha ha, it's going to be razed to the ground soon. You're Lu Buwei. Don't worry, I won't leave your corpse intact. Wu Tian laughed. Humph, Great Zhen is an important place. How dare you act so presumptuously? I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the Holy King returns, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Buwei said coldly. Is that so? Do you know that I raised Xianyang City to wait for Yan Chuan to return? Why? Did something happen in the Yang realm? Why aren't the great Jin's generals here? With just you bunch of women and children? Wu Tian laughed loudly. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed coldly. Then, Lu Buwei looked not far away and said, Explosive Beast King, I'll have to trouble you today. Eh? Wu Tian was slightly taken aback. This group of people actually did not beg for mercy from him. Explosive Beast King. Then, he saw a group of disgusting monsters crawling out of a valley not far away. There were 11 of them, and the leader had a crown-like horn on his head. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at the saints. 10 saints. That's quite troublesome. Beast King is too humble. It's just 10 saints. When the Holy King returns, it will be their time of death. Lu Buwei laughed. Don't worry. Since I promised Yan Chuan, I will fulfill my promise. Saints? They're just saints. The Explosive Beast King said. Following that, the 11 explosive beasts slowly flew up into the air and stared at the group of Wu Tian with their disgusting eyes. Chapter 1352. In the netherworld, the 7 Zhua Chuanxiu looked coldly at Yan Chuan's group in front of the central palace. Yin Hentian. You won't be able to escape today. Zhua Chuanxiu sneered. Zombie Yan Chuan said, Zhua Chuanxiu, I'm curious. You want to kill your own people from the dual pupil clan to increase your strength. Then, if everyone in your Zhua family is dead, will your strength increase? Humph, who said that the rest of the Zhua family also have the bloodline of the dual pupil clan? Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Oh. Zombie Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. The rest of the Zhua family were adopted by me. So, I'm the only one with the dual pupil clan. Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. As he spoke, he looked at the square and said, let's not talk nonsense. Yan Chuan, you and Yin Hentian, prepare to die. Zombie Yan Chuan sneered and said, we don't know who will die yet. Sage. Back in Skypass territory, I saw your strength. After using the power of heaven and earth, you were only at the peak of the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Compared to the 12th level, you're still slightly weaker. So what? I have 7. Soon, 10 more will come from the Yang realm. Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Have you forgotten? Nethersea's Gue Rulai was only at the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm back then. Yan Chuan said coldly. We're both at the 11th level. How can he compare to me? Zhua Chuanxiu said coldly. Gue Rulai had just entered the 11th level of the ancestral immortal realm, but Zhua Chuanxiu had already reached the peak of the 11th level by using the power of heaven and earth. He was only slightly weaker than the 12th level. Yes, he's inferior to you. However, this is not the Nether Sea. This is Dezhen, my home ground. People of Dezhen, I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Yan Chuan shouted. Above the Sea of Providence, Yan Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. Roar! The golden dragon of destiny let out a heaven-shaking roar, and Yan Chuan's voice quickly spread to the 14 territories of the netherworld. The current Dezhen was no longer the same as before. Even though there were still countless people who were unwilling, more than half of them were satisfied. The Holy King's voice. Do you need to borrow strength? Raise your right hand. Who is the Sage King going to fight? Could it be a saint? Amidst countless curious voices, countless cultivators raised their right hands, and their strength was instantly drained. Following this, boundless golden energy rushed towards the great Qin city from all directions. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny let out a long roar as it charged towards zombie Yan Chuan with boundless power. Zombie Yan Chuan opened his arms. Boom! A pair of gigantic dragon bone wings appeared, and two blood-red fangs appeared in its mouth. It instantly merged with the 18-claws golden dragon of Providence. Boom! The entire sky above the great Qin city trembled as a storm swept out in all directions from Zombie Yan Chuan. The power of the world. Sui Chuanxiu said coldly. The seven Sui Chuanxiu looked at him with disdain. So what if he mobilized the power of the world? Destroy. One of the Sui Chuanxiu slammed his palm towards Zombie Yan Chuan. The palm that carried the power of the world shattered the void into countless fragments. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan instantly charged towards Sui Chuanxiu. Boom! His powerful physical body collided with Sui Chuanxiu's huge palm, and the huge palm trembled violently before dispersing. Seventh Firmament Ancestral Immortal. He mobilized the power of the world, and his strength reached such a level. Sui Chuanxiu's eyes turned cold. Humph! Zombie Yan Chuan flapped his wings, and his body became like a stream of light as he charged into the group of Sui Chuanxiu. Staring at one of Sui Chuanxiu, Zombie Yan Chuan brazenly struck out with his palm. A pitch-black evil aura brazenly collided with the palm of another Sui Chuanxiu. Boom! The two palms collided, and Sui Chuanxiu's figure suddenly retreated. What great strength! Sui Chuanxiu exclaimed in surprise. Although Zombie Yan Chuan was strong enough to be on par with him, Yan Chuan's foundation was still too weak. He was only at the seventh firmament, and could only suppress one Sui Chuanxiu at most. However, there were more than one here, and there were 7 of them. Attack together! Sui Chuanxiu shouted. All right. Boom! The group of Sui Chuanxiu attacked Zombie Yan Chuan together. At this moment, the divine statues above the Sea of Providence transformed into golden dragons and rushed down to where the great Qin courtiers were. Boom! The first to arrive was Bai Qi. Enveloped by Providence, Bai Qi stepped out and charged into the battlefield. Golden body of slaughter! Bai Qi shouted. Boom! A golden giant suddenly surrounded Bai Qi, and he merged with it. The giant saber in his hand brazenly slashed at a sage not far away. Bai Qi's ferocious saber tore through the void and instantly appeared behind a sage. The sage was besieging Yan Chuan when he was suddenly attacked from behind. All the hair on his body stood on end. He turned his head and blocked with his sword. Boom! The saber and sword collided, and a large area of shattered space suddenly appeared. Bai Qi returned without success, but the sage opposite him could not suppress Bai Qi either. What? Impossible! Bai Qi, your strength? How did it increase so much? Sui Chuanxiu exclaimed. He remembered that when he fought against Ghost Tathagata, Bai Qi's strength was barely enough to fight against a 10th firmament Tathagata. But now, Bai Qi's strength had reached the level of an 11th firmament Tathagata. How could this be? Golden body of slaughter! Wang Jian and Meng Tian shouted. A giant also appeared around the two of them. Just like Bai Qi, it was slightly weaker than Bai Qi's golden body of slaughter. Meng Yi, Jin Daiyu, and King Gaitu also merged with the heavenly Tao. A ferocious aura surged out. The peerless generals of Great Qin brazenly surrounded one of the sages. How long has it been since you guys got your strength? How did you improve so much? The sage exclaimed. We, the generals of Great Qin, have surrounded and killed a single sage. You should be satisfied. Bai Qi said coldly. In the past, Hong Jun had set up the Spacetime Coliseum in Tongtian territory. 100 years was enough for the generals of Great Qin to improve. Boom! The group of fierce generals charged toward the sage. The sudden appearance of the fierce generals of Great Qin caused the expressions of the Sui Chuanxiu to change. You overestimate yourselves. Suddenly, another sage turned around, wanting to kill Bai Qi and the others. Suddenly, a loud shout came from a valley not far away. Heavenly Meridian of Arms, Heaven Splitter. Boom! A vast heavenly Tao shot up into the sky. Heavenly Meridian of Arms. Under Heaven Splitter, the Heavenly Meridian of Arms seemed to split into two. One continued to shoot up into the sky, while the other slashed down vertically toward the sage. The sudden threat caused the sage's expression to change. In a hurry, the sage quickly blocked with his sword. Boom! The Heavenly Meridian of Arms attack collided with the sword, causing the void to tremble again. The sage took a step back and looked at the valley not far away in surprise. In the valley, a black-robed man looked coldly at the sage and said, "Your opponent is us." The black-robed man was the pavilion master of Great Jin's heaven-mending pavilion, Dugu Wudi. Behind Dugu Wudi was a group of sword cultivators. As they stepped forward, they charged toward the sage. Boom! In an instant, the sage was forced to leave the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the sages besieging Yan Chuan were killed. Sui Chuanxiu's expression turned ugly. "Don't worry about them. The others surround Yan Chuan. You go and kill Yin Hentian." Sui Chuanxiu shouted. "Okay." Whoosh! One of the sages stepped forward and flew toward the central palace. Yin Hentian frowned. It was Gigu Zi who stepped forward. "In the 14 territories of Great Jin, the dragon veins of the world are mine to use." Gigu Zi waved his hand. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the ground. A golden dragon broke out of the ground and rushed toward the sage. Boom! The golden dragon and the saint collided once again, causing the entire Great Qin city to tremble. Gigu Zi stepped forward and landed on the golden dragon's head. "Your opponent is now me." Gigu Zi sneered. Roar! The golden dragon roared and charged toward the sage. Boom! 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 After 3 consecutive collisions, the sage was knocked away. Roar! With a swing of his tail, Gigu Zi forced the sage away from the Great Qin city. The golden dragon swam close to the ground. Countless feng shui masters in Great Jin quickly channeled dragon qi into the golden dragon so that Gigu Zi could use it to defend against the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sages were blocked by the people of Great Jin. In the distance, Sui Chuanxiu's expression was ugly. "Go, another one. Kill Yin Hentian first. Once he's dead, my strength will immediately skyrocket." Sui Chuanxiu shouted. Yes. Another sage charged toward the Great Qin city. Meow. Heavenly Tao. Meow shouted, and 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind her. Meow, don't be stubborn. Do as your husband says. ZZ immediately said. Meow. Meow nodded reluctantly. At this moment, another group of people appeared in Great Jin. They occupied 12 positions. Bai Ditian, Ao Dong, Ma Wang, Dongyang Ben Lei, Ji Ho, Dog God, and 18 ancestral immortals released their auras. Among them, Bai Ditian and the other sovereigns of Great Jin were surrounded by boundless killing intent. The other 18 ancestral immortals formed 12 groups of 3. Great Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Meow shouted. Boom! The group of experts charged towards the sage who was flying over. Boom! In an instant, they formed a huge formation that looked like a black whirlwind. It surged violently into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and killing intent surged, even shattering the void above. A soul-shaking force pressed down in all directions. Mo Yushi, Zhao Fang, and Miao stepped in. Miao, let me use the endless light of misfortune. Zhao Fang shouted. Miao, no problem. Miao shouted. Reincarnation's tale. Mo," shouted from within the formation. Boom! Countless cracks suddenly appeared in the ground below the formation. "What kind of formation is this?" Sui Chuanxiu cried out in shock. The sage inside was naturally even more shocked. He could tell that the formation wasn't complete. Or rather, it wasn't at primordial chaos. However, such a formation gave him boundless pressure. It felt like the world was about to shatter. On the other side, Yan Chuan's opponents were reduced to 3 Sui Chuanxiu in the blink of an eye. The pressure was instantly reduced. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.